Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Greenfield Community College. With that gavel, the Joint Committee hearing on ways and means and public education, education funding and local aid is called to order. My name is Jo Comerford. I represent the Hampshire Franklin Worcester District in the State Senate, which includes this gorgeous campus of Greenfield Community College, the city of Greenfield, and 24 other communities in this region. It is my honor today to join with my very good friend, Chair Andy Vargas, in convening today's hearing on two very consequential topics for me personally and certainly for the communities that I represent with wonderful House and Senate colleagues out here in Western Massachusetts. So it's wonderful to ground the conversation in this overwhelmingly rural community. I'm going to turn it over in a moment to my great chair for his welcoming remarks, and then we'll ask our colleagues to introduce themselves. But before I do that, I just want to recognize that there are people from the Western Mass community who have taken the time to join us today. They have left flyers for us here, the Joint Committee. Perhaps they have some on your seats. These are superintendents and principals, school committee members, community members, select board members here to talk to us about rural schools and minimum aid schools, and we welcome you. And we are grateful for your expression of commitment to schools. I see the secretary shaking his head. The legislature and the administration join together in thanking you for this expression. And we are with you in our fight for rural schools. And thank you for raising up the blue flyers. We will take them to heart. So thank you very, very much for being here. I also want to thank the great staff at Greenfield Community College, Shannon LaRange, Keith Bailey, who have put their hearts and souls into today, the court officers from the legislature who are here, LIS, Legislation Information Services of the legislature, and of course, all the tech and administrative folks here at GCC. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Vargas, and then we'll have our colleagues, and then we'll have a welcome from Greenfield Community College President Michelle Shute. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the interest of time, I'll be very brief. This is probably the part of the budget that we hear most about as representatives and senators. And so this is an exciting day to be able to hear from all the testimony that we'll hear today. And I particularly want to thank the staff and the people who wrote the testimony, who perhaps don't get to sit up here. We see you and we thank you, of course, to the entire Healy administration. Thank you for being here today before us and all the good work that you do. And I will turn it back to the chair.
Terrific. So we'll ask senators to introduce yourselves individually, name and district, so that all those who are gathered, and there's so many great folks gathered, can know who we are. I'll start to my right. I think that's you, Senator Lewis.
Good morning, everyone. Good to be with you. State Senator Jason Lewis. I represent the 5th Middlesex District, and I serve as the Senate Chair of the Education Committee.
Hey, good morning, everybody. State Senator John Cronin from Fitchburg, and I represent the Worcester and Middlesex District.
Senator Fatman.
Morning, everyone. Ryan Fatman, Worcester Hampden District from the town of Sutton.
Wonderful.
Good morning, everyone. Peter Durant, the Worcester and Hampshire District from the town of Spencer.
Thank you so much, senators. We also have colleagues joining us online who will welcome and make sure to raise up as they appear. Mr. Chair, perhaps the House members.
Sure. Let's start with my right over here.
Good morning. My name is Pat Duffy. I'm the state rep from the 5th Hampden District, which is the city of Holyoke and a couple of precincts in Chicopee.
Good morning. I'm Christine Barber, state rep from the 34th Middlesex, including Somerville and Medford.
Good morning, Natalie Higgins, a representative from the 4th Worcester District, the city of Leominster.
Good morning. My name is Meg Kilcoyne, a state representative for the 12th Worcester District, including the towns of Clinton, Berlin, Boylston, Lancaster, and one precinct in Northborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm State Representative Natalie Blay. I am very lucky to represent the city of Greenfield with my colleague, Rep. Whips. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to welcome you to GCC and to Franklin County. I am lucky enough to represent 18 communities from here all the way to the Berkshires. No, we are not yet in the Berkshires. But we are so happy to have you all here today. I got the sunshine and hopefully you all had a beautiful drive. And I just want to echo Senator Comerford's thanks to everyone who is here who is supportive of our rural schools, of our parents, our teachers, and our communities. Thank you for taking the time to be here today and certainly to educate us on the very unique fiscal challenges facing rural schools.
Good morning. My name is Sally Kearns. I represent the 13th Essex District. I might have had one of the longest drive here today, and it's only right that those of us who live a half hour from the State House should once in a while have to make the long trek out here. I'm so glad I did. I appreciate the welcome that Greenfield Community College is extending. My district is Danvers and parts of Peabody, Middleton, Topsfield, Wenham. So good to see you, secretaries. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Sally, I actually had to leave at 2 this morning to get here. I'm from Plymouth. I got a little nervous when I saw the entering Vermont signs. I thought it was getting too far away. No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful country up here. Very pleased to be here. My name is Matt Muratori. I'm the assistant ranking minority member here on the House Ways and Means, and I represent the 1st Plymouth District, which is America's hometown of Plymouth.
I'm Kelly Pease. I represent the 4th Hampden District from which is Westfield and Southampton. So this was a nice commute for me for a change, and I also serve on the Education and Higher Education Committee. So I'm very excited to hear the testimonies today.
Good morning. My name is Vanna Howard. I'm a state representative representing the 17 Middlesex District. That's Lowell and Tewksbury and Rep Currents. I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning to get a ride here, but I am pleased to serve also on the Education Committee, and it's so great to be here with you in Greenfield.
Good morning, everyone. I am Marcus Vaughn from 9th Norfolk District, representing the towns of Plainville, Rentham, Norfolk, and precincts in Walpole, Millis, and Medfield. Great to be here with you all today.
Wonderful. I think that's everyone. I want to recognize that Senator Pat Jalen is online with us, and there are a number of House members. Mr. Chair, do you want to?
Yeah, first, I also want to just shout out Chair Denise Garlick, who's here with us as well, the Chair of the Education Committee. Thank you for being with us. I'll go down the list on teams if you want to unmute yourself and recognize yourself in your district. Rep. Beal.
Hi, good morning, everyone. State Representative David Beal, 4th Suffolk District, City of Boston, neighborhoods of South Boston and Dorchester. Thanks for having us today.
Rep. Doherty.
Hi, Carol Doherty from the 3rd Bristol District, Taunton and Easton. And while Easton is not considered in the category of your rural school districts, it is impacted in basically almost the same way as the rural school districts. I also apologize for not being with you. I have commitments at the end of the day, and I knew I couldn't get there and here as well. So I'm looking forward to the dialogue. Thank you.
Rep. Lippert-Garabedian.
Good morning, everyone. Kate Lippert-Garabedian, 32nd Middlesex District, which is the cities of Malden and Melrose and the town of Wakefield. Thank you for doing this.
Rep. Holmes.
Russell Holmes, representing parts of Boston, Mattapan, Dorchester, Hyde Park, Rosendale, and JP.
Rep. Haggerty.
Good morning, everyone. Rich Haggerty representing Woburn and Reading. Great to be able to join everybody this morning.
Rep. Zaros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Exaros, Massachusetts State Representative from the Fighting Fifth Barnstable District here on Cape Cod. Proud to be with you.
Back to you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Senator Jalen.
Oh, I'm Pat Jelen. I represent Somerville, Medford, parts of Winchester and Cambridge, and I am on the Education Committee, and I'm so happy to be there virtually because I also have multiple things today, but I really want to be here and hear what everybody has to say.
Wonderful.
Thank
Senator,
you.
Thank you. And Senator Miranda.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Liz Miranda, representing the neighborhoods of Hyde Park all the way to South End in the great city of Boston. Happy to be with you all this morning.
Wonderful. Thank you, Senator. If you're on my team, Jared, Caitlin, all the interns, can you raise your hand? These good folks will direct those who are participating today to food, to green spaces, anything you need, thanks to the gorgeous folks of GCC, we have it available for you today. So please don't hesitate to ask all the folks testifying, all the participants today, and the guests. Thank you so much. And with that, I think I'd like to welcome up President Michelle Shute for a welcome from GCC.
Senator, good morning. My name is Michelle Shute, and I have the honor of serving as the 11th president of GCC. Thank you for coming to Greenfield Community College today. Almost a year ago at my inauguration, Senator Comerford spoke these words: "There is joy under this tent, hope, excitement." I was reflecting upon her words recently as I was thinking about this upcoming Ways and Means hearing. Having spent my entire entire career in higher education across 8 states, I can say with certainty that these emotions, joy, hope, excitement, are synonymous with education here in Massachusetts in ways that simply do not happen in all other states. While we may not agree on the nuances of every bill or funding request, I believe that we can agree on the life-changing, transformative power of education. So thank you for coming to GCC today. Let's go forth and do our good work for the citizens of the Commonwealth with joy, hope, and excitement.
We are lucky, Madam President, that you lead us here at GCC. Thank you so much. So I echo Chair Vargas's deep gratitude to the administration, secretary, and commissioners for your good work. We see you, you're tireless, and we are so grateful for the administration's investment in education. And we look forward to hearing your testimony. After our esteemed colleagues testify, of course, we'll open it up for our House and Senate colleagues to ask questions. We will remember that last year we kept you for some time, 3 hours. We will endeavor to ask questions today and to be brief because we know that there are a lot of questions, and we also want to respect your time because these are quite heady times for us all. So we will endeavor to not keep you 3 hours, but I appreciate you saying that you would stay as long as we had questions. So we will find the right balance for you, Secretary, and an esteemed team. So please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd actually planned for 4 hours.
No, I think everybody coming after you is hoping that is not true.
Testifying for 3.5 of it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So good morning, all. It is wonderful to be in community with you all. I will start with thanks first to President Shute for hosting us this morning on this beautiful space and this beautiful campus on this beautiful day. I also want to just take a quick moment and extend my thanks and well wishes to the colleague to my right as he moves on with the next chapter of his life. We've been in the trenches together for 1 year now, and I appreciate everything that he's done for the Commonwealth and for me personally. So wish you well, good sir. And then before I dive into testimony, I will say that developing a budget is a heavy lift, and I've now had an opportunity to participate in the development of 2. It's a lot of work, and so I want to thank the teams at DESE, DHE, and EEC for their hard work, as well as my colleagues seated behind me for all the work they've put into this very thoughtful budget that we're going to present to you today. As I mentioned, I'm joined here by Commissioner Riley, but also Commissioner Ortega, Commissioner Kershaw, all of whom you'll hear from in just a few minutes. I'm grateful to them, all of them, for their partnership, deep commitment over the last year, envisioning a stronger and better education system in Massachusetts. We've been building a system that meets this moment, focuses on unmet needs of our students, educators, and greater school communities while continuing to strive for a more affordable, competitive, and equitable Commonwealth. Now, last year, I'll ask you to recall that I had the distinct honor of sharing with you some ideas wrapped up in a framework that we intended to apply to policy development and resource allocation in the Executive Office of Education. That framework stood on three organizing principles: stabilize, heal, and transform. These principles became the anchor for our discussions, served as a lens to analyze, to be sure. I think most importantly, each principle is in and of itself a broad and bright North Star goal. In year one, we leveraged the framework as guidelines for the development of policy and the assignment of dollars, yes, but stabilize, heal, and transform stands as an ongoing accountability mechanism for my office and for this administration. As set forth in last year's budget, we began with a genuine commitment to stabilizing and healing. And in this first year, we've established a strong foundation while sowing the seeds for transformation. I'm really proud of the substantive steps forward that we've taken in each sector from birth through college, steps that bring us even closer to ensuring that every student, every single student in the Commonwealth, child or adult, and regardless of circumstance or status, has access to a high quality education, the high quality education that he, she, or they deserve. We couldn't have done it without your partnership, and we really appreciate your collaboration in moving these investments forward. In just our first year, with your support, we've made historic investments and policy changes that have cemented a strong foundation for stabilizing and healing. We made universal free school meals permanent for public schools to ensure that this crucial element of the student's hierarchy of need is met every single day. We also added supports for social and emotional wellness and mental health across all levels of our education system, improving resources for educators and students alike. And in the face of a federal funding cliff, we delivered $475 million in state-funded stabilization grants for early education and care centers across Massachusetts. We also began to sow the seeds for transformation, making changes to expand access, improve student experiences, and the quality of teaching and learning. We are reimagining high school through pathway programs, empowering high schools with stronger college and career advising and students with engaging, applied, hands-on learning experiences before they graduate. This year, we awarded new innovation career pathway designations to 27 additional high schools across Massachusetts, growing the program by more than 30%. And launched a brand new career pathway focused on clean energy in the climate sector. We anticipate approximately 1 in 4 high schools will be enrolling students in one of 6 types of innovation career pathways next year. We expanded the early college program, which now supports more than 8,200 students. This year, with earning college credits in a supported environment at no cost to students and their families. We anticipate that approximately 10,000 students will be participating in early college programs next year. We made headway in a number of our priorities that drive excellence in the classroom, including requiring early literacy screening for every student in grades K through 3. Delivering preschool partnership grants to start the transition to universal preschool access in gateway communities, and establishing pilot programs to enhance the resources for early educators through child care grants, which assist in recruitment and retention of staff. We delivered Mass Reconnect, free community college for residents aged 25 and older, on top of historic financial aid expansions at UMass, our state universities, and community colleges, both for Pell-eligible students and middle-income students. And because of leaders in the legislature, we established tuition equity in Massachusetts, allowing undocumented students to qualify for in-state tuition and state-based financial aid. And in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision on affirmative action, we formed an advisory council, released joint guidance in partnership with AG Campbell, and are coordinating efforts among the early education, K-12, and higher education sectors focused on the resolute commitment to increasing representation in higher education, particularly for students of color, multilingual learners, and all students who have been historically underrepresented. Each of these policy achievements matter, and each student that has benefited from them matters. And I've had the opportunity to meet a number of them. And yet, some folks in the room may have heard me say before that change is a process, not an event. We have a 4-year plan here, and we're only in year 1. A successful administration is about building on progress. Stabilize and heal are not one-year principles. They are not finite goals to achieve and then put in your rearview mirror either. They are a dynamic part of a continuing process to which we are accountable. You all know as well as we do that schools serve not only as a place for students to learn and grow, but as a support system for children and their families. And the reality is that although we have an education system to be proud of, one of the best in the country even, there remain far too vast inequities and opportunities and education outcomes for our students across racial and ethnic groups, zip codes, income levels, languages, and for students with disabilities. These opportunity gaps were only exacerbated by the pandemic. They continue to be felt as students and their families grapple with housing insecurity, food instability, or the many difficulties that come with being a newly arrived immigrant in a place far from home. We believe deeply that it shouldn't matter where a student comes from, whether they're born here or got here yesterday, or what their housing status is. Every student deserves a high quality education. So we're starting from that core value and moving forward. In Governor Healy's FY25 budget proposal, we've laid out a plan to continue to stabilize and heal, meeting student needs inside and outside of the classroom. In our K-12 schools, this begins with fully funding the Student Opportunity Act at $7.6 billion, including $6.8 billion in Chapter 70 funding to ensure that our schools across Massachusetts have the resources they need to deliver a high-quality education for all learners, regardless of zip code or socioeconomic status. That would be a $263 million increase in Chapter 70 funding over FY24 to deliver the largest investment in Massachusetts school funding history. We're also proud to invest $15 million in rural school aid, maintaining the nearly tripling of this amount from last year's budget to meet the unique needs of rural schools and across Massachusetts. We will continue universal free school meals with an investment of $170 million so that students will have more of their cognitive resources available for learning instead of consumed with from where their next meal is coming. We will increase our commitment to student mental health, proposing nearly $25 million for mental and social emotional health supports to address student need across all levels of education. That investment includes a new $5 million investment from my office to develop and implement a statewide birth through higher education strategy for mental and behavioral health. We know that mental and behavioral health is a critically important issue. We want to be able to provide a strategic framework developed with stakeholder input and expert input to help align and strengthen statewide efforts from early education and care through higher education. On top of this foundation, next year we will nurture and cultivate the seeds of transformation by adding quality improvements and better targeted programming. We plan to achieve that with a bold investment in our earliest learners. We're starting by continuing another year of C3 stabilization grants across our mixed delivery early education and care system. These grants have been a game changer for our child care programs and families. Thanks to the FY24 budget investment in your partnership, grants kept 7,000 programs open, led to the increase of new programs of 7%, and opened up 10,600 childcare spots in the last year alone. As the Department of Early and Education and Care has focused on expanding the childcare system and increasing the number of childcare and preschool slots available to Massachusetts through C3 grants and other programs like Childcare Financial Assistance, Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative, and Workforce Pilots, system-wide capacity has indeed grown. Under child care financial assistance, we've actually just achieved our pre-pandemic caseload of 58,000 children, an incredible sign of success in the stabilization of the system, and demonstrated progress expanding capacity. In FY25, we want to build on this progress. To improve family access, our FY25 budget proposal provides $914 million in child care financial assistance for nearly 60,000 Massachusetts children. We're also proposing an increase in child care financial assistance eligibility from 50% of the state median income to 85%, helping more working families across Massachusetts access the care that they need to participate in our workforce and our economy, while also providing more children with the early education setup they deserve. With $75 million in expansion and expanded funding, we plan to extend financial assistance to 4,000 additional families who become eligible. Additionally, that $914 million in child care affordability funding bolsters family access to child care by annualizing the $65 million in FY24, the $65 million in FY24 child care provider rate increases, and proposing $20 million for new rate increases in FY25. Increased rates will expand care opportunities for families receiving child care vouchers while helping support providers and early education care workforce. Governor Healy highlighted the vision and goals of Gateway to Pre-K in her State of the Commonwealth. We've set a new goal to achieve pre-K access for every 4-year-old in a Gateway community by the end of 2026. That means a seat in the classroom for over 23,000 children. That's why we're recommending $38 million for the Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative, a targeted effort to expand access to high-quality preschool for 4-year-olds across the state with a focus on Gateway communities. This is an $18.2 million expansion to the Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative, allowing additional districts to participate in the program and expand district-wide preschool access across those communities. With this investment, we are working to ensure that all 4-year-olds receive equal access to high-quality preschool, while ensuring multiple provider options exist to meet the needs of working families. Some of this funding will also continue a program that I'm sure you're familiar with, Summer Step Up, which supports kindergarten readiness to preschool students in the summer months. And while we're starting with our gateways, we won't stop there. The governor has signed an executive order calling for the whole of government to lean into early education and care, the challenges therein, with express goals of expanded access, lowered costs, while safeguarding quality. This calls for a work table with seats for every facet of state government, champions of early education, providers, businesses, and more who want to partner towards solutions. By nearly every metric, Massachusetts has the best schools in the country. We've been #1 for a long time in achievement, but that number masks critical inequities. An area where those inequities persist more than others is early literacy, the reading proficiency scores of our young learners. This has been a priority for me personally since I joined the administration 1 year ago. Thanks to the vision and subsequent efforts by Commissioner Riley and the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, some notable pieces of the groundwork have been laid. This school year, all districts are required to use evidence-based literacy screeners in grades K through 3, and educator prep programs will be required to train elementary teachers in evidence-based literacy strategies. All important steps in transforming early literacy in the Commonwealth. With Governor Healy's support, we're introducing a brand new multi-year initiative to improve reading success. It's called Literacy Launch, and it's targeting literacy learning from age 3 through grade 3. Backed by a budget investment of $30 million in the first year alone, we will make high-quality instructional materials available to more districts. Schools using these evidence-based approaches are seeing major gains, building off proven programs like Growing Literacy Equity Across Massachusetts, or GLEAN. We can bring that impact to every classroom. And one of the most important aspects of that plan is how we'll support teachers in adopting best practices. Literacy Launch will make professional development available for free for all districts with K-3 educators. We'll also include broad-scale support for early childhood educators who support literacy in preschool. On top of making professional development available to educators in grades K-3, our goal is to begin supporting around 45 districts over the first 2 years in a transition to strong evidence-based literacy programs, some of whom have not yet adopted high-quality curricular material, and some who have adopted such material but have not supported effective implementation strategies. In addition to those supports, we plan to have a separate opportunity to allow districts to adopt Apple Seeds, a DESE-developed free evidence-based literacy curriculum to support less comprehensive literacy curriculum materials that some districts are using. We aren't the only state focused on literacy, but our approach is one of the most comprehensive and will make nearly 6 times more state funding available for districts addressing early literacy. If we provide districts with the support that they need and the funding necessary to adopt the best practices, we can work together to make long-term changes in literacy practices across the Commonwealth. We're also making nation-leading changes in our higher education system. Mass Reconnect has already had a significant impact. Since its creation last year, Mass Reconnect has covered the cost of education for more than 4,500 students. That's right. We also welcomed more than 8,400 new students who are 25 years of age and older to community college campuses across the state, representing a 44% increase in new students 25 years of age and older compared to fall 2022. We're doubling down on that success. Next year, we plan to increase funding to Mass Reconnect by 20% to $24 million. To improve access to education, our budget proposes, $255 million overall for financial aid and student success, which includes $80 million in fair share funding to sustain our Mass Grant Plus expansion financial aid increase, maintaining free tuition and fees and funds for books and supplies for all Pell-eligible students, and reducing out-of-pocket expenses by up to half for middle-income students, or those earning between $73,000 and $100,000. The financial aid increase and fair share funding also covered the cost of implementing tuition equity. We also proposed $125 million in capital funding to improve facilities, buildings, and infrastructure serving our higher ed students. We want to ensure that our students are learning in updated and modern environments to gain the skills required for a successful career. And we want to address the decarbonization and deferred maintenance challenges on all of our public higher education campuses. With the $50 million in higher education capital investment in FY24 this year, we're proud to sponsor projects on all of our community colleges, state universities, and UMass campuses that are enhancing energy efficiency and decarbonization as part of our whole government approach to clean climate. And as we see a resurgence in public higher education enrollment, it's never been more important to think about how we're preparing our campuses for the future. Supported by expansion to financial aid with things like Mass Reconnect and tuition equity, we've seen the first enrollment boost in nearly 3% across our state public higher education institutions following nearly a decade of enrollment declines. In large part, that system-wide expansion was driven by an 8% enrollment at our community colleges. Every single one of our 15 community colleges, including the one we're at right now, saw gains. That's a win for our colleges. That's a win for our students. That's a win for our employers and economy. When we open the doors to education, we all succeed. And as we bolster our higher education system, we must reinforce the pathways that allow our high school students, all of our high school students, to get there. With our budget, we want to ensure that what students learn in school helps them get to where they want to go. That's why we're continuing investments in transformational programs that reimagine high school, like Innovation Career Pathways, Early College, Career Tech Education, with a $47 million investment for these high school pathway programs, including a $5 million investment for broader pathway program support for areas like MyCap, which stands for My Career and Academic Program, and Academic Planning Professional Development, work-based learning, planning, and professional development resources for educators. In our first year, we've actually used FY24 budget dollars to begin stabilizing and healing education across Massachusetts and laid the groundwork to transform education even further for our students, schools, communities, and families. With the budget laid out in House 2 for FY25, we will continue to build a strong foundation to stabilize and heal and sow and nurture the seeds for transformation. For all of our students, we're envisioning the education system you deserve from birth to career as an infant or as an adult. Every Massachusetts student doesn't just deserve an education, they deserve the best education, no matter their circumstance, because when our students reach their potential, Massachusetts does too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Secretary.
And with that, why don't I turn to Commissioner Kershaw?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Assistant Chair Comerford, Representative Vargas, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. I'm Amy Kershaw, and I'm honored to serve as Commissioner of the Department of Early Education and Care. I'm delighted to be in Greenfield. I spend a lot of time out in Western Mass, and I'm delighted to be here with my colleagues from higher education and K-12. And with all of you to share the significant investments the Healy Driscoll administration has proposed for fiscal 25 in early education and care. I take a moment just to recognize my colleague, Commissioner Riley. Our overlap has been too brief, but in that time, we have forged a significant partnership between our teams that I know will sustain in terms of ensuring a strong pipeline of education between early education and K-12. And we will miss you and we wish you well. I want to start my testimony by saying that the top priority for the Department of Early Education and Care is the health and safety of the children enrolled in our early education and care programs. We have among the highest licensing standards across the country, and we are even in a revision process to strengthen those further. We also ensure health and safety through our background record check process, which, as I reported to you last year, has been in a major overhaul and reform since 2022. I offer this testimony on top of those commitments and foundation within our system. I have the privilege of serving alongside nearly 250 dedicated public servants at EEC who work across 6 offices in the Commonwealth, including 5 regional offices. Nearly 70% of our staff work in one of our regional offices, including our licensors and investigators. We license, monitor, and provide technical assistance to more than 8,000 early education and care programs that serve children and youth across the Commonwealth. These include family child care, center-based early childhood programs, out-of-school time programs, residential group care, temporary shelters, placement agencies for foster care, or adoption services. Together, these programs have the capacity to serve more than 245,000 youth and children. EEC also administers child care financial assistance, which supports access to subsidized child care for approximately 58,000 children, including more than 2,000 staff working in early education and care, thanks to a pilot program that the legislature approved 2 years ago, as well as almost 22,000 children from families receiving services from the Department of Children and Families and the Department of Transitional Assistance. Since its lowest point in the pandemic in January 2021, the caseload has increased 33%, up to, as the secretary said, 58,000. And I am very pleased to report that for the first time in many years, the agency anticipates spending every dollar that you have appropriated to serve the children who are eligible for these services and their families. We also provide professional development support for the state's early educators, quality and operational supports directly to early education and care programs, and through our community partners, parent support and early literacy services for families. EEC and the diverse network of early education and care programs we oversee share a dual mission: to provide access to stable, affordable childcare so families can work, and to provide safe, high-quality learning experiences to prepare children for success in school and well beyond. Early education is foundational to closing the opportunity gap in Massachusetts, bringing economic equity and mobility to families, as well as educational opportunities to their children. Access to affordable childcare is an engine of our state's economy, enabling families of all income levels to participate in the workforce. We are both the workforce behind the workforce and the beginning of the educational journey for many of our youngest learners. Under Governor Healy's leadership and in partnership with the legislature, thank you very much. This year, we made significant strides in stabilizing and healing the early education and care system, establishing a strong foundation and building the pathway for transformation, mainly through two equally important levers that we discussed last year. The first is direct support to programs to provide that stable operational support and target resources to staffing through our Commonwealth Cares for Children, or C3 program. The second lever is direct needs-based financial assistance to increase families' purchasing power in the market and help pay for the cost of childcare through reimbursements to our childcare providers that receive childcare financial assistance. Early education is a top priority for the administration, which is reflected in Governor Healy's historic budget proposal, funding EEC at $1.56 billion. In the first year of the administration, again, with your partnership, we received the highest funding level of the agency has ever seen. And this year, we're proposing to go further, increasing EEC's funding by nearly 4% over the fiscal 24 budget. This allows core services and programming to continue while also targeting investments to increase affordability access for all families and new educational opportunities for their children. The Healy-Driscoll administration's Gateway to Pre-K initiative, highlighted in the Governor's State of the Commonwealth and supported in this budget proposal, sets Massachusetts on the path towards fundamental transformation in our early education and care system, which is long overdue. A key component, as the Secretary mentioned, is continuing Commonwealth Cares for Children this year at $475 million. I want to thank you again for your partnership in sustaining this program in fiscal 24. This shared commitment has set Massachusetts apart from virtually every other state in the country. C3, as the Secretary said, is a game changer for our early education and care programs and the families and businesses they serve. Your support, while other states faced a federal funding cliff, enabled our programs to continue to build capacity and grow the system. As the Secretary said, 37,000 seats compared to the pandemic low in the spring of 2021. A 7% increase in this last year alone. This program works. C3 is not only enabling programs to remain open, but is also supporting system-wide growth through ongoing investments in workforce, quality, and affordability. We have seen much needed increases in educator salaries and compensation over the past 2.5 years. And a majority of the programs report that thanks to C3, they're able to do this without passing that cost along to families. The C3 program worked during the pandemic to stabilize the system. We are now in a better position to initiate needed adjustments that make it more sustainable and predictable for programs and the Commonwealth, better direct resources to programs serving low-income families, and ensure the program operates within its budgeted appropriations. We look forward to working with our colleagues in the legislature to sustain this critical program in FY25 and beyond, while also making important program changes to reflect the shift from this COVID era stabilization to ongoing operational supports. The second part of the Gateway to Pre-K agenda, as the Secretary mentioned, was around childcare financial assistance, increasing eligibility from 50% of state median income to 85% to reach more low and moderate income working families. The governor's budget also includes additional new funding resources to provide at least 4,000 more children with access to early education and care, enabling their parents to go to work or return to work. In fall of 2023, EC began implementing significant reforms to our childcare financial assistance system, updating our regulations and policies to simplify the application process, reduce paperwork, and better support homeless families, families with disabilities, and families facing domestic violence. Governor Healy's Future Tech Act also proposes $12 million to improve our technology systems, continuing to improve the user experience and making it easier to do business with EEC, as well as providing a more modern and respectful experience for families. We ask for your support of that proposal as well. The budget includes investments in childcare financial assistance rates, as the Secretary mentioned. In January of this year, the Board of Early Education and Care unanimously approved transformational changes to the way we reimburse providers, using the cost of care as a metric for setting rates for the first time. The approved rates make significant progress on addressing long-standing inequities in rate amounts by geographic region and age group. And I'd like to take a moment while we're in Western Mass to recognize that Western Mass was one of the areas that had long-standing inequities, and we saw significant increases in the rates here in Western Mass, and those are being implemented as we speak. We look forward to expanded access for families here in Western Massachusetts, as well as additional providers being willing to participate in our financial assistance system. We also recently became one of the first 6 states in the country federally approved to move forward with an alternative methodology when setting rates, allowing us to set rates based on the cost of care rather than the market rate or price. As the Secretary mentioned, the governor's budget includes annualizing that $65 million that we are implementing this year to make those transformative rate changes, as well as an additional $20 million so that we can continue down that reform path. The third component is setting a new and clear goal of delivering universally accessible, high-quality preschool through our Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative. Proposed to be funded at $38.7 million. It would allow us to expand partnerships between our school districts and community-based programs. CPBI supports access to low or no cost preschool for families, high quality aligned curriculum for children to prepare them for successful kindergarten entry, and ensures our youngest learners with disabilities are truly able to receive the service they need in the least restrictive setting. It also ensures we are building on the incredible resources and existing capacity within our diverse mixed delivery system, putting family choice at the center of our work and not disrupting care options for infants and toddlers. As the Secretary said in January, Governor Healy signed an executive order calling for the whole government approach to childcare. This bringing together of the administration's secretariats reflects the growing recognition that the impact of the state's childcare system extends far beyond classrooms and play spaces and children's academic success. It impacts the employment and financial decisions of families and the economic realities of business owners and our communities. It is a vital part of the infrastructure that makes Massachusetts a thriving place to live, learn, and work. The governor's call to action will help to identify shared opportunities across government to support access, affordability for working families, and address recruitment and retention among our employers, while simultaneously supporting the growth of the child care system and their workforce. By working closely with our partners across state government, particularly in the executive offices of Labor and Workforce Development and Economic Development, we have the opportunity to address one of the biggest challenges still facing our system: recruiting and retaining a robust early childhood workforce. Our most recent C3 data shows that while educator wages have continued to rise, they remain low. And a third of all centers report being unable to serve their full license capacity, with unfilled staff openings being the most commonly cited reason. This year, we worked with our colleagues at the Executive Office of Labor and Workforce Development and early childhood leaders to promote and expand apprenticeship opportunities as a key strategy to build the pipeline of new staff joining the field. It is the #1 top growing apprenticeship program in the Commonwealth today. We are working with our colleagues at the Department of Higher Education and with our 2- and 4-year public higher education institutions, including Greenfield Community College, to make college more affordable and accessible for those working or hoping to work in early education and care. The governor's budget includes $10 million for our career pathways, a partnership with the state's 15 community college that offers early educators opportunity to gain skills and knowledge to advance their careers, attain a degree, and continue their education, all while working in an early education and care program. Later this spring, we'll be rolling out changes to the Early Childhood Educator Scholarship Program that we administer in partnership with the Department of Higher Education to make it easier to receive these funds and attain a 4-year degree. Over the past year, EEC restructured the agency's operations and business processes to modernize and improve how we do business and the user experience for families and providers, as well as for EEC staff. We continue to build and strengthen capacity with the agency, including across family access, research and data analytics, and our IT systems. The proposed investments through this year's budget will allow the agency to continue our system strengthening work. Finally, I want to highlight the important recognition and participation of the preschool programming within Literacy Launch. I'm proud that this year, in partnership with our colleagues at the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, we invested $850,000 to increase access to evidence-based and culturally responsive literacy supports. Literacy Launch will allow us to go much further, helping children to develop the language and literacy skills they need, closing learning gaps before they enter kindergarten. Last year, Secretary Tutwiler set out a theme for our work: stabilize, heal, transform. The governor's proposed investments for FY25 will enable us to continue to stabilize and heal our sector while catalyzing and accelerating the transformative work underway at EEC, the work to move the Commonwealth system toward the equitable and modern one we all envision and that Massachusetts families and educators deserve. I'm grateful for the opportunity to provide this testimony and to do this work, and I look forward to the opportunity to continue to partner as we modernize and transform our system. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair Comerford, Chair Vargas, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's fiscal year 2025 budget recommendations as filed by Governor Healy. My name is Jeffrey Riley, and I am the outgoing Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education. Previously a longtime district educator, I entered into state service when Governor Patrick asked me to go to Lawrence. Since then, I've had the opportunity to work for 2 other great governors on behalf of the students of the Commonwealth, and it has been a pleasure. And I would just want to take a moment to thank all of you for your support for our children over the years, your unwavering commitment to their well-being. It could not have been done without you. As my outgoing gift to you, I will attempt to be brief in my testimony. I'm pleased to be with you today to provide an overview of Governor Healy's budget proposal for the K-12 education sector and to discuss how this budget aligns with the Healy-Driscoll vision for our K-12 public education system. As the governor stated in the executive summary of our administration's FY25 budget proposal, our Massachusetts education system from kindergarten through college is our calling card, but we can and must do more. I agree, and I want to commend the governor and our team for proposing investments that support our children holistically from early childhood through post-secondary education. I'm extremely inspired by the commitment of my colleagues here today. Together with Commissioner Kershaw and Commissioner Ortega, under the leadership of Secretary Tutwiler, I believe we can and must do more to improve the educational trajectory of our students across the state. Before we look ahead, I want to take a moment to highlight some of the accomplishments in K-12 that have taken place this past year. Reaffirming our commitment to supporting the whole student and made possible by the Healy Driscoll administration with your support in FY24, we guaranteed universal no-cost school meals for all public K-12 students in Massachusetts, a truly monumental accomplishment. Thank you for that. Based on growing evidence on the negative impacts on academic, social, emotional, and mental health outcomes, we supported over 75 districts and schools in implementing policies, programs, and practices that address the use of electronic devices by students in secondary schools. We also launched a campaign to reduce chronic absenteeism, taking a comprehensive approach through grant offerings, technical assistance, parent outreach campaigns, and other communication strategies in order to support districts and schools in promoting consistent school attendance and engagement in learning. You may have seen Secretary Tutwiler's face on an ad or a billboard while riding the T or out and about, encouraging students to have school be part of their lives, and that work continues. We think last year we were one of the most improved states in the country on chronic absenteeism. We think we're on track to do as well or better this year. So the work continues. We also approved a new comprehensive health and physical education framework, a framework that, as many of you know, had not been updated since 1999. And as someone asked me, have things changed since 1999? And the answer is yes, things have changed. The updated framework is inclusive, medically accurate, and developmentally and age appropriate. Consistent with our vision on deeper learning, we also supported districts and schools in the adoption and skillful implementation of high-quality instructional materials and prioritized a comprehensive approach to early literacy. We have been strengthening services for students with disabilities, including through the IEP Improvement Project. Following the release of the new IEP last year, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has been supporting district schools and other stakeholders with this new student-centered process. The department has continued its long-term commitment to building and sustaining a diverse and culturally responsive educator workforce. These strategies include establishing school and district leadership pipelines through various kinds of programming, providing alternative pathways to licensure, and establishing the state's first registered teacher apprenticeship program. This year, the department also implemented numerous statewide supports and resources to assist the large number of districts that are experiencing an influx of newly arrived students as part of the state's Emergency Assistance Shelter Program. Looking ahead to FY25 and building on the Secretary's principles of stabilize, heal, and transform, we at DESE are actively working to realize our educational vision, that all students are known and valued, learning experiences are real-world, relevant, and interactive, and individualized supports enable all students to excel at grade level or beyond. I'm thrilled that the Healy Driscoll budget recommendations for FY25 allow us to deepen and expand the aligned supports that we provide to districts in service of this educational vision. Recently, the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education endorsed new statewide measures of progress. These ambitious measures include, by 2026, returning to pre-pandemic levels or higher of the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations on MCAS. By 2026, returning to pre-pandemic levels or lower of chronic absenteeism. By 2026, enrolling at least 85,000 high school students in a designated high school college and career pathway or program. By 2026, increasing the percentage of diverse staff in schools and districts to 17.9%. And by 2027, offering structured professional learning on evidence-based practices for literacy for all teachers and administrators with the responsibility for early literacy. The governor's FY25 House 2 budget proposal includes myriad investments, both sustained and new, that will help us and the schools and districts we serve and allow them to make progress towards these measures, as well as toward the learning experience laid out in our vision. We will start by sustaining our commitment to and investment in universal free school meals. In FY25, the FY25 House 2 budget proposal also fully funds the fourth year implementation of the SOA, the Student Opportunity Act. The $6.86 billion in this budget for Chapter 70 education represents a 4% increase over the fiscal 2024 budget spending. Reminder, the SOA is not solely about additional funding. It also requires that every district set clear targets for improving disparities in achievement among student groups and develop a 3-year plan to implement evidence-based programs to meet their targets. We look forward to working with all districts on their plan submissions this spring. In addition, House 2 proposed $503 million for circuit breaker, which in combination with the $75 million prepaid reserve account is projected to meet all eligible transportation costs reimbursable in FY25. We've also proposed $199 million in H2 for charter school tuition reimbursement, which we also think will meet 100% of the need. Governor Healey's proposal to fund a multi-year literacy launch initiative is truly historic and transformational. The Literacy Launch Program will target literacy learning for all students from age 3 through grade 3. The FY25 House 2 budget proposal includes $30 million to support this initiative. As I stated earlier, the department has been actively promoting culturally and linguistically sustaining evidence-based literacy practices and materials for students across the Commonwealth for some time, and we are committed to continuing and expanding that work. This new funding will allow us to broaden our reach and deepen our support to districts and schools by expanding initiatives such as the adoption and implementation of high-quality early literacy instructional materials, including our Apple Seeds program, the state's own early literacy foundational skills curriculum that the secretary mentioned earlier, universal professional development available to all pre-K through 3 educators across the staff, and grant funding to support these efforts in districts and schools. The Literacy Launch Initiative will be transformational for so many students in Massachusetts, and I'm proud of our state for investing in this crucial area. The FY25 House 2 budget also includes $5 million in mental health and wraparound services. As a former adjustment counselor, and I know this is part of the secretary's push as well, this is critical. These funds will support the development and implementation of a statewide birth through higher education framework for mental and behavioral health. With $47.8 million investment in high school pathways programs, as well as $5 million investment in broader pathway program support, the department will continue to expand enrollment and access to our early college and innovative career pathways programs for our high schoolers. We will also continue to expand access to career and technical education, including Chapter 74 and After Dark programs, which allow more students to benefit from vocational technical education. At the secondary level, the Education Office and Department continued our commitment to high-quality college and career pathways in FY24, and we'd like to expand on that in FY25. We awarded new Innovation Career Pathway designations to 27 additional high schools across Massachusetts, growing the program by more than 30%, and we expanded designated early college programming, enabling more than 8,200 students to attend college courses for free while in high school. In FY25, we're looking forward to continued significant growth in our pathway programs as we aim to enroll 85,000 high school students in college or career pathway programs by 26. I look forward to working with the House and Senate to continue to finalize the state education budget, and I thank you for your time.
Commissioner, thank you for your service. Commissioner Ortega.
Sure, and I trying to use technology for the first time, so I hope I don't muck it up. And the first real-time adjustment was to say, don't say good morning, say good afternoon to everyone. So thank you to the team for the update. Good afternoon, Chair Comerford, Chair Vargas, esteemed members and guests of the committee. My name is Noe Ortega, and I have the honor of serving as the Commissioner of Higher Education. I also feel compelled to share what time I woke up to make the drive this morning, which was 3:30. Not because I had the longest drive, because at that time the 3 looked like an 8 and I thought it was late. So nevertheless, just wanted to partake in that offering. I also want to thank Commissioner Riley for his service. It hasn't been pointed out, but I think it's important. He led our schools during the pandemic, which was one of the most challenging times. And on behalf of those schools, thank you, Commissioner Riley, for what you've done. I am grateful for the opportunity to come before you today to testify on behalf of the Healey-Driscoll administration's fiscal year 2025 budget. Let me also take a moment to thank each of you and your teams for the time and effort that you expend and will continue to expend in the months ahead as you work to put the budget in place. Often, the work of our teams goes unseen, And I want to make sure that I acknowledge them, as well as those on my team who helped prepare me for today, and make sure that I serve and meet the expectations of those in the Commonwealth. You were all provided with a copy of my written testimony in advance, so it's not my intention to recite it verbatim. Instead, I'll use this opportunity to summarize our vision, work, and highlight a few key budget priorities for each of you. Our vision for the Commonwealth is that every student who aspires to do so is given the opportunity to pursue a college education, and that they are able to do so at a college or university that they feel is the best fit for them. We also want them to embark on their post-secondary pursuit without any concerns about their ability to pay or afford a college education. As you no doubt have heard me say time and time again, it's not enough to provide access to our students. We must get them through the finish line and ensure that they're successful as learners in the Commonwealth. Massachusetts must not only be a leading state in education, but it must be an exemplar of what it means to lead, not just for some, but for all. This means we must be a leader in the amount of need-based aid that we provide our students. It's the only way to achieve true affordability. We must ensure educational attainment serves as a means for socioeconomic mobility. We must also close the attainment gaps that exist between historically underserved populations and their more advantaged peers. And we need to nurture and foster innovation as well as leadership for civic life. I'm happy to share before the committee today that we are well on our way to being an exemplar state. Over the last 5 years, Massachusetts produced the 5th largest increase in state support for higher education nationwide. This is something to hang our hats on and be proud of. This would have never been made possible without the collective efforts of the Healy Driscoll administration and each of you sitting here today representing the state legislature. All of you who remain committed to the promise of a more equitable and affordable system of higher education in Massachusetts. The FY24 budget was historic, and I want to take us through a few highlights as we move to talk about some of the FY25 as well, because I think it's important to put it in context. Now, it was historic in terms of what higher ed has seen for a long time. It was a significant investment. I'm not just saying that because it happened during my first year as commissioner, although it is a convenient narrative, but we nearly doubled our investment in need-based financial aid to move from 26 in the nation to number 12, which is a huge improvement in terms of what we've done for commitment to our students. Additionally, the Mass Reconnect program, as has been pointed out, which launched last year, made tuition and fees free for all students 25 and older attending the Massachusetts community colleges. In just one semester, we saw an enrollment growth of 8.7% increase across all our community college, this coming after a decade of decline. 4,500 students were directly served by Mass Reconnect across the state, and we welcome 8,400 new students that were 25 and older, a 44% increase, which is significant. Equally significant is the expansion we made to the Mass Grant program in Massachusetts as well. The department was able to leverage the $84 million that you made available to us this past year, and we took the unprecedented step, but a necessary one, to eliminate tuition and fees for every Pell Grant student in the Commonwealth attending any Massachusetts 2- and 4-year public institution. I think it's worth repeating that beginning this past year, students who are Pell eligible, whose families make less than $74,000 can attend any of our public schools for free. Free tuition and fees, I will add as well. We also provided them with a stipend of $1,200 to afford books and other supplies as well. The impact of the expansion did not end there, recognizing that college affordability also affects our middle class, and also recognizing that the median income in Massachusetts is $95,000. We expanded the Mass Grant Plus program further and reduced out-of-pocket expenses of tuition and fees for those families as well. We were not able to afford to cover the full cost of tuition and fees. However, we did cut those expenses by half. Therefore, non-Pell students whose families earn less than $100,000 a year can attend any of our state public colleges and universities for half the out-of-pocket expenses for tuition and fees. This is not a bad start, and we intend to try to continue to work with you to be able to do more. We estimate that the expansion program of the Mass Grant Plus program will result in some 25,000 students being provided with a more affordable path to an associate's or bachelor's degree in Massachusetts this year. Now, as a Texan who made his way to the sports town just a little over a year ago, I'd like to try a sports analogy to help further illustrate the impact of this program. Imagine, if you will, the seats at the Boston Garden, home of our beloved Celtics, filled to capacity with students from low-income families getting a chance to go to a public college of their choice here in Massachusetts because of you. That's a significant and no doubt point of pride for this state. Let me offer one more noteworthy highlight, which I think is worth reiterating, and the Secretary pointed out earlier. Something else emerged as a first in the Commonwealth last year. Beginning in the fall of 2023, the Commonwealth extended the provision of in-state tuition and state financial aid to undocumented students living in this state. Now we can definitively say and claim that our programs truly serve all those who are eligible. Let me turn my attention now to the reason why we're here today. The proposed fiscal year 2025 budget from the Healy-Driscoll administration. The budget builds on the accomplishments that I just outlined to you earlier, along with investments in opportunity and success for our students. It continues its support for the Mass Grant Plus expansion programs. It also includes a 20% increase for Mass Reconnect, a total $24 million that will allow our community colleges to continue to administer the program and even offer up services to support student success. Recognizing that it's not enough to get students enrolled in college, but to make sure that they get through, the budget also calls for a $14 million investment in the state's Success Program. The Success Program provides community college students with services like peer mentors, academic skills, workshops, advising, to name just a few. While the program is relatively new, early indicators suggest that it's already moving the needle on student success. Among the first cohort of participants, 67% persisted to the following fall, as compared to 51% of those who did not participate in the program. Certainly a program worth continuing to invest in. The governor's budget also includes investments in programs that target high school students to ensure that students are encouraged early on to pursue a post-secondary pathway. $47.8 million have been proposed for high school pathway programs. Included in these programs are initiatives such as dual enrollment, early college, which last year enabled 5,000 students to complete college credits during high school at no cost, truly an affordability strategy, while simultaneously allowing students to gain a level of comfort with college-level coursework to build their academic self-esteem. The investments outlined in this year's budget also shed light on the fact that the needs of students extend beyond academic success and their academic abilities. This is why the governor's budget calls for $5 million for the development of a mental and behavioral health framework that addresses the holistic needs of our learners. By emphasizing the importance of this framework from birth to higher education, will no doubt result in a cross-agency collaboration between DHE, DESE, EEC, the Executive Office, in order to improve our understanding of the best practices around mental and behavioral health. The budget also calls for continued support for our foster care students, $8.8 million in financial aid and fee waivers to help out our foster care students attend public or private institutions in Massachusetts as well. Now, all these investments would be in vain if we didn't also make sure that the learners of the Commonwealth were given access to up-to-date facilities which are conducive to learning and that would better position our students for successful careers. This is why the budget also calls for $125 million in fair share funding to support capital improvements across campuses, including laboratories, instructional facilities, infrastructure modernization, decarbonization, and much needed critical repairs. As the public college presidents and all presidents will rightly say to you and frequently point out to me, an investment in deferred maintenance is an investment in student success. Chairs Comerford and Vargas, members and guests of the committee, the proposed investments I have outlined here today no doubt put the Commonwealth on a path towards creating a more equitable, high-quality system of higher education, and one that is ever closer to fulfilling the promise of making college truly affordable for students and families who need the most support. For many of our students, education is the means of breaking the cycle of poverty in their families And if creating opportunities of upward socioeconomic mobility for students is not enough, investing in higher education benefits our communities and ultimately the Commonwealth. Students who succeed in our colleges and universities today will go on to be our healthcare professionals, educators, school administrators, business leaders, innovators, future commissioners, secretaries, and even elected officials. I continue to remain optimistic about the future of higher education in the Commonwealth. Let me close my remarks by once again thanking you and your colleagues for the continued support for higher education. I now welcome any questions that you may have and appreciate the opportunity to come before you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ortega, and thank you all for your heartfelt and thorough testimony. We very much appreciate it. I'm going to turn it now to Chair Vargas, who will kick off questions, and then we'll take questions from our colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, you mentioned 3:30 in the morning. I also was up at that time, not because I thought the 3 was an 8, but because my 2-year-old thought it was a good time to eat. So right there with you. Jumping right in, I want to quickly bring up something that was in the FY24 budget to see kind of where that's at right now. It's the Green School Works Initiative. I think it was within the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, about $50 million for that. And just curious as to what we did with that throughout the last sort of the current fiscal year and what we can expect on that.
I think that's for me. So DESE is working with Mass CEC, EOE, ANF, and the Climate Chief's Office, as well as MSBA to develop the program. Ultimately, we expect Mass CEC will run the program given their expertise in green building technologies.
Do we have a timeline on when that could?
We expect things to be, there has been a slight delay, as you know, and we expect things to be operation in short order.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Jump into universal school meals. Obviously a big fan of it, and thank you guys for championing it and continuing to sing it from the mountaintops. One of the things that makes it even more sustainable of a program is if districts, as you know, are accurately identifying the low-income students in their districts. And so I'm curious to hear about the work that's happening in districts relative to getting those accurate counts to maximize the federal reimbursements available for that.
So I would say, first and foremost, universal school meals for kids, breakfast and lunch is a game changer. What I would say to you as an educator is we talk a lot about Maslow before Bloom. And what that means is you need to get kids' basic needs taken care of, food insecurity, housing insecurity, their mental health. All of those things have to come first before you can even get to instruction. A kid doesn't know where he's sleeping. A kid who's hungry probably isn't going to care about learning about slope of a line in first period algebra class. So when you sort those things out ahead of time, you're more likely to get a good result. So I just can't say enough about what a game changer it is. What I'll say is this has been the first year of kind of implementing the program. A specific dollar amount has been put out. We're estimating, I think, to be slightly over that dollar amount, but we won't really know until we've got something happening March 8th, and then we'll have deeper figures shortly thereafter. But it won't be wildly different than the dollars that were outputted for that. In regards to signing kids up, there has been some change in the low income that, we're going back to the low income standard, as many of you know, and I'll bring Bill Bell up if you want to get into the details on that versus the economically disadvantaged. But what we've seen is the percentage of high needs kids in the state is at one of its highest levels ever, right? I think we're at like 45%. And so what I would say to you when we talk about things like early literacy and being really on top of our game, the demographics in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts are changing, right? We've been buoyed in some ways for years by well-to-do suburban families who often have time and money to provide extra resources to their kids, whether it's SAT prep or Russian math. And we have to recognize that our demographics are changing and parents may not have those funds. So we as a department and we in our schools have to be better than ever before in our teaching and learning and using the most up-to-date methods, which is where I think this literacy thing is going to be a game changer. Boy, I went in a lot of places there. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. And then my last question, just in the interest of time, there's a new mental health supports and wraparounds initiative in this budget, which is really exciting. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about what that $5 million will fund. What do you envision that going towards?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is really about developing a strategy. At present, I would say there's wide agreement around the idea or the belief that we have a mental health challenge. There are lots of different efforts happening across the Commonwealth on all levels. I would say they're not coordinated. We've not developed a shared definition of what the challenge actually is. We've not developed a framework for measuring our efforts and whether or not they're successful over time. And so those dollars are really designed to create that mechanism, build that framework, and sort of move from there.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so we have a flat line, so I will look for my colleagues to signal me when you want to speak. I did get a text from Senator Cronin, so I know you want to jump in, so perhaps we'll do that, and I'll look to catch other colleagues.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me? Yes.
Do you
Commissioner Riley, I want to start by, I have some questions surrounding vocational school education, but I want to start by just saying what respect I have for the job that you've done during your tenure as commissioner. Incredibly turbulent times, and because of your steady hand and your leadership, thousands of kids got a better education in Massachusetts. And that's not lost on me, and I'm really grateful for everything that you provided during really challenging times. Turning to vocational schools and admissions outcomes at vocational schools, DESE data clearly shows that selective admissions criteria, grades, attendance, discipline, subjective interviews, disproportionately excludes and discriminates against low-income applicants and protected classes of students, students of color, students with disabilities, English language learners. Do you believe that students that have performed less well relative to other students in traditional academic middle schools for a variety of reasons, reflected in lower grades, more frequent absences, and higher rates of discipline, can successfully participate in the different and engaging hands-on environment that CVTE provides?
Well, first, thank you for your kind words, Senator. And I would also say that vocational admissions has been on my mind long before I became commissioner. I remember being a principal of a suburban school, and I remember when one of my students, a young lady, was not able to get into the vocational school because she had a disciplinary offense against her in 6th grade or something, and it dropped her points, even though her family came out from a long line of, auto body welder folks, and she had skills in that area. And we really made a pitch to get her off the wait list and get her into that school. And so when I first came to DESE, we raised this question with our board. Do we have a system which is fair? And I believed that there were places that in different schools where things weren't fair. And so we asked the board to give me as commissioner the authority to intervene when necessary. And while we've gotten through COVID, I expect you will see interventions from the state in the coming year from us in places where we think there may be a problem around fairness. I think you and I may disagree. I think, and I might be wrong, but I think you may be interested more in a lottery for all vocational schools. I'm looking for a more targeted approach because I think there are a lot of schools that are doing the right thing, and I worry that if you do a lottery everywhere, you might actually have some unintended consequences and lose some of the gains you have in like special ed and things like that. But I do think the department has come up with a tool that's going to be released in the future that will allow us to intervene in a way we've never done before and provide more fairness for all kids in that admissions process. I would also like to remind folks that when I was the superintendent receiver in Lawrence, we started what we call an after dark program with the Lawrence Tech School, where students who didn't get in the first time or who came late to high school and didn't even have the opportunity to apply were able to kind of get a second bite at the apple by coming into Lawrence High at 11 in the morning for their academic classes until 2 in the afternoon. And then we would bus them over to the Voc School between 2 and 6 when the shops had gone dark to get their vocational training. And that was a pretty successful program. And it allowed kids to have kind of a second bite of the apple and allowed us to get more kids into that career technical education that they wanted. And as commissioner, we've brought that now out across the state. The After Dark program is in many communities. With that said, I think the vocational admissions bears watching, and there will be interventions. I would finally like to say, although this is what the board has given the department authority to do, obviously the legislature has the authority to step in and do something more if that's your purview.
I am grateful for the capacity that you've built in After Dark programs and the CTI program, and those are an incredible legacy. But I'd also like to note that after the board changes in 2021, and in response to the inequities that we saw because of your leadership and your data collection, most of the schools, I would charitably say, pirouetted around the margins. And in two equity metrics that I look at, opportunity gaps and admit rates, post 2021 regulation change, the state moved backwards in all categories across those four protected groups. So I guess my question is, could you speak to the detriment that would occur by a lottery being implemented system-wide that you kind of referred to? What is the harm that you believe would be created by a system that, like charter schools, ensured that protected classes of students and low-income students get in at the same rate to a vocational school as their comparison peers?
Yeah, so it's strange to use the charter school comparison. I mean, I get that charter schools have a lottery. There are some in the traditional schools who would say that that wasn't a representative sample of students who were applying to charter schools, for instance.
Wouldn't that be a function of recruitment and admissions on the other side, separate from selection criteria?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. And we've seen districts that have tried to do, and we've given money for people to try to do a better job in recruitment. And we haven't seen the traction we have looked for in that area yet. That doesn't mean it's not coming, but I was hoping for more, frankly, on what we would see. Now, there are other people, as you know, that vehemently dispute the data and say this is not the right way to look at it. What I would say is we don't really know what a lottery would do if we imposed it on everyone. And as I said, there could be unintended consequences. So right now, I think we are actually above the state average in special education students. We might be below if we did a lottery. We don't know, right? And so we've tried to take a more targeted approach for people that we think are going to have a hard time justifying this fairness idea that we talk about.
And I'd push back respectfully that, the representative demographics of the special populations is the incorrect benchmark to compare with the student populations with respect to the civil rights standard. And Madam Chair, if you would give me just one more question.
One more question.
One more
and then
question.
I think we'll just have to make sure that we get everybody.
Absolutely.
I have to go to lunch with the senators after this.
I hear you. I think maybe up to the coffee room.
Yes.
The applicable federal civil rights standard prohibits the use of selective criteria at voc schools that has the effect of disproportionately excluding protected classes of applicants, unless that criteria is validated as essential to participation, not predictive of success relative to peer applicants, but essential to participation. And today there are glaring and I believe harmful inconsistencies in how both schools and the department is allowing schools to validate that criteria. And for example, Assabet and Worcester Tech have implemented modified lotteries. They have meaningfully closed the opportunity gaps that I use as a key equity metric. So given that admitting students based on rank order may be, and I believe is, inconsistent with the requirements of the applicable civil rights standard, why have you not yet prohibited schools from using rank order across the board?
Yeah, I mean, I would say junior year in college, I remember a statistics professor saying an important phrase to me. He said, people talk about lies, damn lies, and statistics. And we live in a world now where people are fighting over everything, what's true and what's not true, what the stats are and what the stats aren't. And what I would say is there are gray areas in that world. What we at the department have tried to do is take a targeted approach, which will withstand legal scrutiny, because I can guarantee you that once the department moves its tools out and starts taking action, that lawsuits will follow. And my job is to make sure that both that we have fairness for kids and that we win the lawsuits so that we can continue on to make sure that all schools across Massachusetts are fair.
Thank you so much. No more questions.
No more
One
questions.
comment, Mr. Secretary, I hope as we continue to work on these issues together, I would offer that a standard where we look back and say, whoops, we were out of compliance with the civil rights standard that year, is not a good standard system-wide. And I look forward to partnering with you and the department to develop that future. So
Thank you, Senator Cronin. Rep. Vargas and I are going to go back and forth. I have Senator Lewis on my list, but we're going to go to a representative
And
first.
House members that would like to speak, you can go ahead and text me. Rep. Kelly Pease.
Thank you. Appreciate your time today, Secretary and Commissioners, and I'll try to be brief here. I just got a couple of quick ones. For one, I've heard from some people that with the influx of the people coming into the state, that the resources are being spent on trying to deal with the language barriers, whether it's Creole or whatever, and it's taken away from special needs, like giving that extra assistance to the dyslexia kid or something. Is that, have you heard of that? Because that's what I've heard from a couple of people.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization. I think, as you folks know, additional funds were allotted for the incoming students, $104 a day. I mean, there's different monies that have been allotted. Now, there is a question of whether that's sustainable in the future, given the fact that the coffers and the legislature aren't filling up like they used to and whatnot. But I think right now, we have a situation where schools are going to take whatever kids come before them, because that's how educators operate, and are going to educate them to the best of their abilities. I do not believe we're seeing kids harmed that are traditionally been in the system for longer periods.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
On that really quickly, not to belabor. Thank you, Commissioner. I think it first bears mentioning that schools in this Commonwealth have responded in ways that are so impressive and so heartwarming, welcoming students and their families to the school, going to the end of the earth to support meeting the needs of those students. The state has supported that effort by the $105 per day per student, the $1,000 per student, the reimbursement for transportation, the support from DESE around translation supports, whether it's documents or directly as they partner in communication with families. So I would say that a really important, we've put our best foot forward in terms of supporting and meeting the needs of those families in ways that shows respect and dignity to them. And I really think it's important to raise that up on this question.
Oh, thank you. And you're right. You know, in the end, a kid is a kid is a kid, and you want to try to take care of them and help them however you can. My last question is, when you provide grants to the families that are under the 100K, I believe you said limit, right? And they are able to take courses, and if they fail that course, what happens? Are they able to take it again, or are they able to not take it again, or they have to pay for a course if they take it again? How does that work? I know in the military, when we got money, if you fail it, you got to pay it if you want to take it again. So.
Yeah, and so our state programs are tied to federal academic standards criteria, right? And so often there's got to be a minimum GPA that's taken by that has to be maintained by students, a certain number of hours depending on how much money they receive, right? So if they're full-time, they receive the full benefit. Students who fail a course are allowed to take it, but there are limits with regards to how many hours a program would cover over time, right? So once you start the clock on moving towards financial aid, there's a limit to how many hours it would pay overall. And so our state programs in most cases are aligned to that federal criteria.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Representative. Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll be happy to hear the topic I'm going to broach is less contentious than vocational school admissions, the topic of early literacy. Before, though, I want to first say to each of you what a pleasure it is to work with you, and how much we appreciate your leadership of the respective departments and the Secretariat. And I want to also publicly thank your teams for the invaluable work that they do as public servants for our students from the youngest age all the way through, well, really lifelong learning. and how important that is. And I also want to add my voice to Senator Cronin in thanking especially Commissioner Riley. I guess from your days as a guidance counselor and a principal, and then the incredible work you did in the Lawrence Public Schools, and then leading the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education for more years than most commissioners ever last, right? Given how challenging a job it is, without even suffering through a global pandemic, which you, of course, never imagined when you accepted the position. So want to publicly thank you, and we wish you well in all your future endeavors. So onto the topic of literacy. I think many people might, certainly members of the public, would be surprised to know that while Massachusetts, is the top state in the nation, at least as measured by standardized test scores, or close to or at the top in most areas, that when you look at the performance of our third graders, at least as measured by MCAS, which is an imperfect measure, but it's what we have, the percentage of students that are meeting or exceeding expectations in English language arts literacy is just slightly above 40%. Less than half are meeting or exceeding expectations, and that's the entire population of third graders. I don't think anybody would be satisfied with that, especially if we want to consider ourselves the top performing state in the nation. And then, of course, if you dig beneath that and you look at subgroups of students, right? Students of low income backgrounds, disadvantaged students, students of color, English learners, the proficiency levels are far, far below those numbers. So we all recognize this is something a very serious, significant challenge facing us. And I think most of us would agree that we'd be hard pressed to think of anything more important that a public education system needs to do than make sure that children can be proficient readers. My view, at least, the most significant and important thing we can do to move the needle here is early education and care. And so I fully support, everything that you've been discussing thus far, and the Secretary and the Commissioner Kershaw talked about, and the investments we have been making, and the investments we hopefully will continue to make to ensure more young children have access to high quality early education. I think that's probably the most significant way we can move the needle here. That said, I think there's also more we can do in terms of how we teach reading in our earliest grades. And I'm very, as I think you are, very sensitive to and want to be very careful and restrained about where and when the state steps in terms of decisions that are made at the local level by local school districts, because we all have great respect for the decisions, that rightfully belong with our local school committees and superintendents and their staffs, and frankly, teachers in the classroom. That said, I think we know there is very significant evidence that's accumulated, in the last several decades around better and worse ways to teach reading to students who otherwise will struggle to learn to read. This is not true for many students. Many are proficient readers without much instruction, but many other students really need high quality instruction. I know DESE has been focused on this for a number of years. Really, Commissioner, going back to 2018, 2019, has invested, has made it clear to districts what our expectations are. But it seems clear that too many school districts do not see it that way and continue to use methods for teaching reading that are not considered high quality and do not serve the best interests of those youngsters. And the administration is proposing a major infusion of funding for early literacy, right, using fair share dollars. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because certainly this is not an easy or inexpensive problem to address. And we certainly don't want to, have any kind of unfunded mandate on our public schools. I guess my question is to you all, I guess this is mainly for the Secretary and Commissioner Riley, but chime in, Commissioner Kershaw, as well, if you have a view on this. My question is that enough? Given how much evidence is already out there, given how long DESE's already been working to bring our school districts along, don't we need to do more in terms of not just a carrot for our school districts, which is the money and the bully pulpit, I guess, but to take stronger steps to ensure that all of our districts and therefore all of our youngest students get the benefit of the highest quality literacy instruction in our public schools.
I think that's a question probably better suited for your colleagues. What I would say is that we will review any legislation that reaches the governor's desk. Directionally, though, I think you can see Governor Healy's, this administration's commitment to making a substantive shift in a direction of making sure that every single student has an evidence-based literacy experience as they build those building blocks toward not just a skill set that is important for their academic lives, but for their lives in general. We really feel that strongly about it. And so what Literacy Launch will do is provide professional development in the pre-K space. It'll provide professional development in the K-3 space broadly. It'll provide an opportunity over the first 2 years for 45 districts to move in that direction. I know a host of other districts have moved in the direction of evidence-based literacy strategies, Lynn being one of those when I was a superintendent. And we're already seeing significant outcomes from those shifts. Districts that are in the GLEAM sort of support structure are seeing a decrease of 22% of students who are at risk for not meeting proficiency with reading. That's significant. It works, and we're not the only state having the conversation. I appreciate you lifting up the significance of the MCAS data. It shows up in other data sets. It shows up in the NAEP scores. If we go back to 2017 and look at fourth grade ELA scores, our Black and Brown students at that point were performing at a rate that was similar to white students in Mississippi, who at the time was last in the United States. They since have adopted an evidence-based literacy strategy that is getting rave reviews, and they've moved up about 20 spots in terms of their NAEP performance. And so this is not sort of guesswork. This is not it's not experimentation. This is a thoughtful, intentional strategy that is anchored in decades of research and outcomes. And so we feel very strong about the direction that we're going, and we'll review any legislation that lands on the governor's desk.
Yeah, just to echo the secretary, I mean, what I would say is education requires constant gardening, right? We're always trying to get better at our pedagogy and our practice. I can tell you I'm a better teacher now than I was as a first-year teacher in 1990 something in Baltimore City, because we've learned a lot, right? And we've gotten better and we practice more. And I just want to be cautious that, yes, we've been at or near the top for a long time, but I don't think we should break our arms patting ourselves on the back. Other people are catching up, and other people are using more up-to-date methods and pedagogy that we need to adopt. So I was just, I was euphoric when the governor came out with the Literacy Launch initiative. It also, ironically, helped congeal my thinking about stepping back, because I believe the next 5 years and the implementation of this work, of this initiative, is critical to what is going to happen in the state of Massachusetts going forward. Critical. And in my 7th year, I just cannot physically do another 5 years. And so I felt it was important to step back and bring in somebody who can go all out 80 hours a week plus on this, because I think it is the most important thing going forward. At the end of the day, how it gets launched is going to be up to you guys. And so our job at DESE is to implement the board's regulations and the state's laws. And so we're going to do what you guys think is best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Turning to House members now. For the edification of House members, we've got quite a few signed up. So if you could be brief with your questions, that'd be great. Rep. Higgins.
Secretary Tutwiler, Commissioner Ortega, probably no surprise to you that I have some higher ed related questions. I am proud to represent a gateway city, but our communities have access to college at less than half the rate of our neighboring communities. And as a first generation college student who am really grateful to have had parents who made sure that college was on the table and accessible for me and my younger brother. And a shout out to my dad who did that with just a ninth grade education. UMass Amherst opened a ton of doors for me. Community colleges opened a lot of doors for my brother, who's now in his first year as a vocational educator at our Center for Technical Education and Innovation at Leominster Public Schools. And for my husband, who went to Quinsigamond Community College, right? Like, we know how much these investments mean. And I'm so grateful for this administration's focus on really kind of riding the tide of our underinvestment in public higher education. There's a few things that we've been watching closely in Worcester County and just trying to get a better understanding of kind of the continuity of access from early college, which is a really great investment for first generation college students, to open that door, to Mass Reconnect, which kind of captures students after age 25. What have you been seeing in terms of that gap between students getting out of high school and not quite getting the help of Mass Reconnect, of making sure that they're making that connection to public higher education or higher education generally? And one of the concerns, and why I'm bringing this up, is in talking to both Mount Wachusett Community College and Quinsigamond Community College, they're seeing that increase in enrollment. They're not seeing a matched increase in credit hours taken. It's actually staying the same or dropping. And so I worry about what that means for my community. That means longer time getting to a degree completion, more ways that life can get in the way. And for my neighbors, public higher ed access might be that first thing that you've got to take off the table when you hit other challenges in your life. And just wondering what your plans are to kind of continue to increase this investment, make sure that folks have access not just at a 2-year public college, but at a 4-year public university, and really addressing making sure that those students have the financial support. Full disclosure, I'm a big fan of a first dollar tuition and fee plan, and happy to continue to work with you on that. And I have a way to pay for it too, and leave some money for our early education colleagues. But just really hoping to see kind of what the plan and progression is for these investments.
So why don't I start, and then we'll turn it over to Secretary Ortega. Prior to coming into state service, I spent a long time in the Boston Public Schools, and at the high school level, and I think Secretary would echo this, we saw a lot of really top students who would go off to college and then wash out after their freshman year, often with tens of thousands of dollars of debt around their necks. And these were good students, right? And something was missing. And so this early college program is, in my opinion, a game changer, because it allows students, many of kids, like when I was in Lawrence, they're first generation kids, to see college while they're in high school in a supportive environment where they're able to understand how to make a meeting with a professor, where the library is, what's the computer platform system that the college uses, and be ahead of the game. And what you see when you have kids in early colleges, they're more likely not just to persist after freshman year, but to graduate and go on and have better outcomes. And so there aren't a lot of silver bullets in education. Early college is one of them. Now, with that said, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we have a FAFSA problem that's been emanating. There's been some delays from the federal government. So my concern is that we may lose some kids, despite the fact that, and as Secretary said, Massachusetts has a really generous financial package for kids at the community college, the state schools, right? You can almost go for free, right? It's a fair statement, right? And I'm just worried that will somehow turn kids away, and we'll see lower numbers of students matriculate onto college this year than we have in the past because of that delay. And so that would be really problematic, because we know the handoff is crucial. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to the secretary.
I got my start in higher ed as an enrollment manager. And the one thing that I would look for is always the opportunity to bring students into my campus that I knew were going to be very likely of success, right? Because that really is the formula. And anyone who has some level of college knowledge before they enter For example, early college students moving from secondary into a community college or a 4-year, or an individual who has an associate's degree moving into a 4-year are more likely to succeed. And that to me is probably one of the biggest benefits that comes from the early college space. When we moved into making sense of the investments that were done last year in financial aid, aligning what was being done with Mass Reconnect for the 25 and older population between secondary and age 25, we had a gap that we needed to fill, particularly among those who needed the most funds. And so we moved very quickly to do what Commissioner Riley just said, to make sure that we had the second best nudge to match with college knowledge, which is the idea of tuition and fees for free at any of our public institutions. That in itself will capture more individuals to go through the pipeline. You mentioned a third thing, which I think is an area where, as we continue to evaluate the program, we would all agree needs improvement. Can there be more meaningful alignment between the courses that a student is taking at the secondary level and what it will transact into in terms of a credential move into a community college in a 4-year? The whole idea of improving transfer and alignment, or thinking about credits for the prior learning that the students have done. We must do a better job to make sure that individuals can begin to align those. And I think that's what you were pointing to. And for me, those are 3 important things. We work routinely with our school counselors primarily, and we've got a partnership through DESE where we do this to make sure that we provide them with resources to provide information to students for their post-secondary planning. We also have a state Gear Up program, which goes into particularly schools in the gateway cities to provide those students with additional resources to gain that information. So we're really trying to be holistic in the support there to make sure that we yield the kind of benefits that early college needs to have. So I appreciate you elevating that program.
You have other Senate members?
Nope. Keep going.
Okay. Next we have Rep. Vanna Howard.
You, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to each of you for being here and for your commitment and dedication, ensuring that our children are successful and ensuring that they receive the highest quality of education in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I have a quick question, really quick, to Dr. Ortega. You in your testimony, you brought up the success program, and you mentioned the success rate of 67% versus, I believe, 51%. The success program for all the 15 community colleges in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Can you elaborate a little bit more the demographics, why the 60% success rate versus the 51 of the peers that didn't participate among the 15 community colleges? What were the demographics that participated and did not participate? Thank you.
One of the things that's worth pointing out, particularly since we're having a budget hearing, is in terms of how far the investment can go in impacting all the students. When you think about the interventions that I cited, for example, peer mentorship, advising, these are all things that can be scaled up. But when you think about the real intervention, the one-on-one peer mentorship that can happen between a student and, let's say, a younger new entrant to the college, those are the things that yield the most benefits, right? And so it's those students who tend to receive that benefit that usually have the best impact. The program does target students who need the most support, right? Generally, that's measured by historically underserved in some way. Often we use criteria of socioeconomic status, right? This is why we often cite the Pell eligibility. Those are the ways that the programs are approached on the campus. So that's what makes up some of the difference with regards to the persons who benefit. For us, what's important is as we move into models that tend to start off as pilots, that we take those lessons of the impact and find a way to really scale them up to impact across all the areas. It's an expensive endeavor, and we want to make sure that we can demonstrate the efficacy of that investment to the legislature as we ask for incremental increase. There is the need to be able to do more in that area, particularly for all students, even if they don't sort of factor into whatever system the institutions have to identify them. So that's kind of the difference in the intervention that results in those outcomes. So much more to do in that space.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Muratori, followed by Blaze and Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Commissioners, for testifying today, and actually for all you do for the Commonwealth. And Commissioner Riley, it's been a real pleasure working with you over the years, and I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. And you know, in this era of negativity, the climate that we're in our business, it's easy to criticize folks, but you deserve so much credit for what you did during COVID. It was very much appreciated to the Commonwealth, and it was at a very difficult time. I believe that will be your legacy here in the Commonwealth, so we thank you for that. I want to jump back on, I have three different things, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I want to jump back on the vocational schools, and more of a broader question. Is there any thought to expanding vocational schools down the road? Instead of the lottery system, where we know we have so many students that want to get into it, and we have so many areas that we need, you know, construction folks and electricians and plumbers, and you name it, we need it desperately. Is there any discussion down the road about that?
So I want to be mindful that this is my question. My chief of staff texted me that the last question was not for me, and I answered it anyway. So I don't want to be that guy. What I would say is when you look at national data on student engagement, K to 12, kids in elementary school report being pretty well engaged. That drops off in middle school and drops significantly off in high school. Kids report being disengaged, being bored, saying to myself, what does this that I'm doing have to do with the real world I'm going out into? The only place that data does not hold true is with vocational schools, where kids can see the connection to the real world every day. And what we have now is, and I remember when vocational schools used to be the place where you didn't want to go.
Right.
Now it's the place where you do want to go. And in fact, traditional high schools now are bringing on vocational programmings to try to address that need. I do think it's worth a discussion about, is there an ability to increase vocational opportunities for kids across the Commonwealth?
Yeah.
Whether that's in the traditional schools or new buildings, I don't know, but I think it's worth a discussion.
Yeah, totally agree. Another one, and I think it's for you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ortega.
No, Commissioner Riley. You still have 2 more weeks left.
You'll get a full 2 weeks worth.
A plus, I'm sure. Going back to the emergency right to shelter and the children in the systems, and I do agree that the schools are doing a fantastic job. But maybe you can, I don't know if this is a myth or it's a fact or it's just, you know, people's rhetoric and concerns about the MCAS.
Yes.
So there's concerns that in my district that people are saying they're concerned that, you know, with the population that's come into the school districts, that it's gonna affect the MCAS scores and it's gonna lower the scores. And can you clarify that for the general public and particularly our teachers and
Sure.
parents?
So a couple things. We have been placing students in districts that have not historically taken in newcomers. So I remember speaking to a superintendent a few months back and they said, Jeff, what do you call it when, you know, you get like 20 kids from outside of the country in a 3-week period? And I said to that superintendent, only half kiddingly, well, in Lawrence, we call that Tuesday. But in Lawrence as a gateway city, we're set up for newcomers. We have the infrastructure, the systems in place.
Right.
A lot of other districts don't. And to the secretary's point, I have been blown away by what the schools have done to get organized to support all of the kids, including the newcomers in these districts, because it has been a change for them, right? And they've done a great job. Now, MCAS, I want to be clear. When we talk about migrants, we got to be kind of clear in our definitions. Sometimes we have migrant students from inside the country,
Right.
who move from down south up here,
Yeah.
who are English speaking and can take the MCAS in English. Oftentimes, migrants are students, we are considered students from outside of the country, some of whom may speak English and be able to take the MCAS. But if they're limited in English, they get a reprieve from the MCAS English Language Arts exam in year 1.
Thank you.
Now, I have some concerns about that. We don't have time to explore that, but they do have to take the science and math, and that is federally driven, right? And that is, you know, what we have to do to ensure that we keep our funding coming from the federal government. I would say very quickly, research tells us that it takes a student 5 to 7 years to be conversant in a new language, and yet we're testing kids after 1 year. I'm not sure that's exactly appropriate.
Mhm.
But again, things have to happen at a higher level and I think within the state as well.
Are you worried about the scores in the science area being affected by that or no?
You know, I
It's
think
a
that,
small amount.
I think it's a small amount of students. You know, I'm worried about all of our kids' scores. I think we saw, you know, we stayed number one after COVID, but we had significant losses. And those losses were really even more significant in urban areas, I would argue, that oftentimes were remote for longer and stayed out of school longer, right? Part of the reason the state and we stepped in at the department to override local control, which we don't like to do, was because we were worried about the significant academic losses and mental health problems that were arriving because kids were being placed out of school. And that was a very contentious thing to do, and it wasn't loved at the time by pretty much anybody, but we felt like kids had to go back to school.
Thank you. And last question, Commissioner Kershaw. Thank you so much for your leadership in early childhood. I am now a former daycare owner. I have given it up basically because of the C3 grants, because there was a conflict there. But I believe in those C3 grants so much. You called it a game changer. That's an understatement. The system would have collapsed. It would have collapsed totally. I believe more than 50% of the daycares would have closed if the C3 grants didn't continue. And I felt so strongly about it. That's why I gave up my interest and no longer involved, because they are needed. They are needed for the staff, for their wages, their benefits. It's crucial, and we still need more staff. And what we're seeing is the influx of kids coming into the daycare programs and not enough. And the waiting lists are growing still. So my question in there is the C3 grants, yes, they have to continue. There has to be an end game at some point. I realize that, hopefully not in the near future. But is there any thoughts to expanding and looking at the regulations for daycares and businesses? I believe, I don't think we'll ever have a capacity to open, I don't know, 1,000 more daycares in the Commonwealth. But I know there's a lot of businesses that may be interested and have spoken. I know, chambers of commerce have talked about this, and studies have shown having kids in the workplace where you are is beneficial for the children and for the workers as well. Any thoughts on how to expand that? And I think some of it, the reason I ask that, because I think some of the regulations may be a little bit tougher for people that have businesses. They may be able to have the spaces, but some of the regulations may be tough. Any thoughts on that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. And Secretary might want to weigh in too. So first of all, we couldn't agree more that Commonwealth Cares for Children has been essential to keeping our field afloat and in business. And now we really are seeing the benefits of it, not just stabilizing the field, but growth, increases in salary without passing those along. But staffed classrooms, you'll probably hear from your early education panel that demand for early education and care programs is continues. So we need to continue that program. And as I said in my testimony, we think there's opportunities to sort of really look hard at how we stabilize that program going forward so that it is intervening in the market in a way that really supports your experience in program. So glad to hear you may have stepped away, but you didn't close the program because we need as many as we can. So the other thing I would say is that the executive order is really designed to do exactly sort of what you've talked about, which is how are we going to look much more broadly at childcare's impact on the economic competitiveness of the Commonwealth and the ability for our employers to recruit and retain staff. I've been spending a lot of time with Secretary Howe from Economic Development, and she called childcare sticky. And I thought that was a very apt description. If families have access to childcare near or where they work, that is absolutely something that's going to help them be able to go to work, return to work, stay at work. So we have great hope for the work across the secretariats that don't just have EC looking at how do we intervene with this grant program or that funding stream, but really how do we look across government when we're thinking about housing, economic development strategies, partnering with employers and the business community. And in each one of those conversations, let's put childcare at the top and say, how can you make childcare more affordable or accessible for families of all income levels? Because that's who's really struggling to find care and to pay for care with the expense that we see.
Nothing more to add. That you said it all.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Blake?
Commissioner, thank you for your service. For better or for worse, what I'm about to address is the result of a 2018 report that you were instrumental in around the fiscal challenges facing rural schools. So I want to thank you for getting us started down that road and really recognizing the unique challenges that many schools are facing. Town meeting is a proud tradition in the 17 communities that I have the privilege of serving in the First Franklin District. And whether you're a community of 118 people like Rowe or 8,500 people like Montague, the school budget discussion is always very difficult on the town meeting floor. And I recognize that many communities across the Commonwealth have difficult conversations around school funding, but it is made more difficult in many communities in Western Massachusetts because many of them are butting right up against the Prop 2.5 ceiling. And the situation that rural schools are facing is dire. And it was detailed in the 2022 Rural Schools Report as such. And I'm quoting, "Rural school districts in Massachusetts struggle with a set of challenges that have left many students with less than they need and deserve. Some rural high schools have cut most of their AP courses, business programs, arts offerings, social studies electives, and world languages. Middle schools have lost their team structures or eliminated their math and reading support teachers, losing interdisciplinary learning opportunities. Elementary schools have lost reading and math support, and specialist positions such as adjustment counselors, nurses, and librarians have also been eliminated. As courses, programs, and extracurricular activities are eliminated, students leave these schools via school choice to attend charter or private schools. When this occurs, enrollments decline further, funding is reduced further, and a self-perpetuating cycle of decline results. Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for visiting Pioneer Valley Regional School District. I know it is not a visit that you will soon forget. And just as you had the opportunity to learn from students, teachers, and administrators that day, this committee has the opportunity to learn from experts in the field like you and those on your team today as we begin to craft the FY25 budget. And so given the extremely limited Chapter 70 growth for rural schools and little to no funding through the Student Opportunity Act, I'm wondering, in your opinion, is rural school aid the only funding mechanism currently available to stop the self-perpetuating cycle of decline in rural schools?
So first, I want to lift up and acknowledge how incredible that visit was. They're doing incredible work at that particular high school, that particular day. They were hosting their annual civility assembly to really come together around a core value of mutual respect, treating one another with dignity, and it was an honor to participate. And that is not my first visit to a Western Mass school. And I would say that my interaction with superintendents and principals in there in Western Mass has been, particularly in rural schools, has really underscored a lot of the challenges. They share them with me in no uncertain terms, and they are not bashful about doing so. I would say there are actually two things in the governor's budget that acknowledge some of the challenges in rural schools. One is a tripling of the rural aid, carrying that forth from last year. The other is regional transportation, which in this budget is higher than it's ever been. I know in particular that does provide relief for rural schools, and I know that's not the end. What I'm committing to is partnering to develop a solution while also acknowledging the challenges around declining enrollment and other factors that make this even more complicated.
No, I appreciate that. And, I will say that when rural school aid was first established in 2018, it was at $1.5 million. As you noted, today we're at 15 million. But by my count, if we continue this rate of investment, we'll reach the 2022 Rural School Commission's recommendation of $60 million in about 15 years, which puts rural schools even further behind than we are right now. And in your testimony, you stated that change is a process, not an event. A successful administration is about building on progress. So I'm wondering if $15 million for rural school aid is enough to stop the cycle of decline.
I'm saying it's a start, right? Again, in the FY24, it was tripled. We're carrying that forward with a commitment to partnering with you to develop a more robust solution.
Thank you. I appreciate that commitment. And I appreciate you bringing up regional school transportation. I wanted to ask you about this because what we're hearing is that it would reimburse districts at 80%. But what I'm hearing on the ground is that that percentage is much lower. So I'm just hoping you can clarify what percentage we're at.
I might need to call on my expert for that, Tom.
Tom?
It is projected to be 80%, says the expert. Tom, anything else to add?
Well, I said, you should speak higher than certain saying it's projected to be
60.
But it is a projection. 80.
And what are we at now? 82. Okay, so we're declining. We're declining in that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Rep. Holmes.
And then after Rep. Holmes, Senator Miranda.
Thank you. Thank you. I too want to begin by saying thank you, Commissioner, for your service and all you've done over the years. Not only have you been a great service to the Commonwealth, but a friend, and so very much appreciated. I have a couple questions for you. They begin with, I think, so much of what I've heard today has been about the first two steps, stabilizing, and my big question has been around what you guys see as transformational. And so, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but or thinking of it wrong, but in early ed, is the transformational piece the 3 C's, or are there other things that I should think of when I think of transformational in early ed?
Hello, Rep. This is Pat Tutwiler speaking. There's a few things in there that I would define as transformational. First, you heard the Gateway to Pre-K proposal, which expands pre-K opportunities to all 4-year-olds in Gateway communities by the year 2026. That, I believe, is transformational in the K-12 space. The Reimagined High School effort, which expands early college innovation career pathways to more high school students each year. I would define that as transformational. I'd also define in the higher ed space the significant steps forward with your partnership to address access and persistence in higher ed with the historical steps forward in financial aid, Mass Reconnect, the Mass Grant Plus expansion. Those are things that I would comfortably define as transformational.
And so when you say, and I would agree definitely with Mass Connects, but when you said that we're going to be healing and stabilizing the next 4 years, thereabout, there's a 4-year plan, when will I know that I have a new that the transformation has happened across the entire system? Because very much like what you guys have already said, we can be ranked number one, but obviously in the school districts that I represent, that number one ranking across the Commonwealth means very, very little. And so on all the things that you mentioned about literacy, when do you think we will have gotten, because that to me is transformational. The whole piece that says, grades, kindergarten to 3, you learn to read, and then the rest of your life you read to learn, right? So we got that. When will I at grade 3? That to me is really the mark for transformation. When are you expecting Black, brown students to get to white students? That's the transformation that I'm looking. When do you think that's going to happen?
So here's what I would say respectfully. First, white student performance is not the goal. Proficiency and beyond.
Love that.
Say
answer.
that.
Love that answer.
Then I would say that transition has already started, right? There are a number of districts through the GLEAM grant, the Growing Literacy Equity Across Massachusetts grant, which supports districts with not just shifting to high quality instructional materials, but really a systemic shift within the district that better supports the facilitation of evidence-based literacy strategies. As I mentioned that statistic earlier on in my commentary, 22% of students who are engaged in that program there's been a decrease of 22% of students who are at risk for not reaching proficiency. So we're already seeing that movement. The literacy proposal is really focused on onboarding 45 districts in the first 2 years. Those are significant steps forward that I think you will begin to see both in MCAS and other assessments, some pretty notable shifts in the right direction.
All right, just one last piece here then. Proficiency is definitely the goal, right? So when I think of the fact that Brook Charter School sent me something that says, hey, we had more students who were proficient in one school than from whatever they were doing, 3 to, I don't know if it was all K to 12, but it was more students, Black and brown, measured as proficient than all of BPS. That was a problem for me that one school was able to do that. So, and I agree. I love the answer of not white, trying to just get the white students. My last thing is on diversity. So early college, I heard a lot today about. That was a program that I felt like many white parents and students took advantage of, and not enough diversity. So can the commissioner give me some idea on what's happening with diversity there? And then you had a very aggressive goal, Commissioner O'Reilly, I think, around teacher diversity, getting to 17.9. How will you do that? Like, you've said often in many of these meetings, one Black, brown, Asian teacher in front of a student makes a large impact. How do we make that happen when we see so many Black and brown teachers dropping off the list for many, many reasons? We won't get into the MTELs and all of that, but many reasons. How would I get to that 17.9? That would be great to know.
So, yeah, okay, a few things. First, Rep, thank you for your long time friendship and partnership since my days in the Boston Public Schools. And a special shout out to your wife, who both of my children had, and my unruly children. And so she had to put up with them. So I want to thank you for that. The early college program serves predominantly students of color, and I don't have the numbers offhand, but we can get them to you. They are located mostly in gateway cities right now, so that is a program that has a heavy concentration of students of color in it. As far as diversifying the teacher corps, this is something that I worked on in Lawrence, where we were able to almost triple the number of Latino teachers in a 5-year period, doing things like tuition reimbursement from college, signing bonuses. We got them in a mortgage program that I'm blanking on the name, but it's going to come to me in a moment, where we were able to get our new teachers, many of whom were former Lawrence High School graduates, to come back to the city and get a mortgage for basically 1%. And with no down payment, no closing costs, and they wound up paying less for their mortgage than they would if they returned to the city and rented in Lawrence. And so these are the kind of things that we're bringing to the state to try to increase the number of teachers of color. When I started, 40% of our students were students of color in the Commonwealth, but only 8% of our teachers were. Right now, we're almost at 11%, which isn't a huge number when you think about it, but if you think about it statewide, it's a pretty good beginning. We want to get up to over 17% in the next few years, but it's going to take things like better recruitment. It's going to take things like better retention once teachers of color get in, giving them the supports they need to stay in. For instance, we found that a lone teacher of color in a predominantly white school is less likely to persist than if they had other teachers of color in that school with them. So we're looking at this from a variety of options, from financial benefits to licensure to cohorting of teachers and leaders too. So we have goals as well for principals and superintendents. And that work I hope will continue under Dr. Tutwiler's and whoever replaces me leadership.
I'm just saying, Dr. Tutwiler, 17.9 is a big number. We need everything that we can to try to get there. So it would just be interesting to know how you're going to make that happen. Because I hear you saying you want to make it happen, but you definitely got to put something together to get to 17.9. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate, again, all of you that you do.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Miranda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so sorry that I can't be on camera. I don't look as good as my colleagues. I look like who did it, it ran, so please bear with me. I just want to echo the sentiments of all my colleagues toward the secretary and the commissioners. As a proud Boston public school graduate, not the Latin school, but the O'Briens, who was able to go from public school as a first generation student to Wellesley. I understand the power of a great education, and I should not be the exception. I should be the rule, particularly in world-class cities. I'm going to just ask two questions. I had a few, but one is on deferred maintenance, and the other is for Commissioner Kershaw around early ed. There's been emotional and behavioral problems that have been growing among children birth to 5. I work a lot in the birth justice space, and it intersects a lot with childcare and early ed, and particularly around racial and ethnic minorities. And then there's still socioeconomic disparities. And so I had a question about from birth to 5, as it is a crucial period for our youngest to develop essential skills such as communication, motor function, emotional stability. How are we building a framework of care with those things in consideration? And does the budget actually put the monies we actually need for such initiatives and programming? I'm really proud. I have Children's Services of Roxbury. I have Ellis Memorial. I have Smart from the Start. I have Nursery. I have Horizons. So I've been really well versed in the early ed and childcare space. But each one of those facilities mentioned this, and it's becoming harder post-pandemic to just help young people learn and thrive with these challenges that are persisting.
Thank you, Senator. You indeed have amazing programs in your district, and we're so fortunate to have them as partners with us. There isn't one program I visited across the Commonwealth where they don't talk about the behavioral challenges of the children in their programs, particularly coming out of the pandemic. And obviously, it's a challenge for those children and the families, but it's also affecting teacher turnover and recruitment and retention of teachers into the classrooms as well. So at the EEC level, we have for many years run a program, an early childhood behavioral health program, early childhood mental health grants. It was funded for years at 3.5. Last year, with your support, we increased funding for that to 5 million. The governor's budget proposes maintaining that expansion in the program to 5 million. That program supports consultation at programs around individual children, as well as classrooms and teachers and professional development to support the behavioral health needs of children in programs who are experiencing challenging behaviors. We also are working very closely in response to legislation around reducing expulsions and suspensions of children, which disproportionately affect children of color, to make sure that we're working with programs on alternatives. As the Secretary mentioned, we need a broader public health approach to mental and behavioral health and trauma supports with across the educational spectrum, whether it's in early ed and all the way up through higher ed. So we are really looking forward to the work ahead and the support of the additional 5 million that will help us think about taking a much broader public health approach that can support kids to be successful within classrooms. Not pulling kids out, not individually focused on kids, but making sure that the teachers and the environment are taking a trauma-informed, positive behavioral support approach. And I think that structure and the broader approach that we will be working on this year with hopefully your support will enable us across the educational spectrum to support our teachers better and the children who are experiencing those behavioral challenges. If you want to add, Secretary.
Thank you all. It was a big, I kind of knew, but it was really overwhelming to me as a legislator. We're not experts in everything, but to visit 6 different facilities, and some of them are the biggest providers or some of the biggest providers in the Commonwealth, and this becoming an echo chamber for that. It was a really alarming piece. My second question is more on deferred maintenance. I'm proud to also have Roxbury Community College. I really believe in community colleges. I taught for many years at Bunker Hill Community College. So in the FY24 budget, we had 125 million, and it was funding for higher education capital funding. And it was really focused on reducing this backlog that we had of deferred maintenance projects. I recommended higher education institutions in my district to this funding, and it was unsuccessful. And I want to know what is going to take in terms of capital funds for the institutions such as Roxbury Community College, but I also had Mass Art in my district to be able to get these funds. It's so desperately needed. And so I just wanted to know how much was left in the fund and how can we pick a number that's actually realistic to be able to move these institutions with their projects into the next century to help the next generation of learners.
Madam Senator, I appreciate the question, and I do want to provide information on sort of the $50 million that were made available for capital.
You sound low. Oh,
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? All right.
Yes.
I just want to provide clarification on the $50 million that were made available for capital investment last year, which have been distributed to the institutions, right? They did go through all 3 segments as well. And so those funds have been dispersed. I think you're referring to the governor's proposal has 125 million for FY25 in its proposed budget as well. And so in addition to doing sort of an assessment in partnership with DCAM to make some determinations around those fundings, we will be meeting with the institutional leaders as we do pretty routinely. The secretary and I meet with them quarterly to discuss more details around the funding and availability on that, right? But it is meant to address the backlog. And as many of them will say, and I think I mentioned that in my remarks, there is a lot to be done in that area. And certainly we want to make sure that all students have high quality facilities to learn in. And so we'll share that information as it's forthcoming. But with regards to the old money, that has been dispersed entirely.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make it clear that just finding, construction is getting more expensive all across the board. And the longer we wait to fill the backlog and be able to help these institutions, there's new problems emerging, and then it becomes 10 times more expensive. And so just want to make sure that is addressed. So thanks, and I'll check in on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Cairns, Doherty, and then Barber.
It will be.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Tutwiler, Commissioner Kershaw, Commissioner Riley, Commissioner Ortega. I feel like the North Shore is pretty well taken care of in terms of our representation here. We have the secretary who served in Lynn. We have the president of Salem State University, which is down the road from me. It's good to see you, President Keenan. There's so much good news that you're sharing, and I'm grateful to be on this committee to be able to hear it. First, Commissioner Riley, I have to thank you very sincerely and profoundly. I represent Danvers and Peabody. We are doing our best to handle a situation that, as you said, in Lawrence, that would just be Tuesday. And we're trying. And I have to agree that my towns, my teachers, my superintendents, it is a marvel to see how they're all doing it and what they're creating, and ice cream socials and welcoming dinners, and not to say it's not difficult. So particularly in light of the truly staggering absence of federal help, egregious and staggering. So I would just wonder this. We're doing yeoman's work. The state is, the legislature in particular, we are really stepping up. I think about, as I listen to the work around early learners and social emotional challenges, and I think about the aides, the classroom aides, and a lot more is now expected of that cohort. Is there anything in the many wonderful things that you've mentioned around additional training or professional development for this group, many of whom are earning, it's kind of embarrassing, they're earning so little. But is there something coming out of the administration that could be supportive, helpful, to help a community to help? I'll put that before you. I think that would be wonderful. Maybe you already are thinking of it.
Challenges in our workforce are obviously the very top of our list right now, whether it's making sure there's access to high quality instructional curriculum and early literacy proficiency and working with young children or in the early elementary grades. So we are focused on making sure that there's educational opportunities for staff working in the early education and care space. And, we have a big challenge with recruiting staff into the field. And we also have a lot of low wages. And so we've been working very closely on sort of this pipeline. So new apprenticeship programs that are recruiting folks who are interested in working in the field, making sure they have the opportunity to matriculate into 2-year and then 4-year schools, and connecting those increases in professional development and learning to increases in salary and compensation. So
that's in the childcare sector that you're
childcare.
referring to,
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is important. I'm thinking more in terms
I
of.
thought that's what you were referring to.
No, I'm thinking more in terms of, at an elementary school where you have, frankly, the lowest paid staff person, oftentimes working with the most challenged student or students. And are we helping them enough? Are we equipping them in terms of training and professional development? Thank you for that. That's also great.
Looking at me like.
Sorry.
I misunderstood.
But my boss
Someone's
to
gonna be
answer the
texting you.
question.
Yeah. So here's what I would say. In the FY25 budget, there's a $25 million investment in mental health. As we mentioned earlier, $5 million would go toward building that birth through college framework. The rest is for existing professional development opportunities. Think about the K-12 space. Some of that is in the development and implementation of the universal screener. Some of that is in the development or sort of refining of multi-tiered systems of support, all of which involves professional development. We don't necessarily mandate that, but I can tell you as a former superintendent, and I think Commissioner Riley would agree as a former superintendent himself, you cannot exclude paraprofessionals in that professional development. They must be meaningfully included in that because, to your point, they do a lot of the direct service with students all day long and need to have that deep understanding of trauma-informed practice just as much as the teacher of record does. And so can I say definitively that that's happening across the state in every district? No, I can't. But I can tell you with some degree of confidence that best practice involves being very inclusive of paraprofessionals or classroom aides in your mental health professional development. I
Wonderful.
don't know if you want to, if there's anything to add there.
Financial piece is sorted out at the local level, obviously, with contracts with unions and things like that. But as far as the department goes, we put out a lot of funding for PD, statewide PD, and almost, I would say the majority of the time, when you do PD as a principal, as a superintendent, it's all hands. So paras are with the teachers and getting that training. I would also say that a lot of our paraprofessionals have gotten additional training to move up and be teachers over the last few years, given some of the shortages we've seen. And some of the data coming out of that is encouraging for paraprofessionals that have been in a school for numerous years, regardless if they've passed the MTEL test, they do as well or better than some of the teachers, some of the first year teachers that are coming from the outside. So there's some of that training as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Just if I could, Mr. Chairman, just one thing to flag for the Commissioner of EEC. The grants, I would request, maybe you know the answer. There was an equity glitch, I'll put it that way, where the North Shore region was not as well situated in terms of that funding. Has that been examined, corrected? Might you take another look? And I recall a budget conversation that we had around this last year. So hopeful that that has been addressed.
I think we
Quick
run
follow-up.
It would be, yeah, it would be great to follow up directly
Okay.
with your office
Sorry.
to make sure I'm understanding exactly what, and hopefully we did.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep.
Good luck, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. And I'm mindful that we're a little over 2 hours right now. We have questions from 2 more reps, but if anyone needs a bathroom break, please feel free to get up. We're so grateful for your stamina. And there's food as well. So just want to make space for that. So Rep. Doherty.
Thank you very much, Rep. Vargas. I appreciate the accommodation to ask a question regarding school funding in this context. First, I want to give a shout out to the commissioner. I've worked with him as a school committee member here in the city of Taunton, and I applaud his hard work. He has labored in the vineyard to make our education system provide a quality education to all of our youngsters. And so Commissioner, I wish you all the best. Secondly, I want to echo my colleague, Rep. Karen's comments regarding the level of learning that we have as members of Ways and Means across the board through all of our executive offices to better understand what our budget looks like, what the hard work is that is going on in regard to the Commonwealth in many instances, and in this instance, of course, particularly education. And so I have notes and I have learned a great deal. I'd like to speak very briefly about my concern. So I represent a gateway city, city of Taunton, and a smaller district, the community of Easton. And as you may intuit, they have very different needs. And so I want to say thank you to the governor for including fully funding the Student Opportunity Act. We as legislators have committed to that over time for that to be fully funded. And so for the city of Taunton, it has been an extraordinary boost in resources that are available to it in order to provide the appropriate quality education to our youngsters here in the city of Taunton. However, those benefits are not afforded to minimum aid districts around the Commonwealth. As I understand it, there, at least last count, were 89 communities that didn't benefit much, if at all, from the Student Opportunity Act. And for those districts like Easton, the fiscal 25 budget proposal takes a step backward and proposes to cut minimum aid, as I'm sure you know, from last year's $60 per pupil back to only $30. This equates to, if it is at $60, it equates to an increase of only $102,000 for the Easton Public Schools against a $47 million budget. That represents less than 1/4 of 1% of the costs to educate the children there. The gap in these figures would fund that, just that 102,000 would fund a number of educators, interventionists, counselors, nurses, and provide vital services to the kiddos there in Easton. So instead of the energies of the administration in the town of Easton to providing more services to the community, it will be focused on stretching fewer dollars that are available to them. So for some of the residents, because Easton relies heavily on property tax like many other communities, this perpetuates a very frustrating reality where local property taxes increase regularly, yet services remain level because of factors, as you know, as time goes on, that impose themselves on making budgets at the local level. So, and I understand. So the recommendation ought to be $100 minimum aid to per pupil for our districts. But I understand that it is less complicated than simply saying, let's appropriate $100 minimum aid. That will make things much better. The foundation budget gets in the way. Some districts are held harmless in some formula. And I'm just learning all of this, that it is more complicated than meets the eye. And there is an inflation factor that also creates a problem in just simply moving from $30 to $60 to and so forth to $100 on an ongoing basis. And so I'm wondering to the secretary or the commissioner whether there is conversation going on at your level in regard to these districts that don't benefit from the Student Opportunity Act, are coming from districts where the local property tax is the driver for the community budget, not just education, and whether or not whether it's now or going forward, there is a remedy, a formula, some way in which to approach providing these districts with more resources at the minimum aid level that will be more helpful to them.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Here's what I would say. Well aware of the challenge that certain districts are feeling relative to the minimum aid figure for FY25. It is a drop from the previous fiscal year. My understanding, having experienced it to some degree as a principal and superintendent, it does sort of ebb and flow, right? And while it is a drop this year, last year was significant in districts that people were happy. The scenario that you present, and I assume you're talking about Easton, is one that is unique, right? We do receive phone calls and engage with members of the legislature about their respective communities and the challenges and the reason why they're feeling the pain because of the shift with Chapter 70 funding is different. But what I will commit to, and we're happy to do this with you, is having the conversation, peeling back the layers and looking specifically at why the pain is so deep in your particular community. I'd also say that, Chapter 70 is not perfect. I don't know that there's a perfect funding formula. It does, work well to support districts in meeting the needs of students, and from year to year, it changes. And I don't have an elegant solution beyond offering support to peel back the layers and understand more deeply the challenge there. Sometimes it's Chapter 70, sometimes it's not. Sometimes there's a local issue that needs to be addressed, but we're happy to partner with you to look more deeply at it.
Well, thank you, Secretary. I think that the town of Easton and other towns like it would appreciate those continuing conversations that would help them to alleviate the burden of not having enough resources for schools and for the kiddos there. I will add that the town administrator and the superintendent work very closely together. And I think the town administrator, and I will say this publicly, is brilliant. So figuring out with him and others a way in which to alleviate this burden is, thank you. It's grateful for your offer and certainly will take you up on it.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Barber.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to all of our panelists for all that you do, but in spending so much time with us today. Commissioner Kershaw, I want to also echo what folks have said about your ability to keep the workforce buoyed and really keep the incredibly essential need of childcare going in the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic. And looking at these investments and seeing where we still need to go and continuing to build. So thank you for that work. I did get an email this morning from a center in Medford, or a parent in Medford, who their center is closing because they can't recruit staff. And this isn't, of course, new. And we know that there are no quick fixes to this. So I really appreciate the work you've done to build there. In another area, another hat I wear is I'm a member of the Autism Commission, which you also participate in. And in that role, so EEC is charged with licensing the residential schools. We all know there has been a lot of reporting about the safety and quality of life for children in the residential schools. So I wanted to know if there's any thought of changing that model. And then, of course, the children's education is really split, and DESE, charged with educating children with disabilities. So is there any potential change to that model, or what progress is being made there for that work?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Representative, and for your support. We will follow up with the program in Medford, as we always do. EEC is charged with the licensing of residential programs. We collaborate with multiple state agencies, including the Department of Elementary and Secondary Ed on the residential school side, as well as the placement agencies like Department of Children and Families and the local districts. There's two big pieces of work going on in the residential space. So I want to say this administration is really committed to understanding the needs of kids and families being served by the residential programs, and understanding how we can come together better to support the programs and the staff working with some of the most complex children in the Commonwealth. We will have initiated a revision to the licensing standards, which haven't been meaningfully revised since 2005. So you can imagine there are a number of research-based and practice improvements within working with young children with autism and young adults, as well as with children in general with special needs. Many changes that can be reflected in updated regulations and monitoring. And then the second piece is the cross-agency work, and making sure that those of us who are involved, whether it's in the health and safety regulations of the facilities and the programs themselves, how children are getting placed, what information is available, what services and clinical services and what staffing and clinical staff look like in the programs, is a cross-agency effort. So I'll invite the Secretary to speak about it too, but we are currently engaged in a cross-secretariat effort about really understanding how to create a more integrated governance structure that could provide greater support across the residential system, as well as understand the needs and how each agency that's involved in it can be bringing its best resources to the table.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about it. I do know, of course, it's complicated by HHS is serving so many of these children as well, and there's a lot of needs. So thank you for that, and I look forward to continuing to talk about it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. I don't see any other reps with questions. I'll send it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, my Lord, it has been an education tour de force. So I want to try to bring this to a close. I have one question, but I just want to say that I know that the entire legislature, as well as my great colleagues here on Ways and Means, respects and heralds the work of you and your team. Your team, and I see them here, I know receive many calls from many of us all the time. And these are local, often regional, intractable issues that you are working with us on a day-to-day basis. And we are grateful to you for your leadership in the education space, and we are grateful to the work of your team. I'm going to be super brief. I just want to, and I'm just going to say a few things. Commissioner Kershaw, I just want to recognize with Claire Higgins in the room that the rate adjustments that affected Western Massachusetts were just tremendous. And you said in the last hearing a year ago, pretty close to now, you said you were going to make those rate adjustments, and you did. And that meant a great deal to early childcare providers in Western Mass. I would say with deep respect that the new initiative on early childcare that begins solely in gateway cities was a deep disappointment for Western Mass providers. It's not that we don't love our gateway cities colleagues. It is really that we here voted for the Student Opportunity Act that has really beginning to revolutionize, especially gateway cities. And you'll see in our comments and in the great folks who came to show us their concern at the top of the hearing from local communities, it is really hard to get to rural communities if we don't start with them as well at the table. So I have deep concern, although I love the commitment to early childcare.
Can I just make a clarification?
Sure.
And forgive me if I wasn't clear in articulating that the Gateway to Pre-K prioritizes gateway communities. It does not exclude other communities from applying for the Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative. As a matter of fact, it just closed recently, and there's a mix of communities in there. So I just want to be clear about that. I hope I'm telling the truth here.
Absolutely. So let me just start by on the rates proposal. We were able to make the progress we made because there was 65 million that was supported by the governor and by the legislature. And to make the kind of progress we were able to make based on costs rather than price was both support of the legislature to have that change and the support of our field to really be with us on addressing equity across the field. And the additional 20, we're on a journey here and we made a lot of progress this year, but there's more space to go. And I think that's important to say because we have multiple tools in the toolbox. So it is absolutely true. The 4 pieces of the Gateway to Pre-K initiative, one of those is universally accessible, prioritizing gateway cities, but we already have 21 CPPI communities. 12 of those are gateway cities, and there's another 14 gateway cities, and other programs are invited to apply as well as we expand the program. So we'll be prioritizing the gateway cities as we go through, but we're going to continue to support both the existing programs that are in it and other programs that are interested in applying as well.
Absolutely. I would just say that still you're prioritizing a segment of our Commonwealth that I appreciate and respect, but it's not the 181 rural communities of which I represent 25. So I hear you and thank you. I want to say that I hear that.
Yeah, and as the secretary mentioned, I think we will be announcing a new round of both planning grants and implementation grants shortly, and you will see that we will continue to support not just our gateway cities, but other communities as well.
I'll look forward to seeing those numbers. And Commissioner Ortega, I get a chance to work with you all the time, so I may spare you in my questions only for time, but also because, we enjoy a very close working relationship thanks to my work. I get to work on the Joint Committee on Higher Education with a great chair and
Pleasure.
With your team. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you to your team. Okay, I want to build on what my great colleague Natalie Blais talked about with rural communities. This is not going to come as a surprise to you. And I want to talk about minimum aid districts. So I see that as a continuum of rural schools. Amherst and Northampton, for example, are not rural per se, but they are minimum aid. 211 of the 318 districts in our Commonwealth are minimum aid districts. That's a pretty shocking number, right? 211 out of 318. I believe that's the correct number. Bob or Tom will tell me if I'm wrong, maybe, but that's a pretty significant number of minimum aid districts. Amherst, the town of Amherst, over the last 15 years has seen a 1% increase in minimum aid. 15 years, 1%. That is clearly not keeping pace with inflation. And, you know, when regional school transportation numbers fluctuate, and in this year perhaps dip, it's a collision of epic proportion. Northampton, the superintendent of the city of Northampton is going to speak later. They're looking at cutting many teachers in Northampton. So we are, and Secretary, you said it perfectly. I think it's, you know, Chapter 70 was not handed down from the divine. It is an imperfect formula. And I would suggest, with every ounce of respect I can muster, that it must be reopened. We must look at Chapter 70. I know everybody's heads are going to explode in the back, but we must look at Chapter 70 for the minimum aid districts, because we are, I think, looking at a declining spiral in districts that I represent, not only the rural districts, and that is a particular bucket of need. And I agree with Rep. Blay, 15 million is not 60 million. And by the time we get to 60 million, it's really going to be 100 million. So we are falling behind. We are not serving a majority of districts. Now, I know that perhaps Tom and Bob would tell me that of those districts that are not minimum aid, that they're serving the majority of the Commonwealth's kids. And I get that, right? I get that these are the smaller schools and serving a smaller percentage of the population, even though it's 211 districts. And so that plus, or the minimum aid combined with the mass health redetermination that's shaking off some low income students. Athol Royalston, for example, is going to see a big dip because of that. And then combined with the inflator that we are subject to, I know in law, is creating a great deal of pain in Western Massachusetts. So I would say, what can we do? Can we relook at this formula? Can we crack it open and look at the way in which it should serve 351 cities and towns equitably, but it simply is not. And what more can we do?
So I'm going to take all of what you said and things, as you mentioned in the outset, that I have heard, because I listened.
I know you have, and you listen deeply, and you've said
yeah.
you're on a journey. So I do know that. You know, I know you think it's not static and it is not a divine formula.
But and it's not. But what I would say is I hear that pain, and I see and read about the impact. I'm willing to follow the legislature on this. If this is something that it decides or determines is an appropriate next step, then we're willing to sit down at the table and have the conversation and be a partner in that effort.
So you're thinking it would require statute to do that, or could it be a working group, an administration, legislature working group that could really crack open everything? Last year at this hearing, we talked a lot about combined effort yield and the 82.5% cap. I was going at it from a different way, and Bill Bell has certainly talked to me about this over time. You know, so I'm tackling it from a minimum aid, you know, mass health redetermination tact, but really it's a big bucket of inputs that how much communities are supposed to pay, how much they get, and the collision for our communities. Rep. Blay mentioned the levy limit. Many of our communities are going to hit it, and then we're really going to see pain. Could we do a working group?
If the legislature has an appetite for a working group, we would be willing partners.
I think that's a beautiful offer. Okay. Certainly, you know, I can't speak for the legislature, but it's beautiful to hear that you are willing to come to the table in that way. I know you've been listening. I know in 1 year you've done tremendous work. That is without question. I think it's just that we're going to a cliff here that we won't be able to come back from, and I think we will see true harm in our local communities. True harm. So I appreciate you taking that.
Pleasure.
I do very much. Okay. I don't see any. I don't see any other of our colleagues interested in asking a question. We can.
Break the record.
I appreciate you.
We would like to wait a few more minutes.
No.
Just to clock.
Yeah.
You are good humans. Your staff are good humans. You have fortitude that is really unmatched. And with that, we thank you for your service and your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, our friends who are here, just a reminder that there is food, there are refreshments, thanks to the great dining services at GCC. We invite you to the second floor to get sustenance on our marathon. Okay, all right, friends, we are welcoming now, thank you so much to the administration. We are welcoming now, as the placards change, a panel of AFT and MTA, Max Page and Brant Duncan. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're happy to have you.
And we're happy to be here. So Brant Duncan, I'm the Secretary Treasurer of AFT Massachusetts. I live in Lynn, Mass, and my two daughters attend the Lynn Public Schools. So thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the FY25 state budget as proposed by Governor Healy.
I'm sorry, Brant, just one second.
Sure.
Friends who I know are very grateful to be relieved. Let's go upstairs to room 201. Jared? Yep, good. Okay, thank you.
I thought they were excited for me.
They are excited for you, I think, Brant, and they're excited probably to get a glass of water.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brant.
So I'm providing these comments on behalf of the 24,000 member American Federation of Teachers, Massachusetts. I want to focus my comments on three areas of utmost importance to our members: public schools, public libraries, and public higher education. Public schools. AFT Massachusetts was proud to work with the legislature several years ago to enact the historic Student Opportunity Act, which establishes what many maybe say is the most progressive school funding system in the Massachusetts in the world, the United States. House 2 would implement yet another year of the Student Opportunity Act, resulting in more funding for our highest need schools to hire teachers and support staff, close opportunity and achievement gaps, and offer the wraparound services our students need to recover from the stresses of the pandemic. We are pleased to see funding for Chapter 78 at the level it's proposed, full funding to meet charter school reimbursement, and just under $500 million to ensure full funding for the special education circuit breaker. But we urge you to fix one glitch in the Chapter 78 formula concerning the cap on the inflation adjustment. As you know, the statute caps the inflation adjustment for Chapter 78 at 4.5%. Accordingly, the FY24 Chapter 70 allocation was based on that 4.5 figure, even though actual inflation for the corresponding time period was at just about 8%. That means districts did not receive the funds to cover that extra 3.5 percentage points of inflation that they had to pay for in expenses such as heat, electricity, equipment, and other costs. The FY25 budget is based upon an inflation adjustment of 1.35%, well below the cap. In years such as when the inflation factor is low, it makes sense and has been the historical practice after periods of high inflation to add back the lost inflation from periods when the cap short the full adjustment. If this isn't done, the real dollar value of the student opportunity investments will erode over time, which could lead to a serious funding crisis, especially in lower income districts. To meet the need of real dollar targets in the Student Opportunity Act and to make districts whole for lost purchasing power, we urge you to fix this glitch in the FY25 budget. It seems like this is something we're going to be working on.
Yes.
Now, as we heard, while the Student Opportunity Act is delivering transformative investments in our highest need public schools, especially in high poverty districts, many districts, including the state's rural and declining enrollment districts, are struggling to manage rising costs amid large flat state aid. Increasing the minimum aid under Chapter 70 to $60 per pupil, or even higher, as was referenced, creating a declining enrollment fund to supplement aid for districts with a declining enrollment would help districts avoid harmful cuts, including staff layoffs, cuts to course offerings, student support services, music programs, the arts, and other enrichment programs. The very programs that keep students engaged and coming to school. We are glad to see H2 maintain the state's commitment to the universal free school meals program, which was made permanent in FY24 using funds from the Fair Share Amendment. This program is having an incredibly positive effect on students and their families, and we are proud that Massachusetts is a leader in fighting hunger in our schools. Finally, I want to highlight the ongoing need for a funding mechanism to improve and build new school buildings. Many of our districts are in great need, including urban districts that struggle to access the resources of the Massachusetts School Building Authority. In many urban districts with buildings over 100 years old that no longer meet the needs of students, current MSBA funding and eligibility requirements are not capable of delivering the transformative improvements our students need. Public libraries. We represent 30 municipal library systems in Massachusetts and are proud to represent them. And as you know, our public libraries face incredible challenges, from rising costs due to inflation to a dramatic increase in calls for censorship and book banning across the country, including here in Massachusetts. In this moment, when free and open libraries, intellectual freedom, and freedom of expression are so essential to a fully functioning and equitable democracy, we hope to see state aid to local and regional libraries keep up with inflation so that libraries can continue to deliver the strong public services our communities rely on. Public higher education. We represent members at the UMass Dartmouth campus, both the professors, middle-level administrators, and maintainers, and proud to do that. Our public colleges and universities play an essential role in educating Massachusetts' future workforce and creating the well-educated population that makes us economically competitive. After many years when they had suffered from disinvestment, leading to tuition and fee hikes and crumbling campuses, we have been encouraged by the legislature's strong support for public higher education in recent years. Thank you for your leadership. We are glad to see continued investment in public higher education in H2, including the Fair Share Amendment funding of 2 major investments made by the legislature in the FY24 budget. The Mass Free Connect Free Community College and expansion of the Mass Grant Plus scholarship program. We also support the governor's proposed $125 million investment in higher educational capital funding, which will help greatly with the major backlog of campus infrastructure needs across the state. One critical program that would be eliminated under H2 is the Tomorrow's Teacher Scholarship Program. We have many, many districts, as you all know, that have staff shortages in our pre-K to 12 institutions, and this is one of the tools that would help alleviate such shortages. This scholarship program plays a critical role in bolstering teacher pipeline with aids and ongoing efforts to diversify the teaching profession. We support continued funding for this important program. We ask for support to implement the Massachusetts Labor Institute, housed at the 4 labor education centers, to expand labor education and training for the residents of Massachusetts, to provide research on employment trends and work issues, and to create statewide archive to document the rich history of working people in the Commonwealth. We recommend an FY25 funding increase of $4 million to create the Massachusetts Labor Institute, a portion between the existing labor education programs at UMass Amherst, UMass Boston, UMass Dartmouth, and UMass Lowell. Finally, we believe now is the time to make our community colleges tuition-free, enabling more students to access programs that can set them on the path to a good paying career. With funding from the Fair Share Amendment, we have the opportunity to pave a clear path to college for every graduate of our public school system, strengthening our entire economy. So on behalf of the 24,000 members of AFT Massachusetts, I thank you for your commitment to our public schools, public libraries, and public higher education. And I ask you to consider the difficult budget decisions you need to make this year, and you continue to think of our students first, which I know that you always do. So thank you again.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, friends. It's not quantity, it's quality here. That's great. It's great to see you all. So I'm Max Page, I'm president of the Massachusetts Teachers Association, and we represent 117,000 public school and college and university members across the Commonwealth. And I will send in more detailed testimony, but here's more a personal set of thoughts. So I grew up in Amherst. I went through the Amherst public schools and then had the privilege of sending my own 3 children through those same outstanding public schools. My mother was a principal in Rowe, since you just mentioned Rowe, and then in South Hadley. And my father was a refugee from Nazi Germany, but found his way with the help of the GI Bill, as in free education, free higher education, to ultimately get an education and become a professor of English at UMass Amherst, which is where I now teach when I'm not doing this job. So you may not know that of our 117,000 members, we also have, they're divided in 400 locals all across the Commonwealth. And one of the best parts of my job is I go all around the state and meet with those members and talk about what their concerns are. 2 nights ago, I spent a couple of hours at our Western Mass office and had union leaders from Quabog, from Amherst, Northampton, Hadley, Greenfield, Palmer, and Holyoke. 3 things that they brought up at that meeting, but also at other meetings. First, these local leaders burst into cheer, and I kid you not, when I showed the slide to remind them of the remarkable investments that they had won, along with all of you, with the passing of the Fair Share Amendment. That is only possible, so many of these great things, because of what we did in taxing the very rich in order to invest in public schools, colleges, and transportation, universal free meals, major steps towards debt-free public higher education, better roads and bridges, and on and on. They were proud that the educators were key to beating back what I call the anti-civilization camp and won a permanent source of funding for a stronger, more equitable Commonwealth. And many of you voted for that 4 times, and I appreciate that very much. So embrace what we did together. Tell your children, grandchildren, nieces and nephews. I look forward to sitting as an old man on a rocking chair and celebrating and looking at the continued investments, because we're going to have $2 billion every year to invest. And that should be something of great pride, which means don't run from progressive taxes. Don't undermine what we did with more tax cuts for the very wealthy. And in fact, consider, if we need to, for all the things we've been talking about today, consider further progressive taxes, including focused on those corporations who pay 0 in state taxes because they hide their money in other countries. That should be an open conversation to have in the face of what we're hearing about with the budget. And I also need to say that as you go forward, please remember that this investments in the Fair Share Amendment are about public education and public transportation and roads and bridges. We believe in universal childcare and early education, but those monies in fair share by law, by the Constitution, are for public education. If we need money to support private childcare and the like, that may be absolutely essential. We know it's essential right now. That needs to come from another part of the budget. Okay, second reaction they gave. These members, they were mainly pre-K-12, are enormously thrilled by the investments that Brant was just talking about in public higher education, and we thank many of you who have been leaders in that effort, in debt-free, high-quality public higher education. Most of them went to public colleges and universities in Massachusetts. Most of the students they educate will go to public colleges and universities in Massachusetts. Those graduates will stay. They will become everything that Commissioner Riley and Secretary Tutwiler talk about, all the citizens that are our Commonwealth of the future. So we ask that you make the Cherish Act the North Star as you go through this budget discussion. And I especially want to thank future panels will be coming up from UMass, President Meehan, UMass chancellors, and President Keenan, and all the state university presidents for endorsing the Cherish Act, because I think they recognize that we'll be lifting up all 3 sectors of our campus higher ed system. So I don't need to go through the details. I'll share those, but those we really support on the affordability side, the expansion of the Mass Grant Plus expansion. We support the idea of free community college, which fully makes it affordable for our neediest students as a step toward doing the same throughout the public higher education system. Let's also do, as Brant said, the Tomorrow's Teachers program, an absolutely essential way to recruit and diversify our education workforce. The Success program has shown itself to be a success in the community colleges. It should be fully funded across all the universities. But you also have to invest in our staff and faculty. This is a glorious college, glorious building we're in. We've done a wage study. The community college staff and faculty are the lowest of all our comparator states by a long margin. They are underpaid. That I'm not even counting the the adjunct faculty who are simply, I'm going to use the word exploited in the way they are, have no job security, no pensions, no health insurance. I know many of you thought about this and advocated for this. We really need to address this in this budget and going forward. And of course, we support in the fourth pillar of the Cherish Act, the governor's proposed $125 million for capital. There's no way we achieve our racial and economic goals as a Commonwealth without access, universal access to debt-free, high-quality public higher ed. Third takeaway from those meetings with the local presidents, and this is the downside. So after these thrilling victories, and they were also excited about what we are going to win this year, which is the end to the use of the MCAS as a graduation requirement. They then came back down to earth and had a lot to say about exactly what Senator Comerford, you were just bringing up, and Rep. Blay, you were talking about, which is the devastating cuts that are faced. As you mentioned, my own town and the schools that I went to, my kids went to, are faced with 25 educators losing their jobs just in the middle school and high school. This is happening all throughout Western Mass. It's frankly happening in many other places. We have to fix this problem. We are going to, as Senator Comerford, you just said, we may be going over a cliff with our public schools, and it has to be fixed now. I love the working group fixing Chapter 70 long term, but we also need to figure out fixes now. The inflation rate issue, which is a unintended consequence. No one can be blamed for having, there's no failure, there's no culprit. It was an unintended consequence of having capped the inflation rate. We agree on that. We've also put forward, we also fully support, we were on the commission, the Rural Aid Commission, fully support that. 15 years to get to the number that's needed right now is far, far too long. We also proposed a series of grant programs paid for by the Fair Share Amendment, the Whole Child Grant Program that would allow minimum aid districts as well as gateway city districts to apply for money to hire nurses and librarians and school counselors, as well as to invest in raising the wages of the paraprofessionals who are still paid poverty wages in many places. Finally, I'll just say we also support the Healy administration's literacy launch initiative. We have many other ideas about how to advance literacy and address the crisis, but what they've proposed aligns with the experts. That is, the experts being our reading specialist members in the MTA, about what they think is needed to address this crisis. So those are some of the things my job is to communicate what our members, and Brandon and I represent together almost all of the educators in our public schools, colleges, and universities. And these are some of the key goals that they have. We hope to work with you in having an outstanding budget this year.
Matt and Brant, thank you. You waited a long time to testify, and so grateful for your prepared remarks. And please extend our thanks to your members who are our constituents, and they serve our children, and we're very, very grateful. So thank you so much. I believe Rep. Higgins has a question, and then we may have others.
Okay.
Chair Comerford.
Appreciate you.
Max, you and I have gotten to talk about debt-free higher ed
For a long time, yeah.
for this for about a decade now. Could you talk a little bit about the Cherish Act, and just for my colleagues who maybe are less familiar with your vision for debt-free public higher ed, kind of what those next steps are and what Cherish Act would do?
Yes. So on the debt-free side, so and of course I know Rep. Higgins from the days of her leadership in the Public Higher Education Network of Massachusetts. I will say my basic belief, I think I share, is that public higher education should be free. It is a public good. You leave my kids you leave Amherst High School with paying $0, and you walk down the street to UMass and it's $15,000 a year for tuition and fees. So ultimately that is the goal. What the Cherish Act does is it starts by saying, it simply says, no one will graduate with debt from a public college or university. And it looks at the full cost of attendance, something we've spoken about. If, as wonderful as some of the grants are, they do not address one of the key barriers that young people face, low-income young people face, which is they may say, thank you so much for the grant for tuition and fees. Where am I going to live? How am I going to get to school? What am I going to eat? How am I going to pay for a computer? There are steps in the Mass Grant Plus expansion that I think head us in the right direction. But the Cherish Act says we're going to calculate the full cost of attendance and then see what you need to be able to afford that. A wealthy person will get $0. They can afford to go debt-free. Their children will go debt-free to public college or university. A working class kid, a Pell eligible kid, needs support not only for tuition and fees, but also for room, board, and all the other expenses. That may seem expensive, But we have many studies to show that investment in public higher education is one of the very best investment a state can make and pays itself back as young people get the education, get higher paying jobs, pay more taxes. So that's the goal. That's the hope.
Thanks, Rep. Higgins. Rep. Blay.
Testimony, and there's something, Max, you said that I've been thinking about a lot with the Affordable Homes Act, and that, you know, the affordable housing crisis is here now. And there are many things that we have to do to address that now, as well as look at the long term. And so, Max, something that you said about, you know, what was happening in Amherst made me think, as you're talking about these priorities, and we're looking at short-term solutions and long-term solutions. I guess my question would be to you, what are the top 3 short-term solutions that we need to be looking at? And what are the top 3 long-term solutions that we need to be looking at?
In public education in particular.
Yep.
Right. I don't know if you want to jump in.
Well, I'd say that the staffing shortage is something that we see as an acute need. Aligned with Governor Healy's literacy initiative, I think that that's hugely valuable. But to move that forward, particularly in the areas that were identified that have the most need, we're going to really have to shore up the teaching force. And I think that that's something that you heard from the earlier panel, across the board. And, we, AFT Massachusetts, represent educators in Boston, gateway cities, and a number of suburban districts. But particularly those gateway cities, Lynn, Chelsea, Lawrence, Lowell, to name a few, we've got a staffing issue, and that's going to need our collective efforts because, we know our kids learn best when they have a certified, well-qualified teacher in front of them, and that's something I would say is probably step number one. I mentioned in my comments school funding for buildings. Again, we have far too many of our buildings that just are not what I would describe as world-class. Frankly, something far from it. My daughter's school, middle school, I'm on the PTO there. We as a PTO had to advocate to get lights replaced, 60 lights. That's a gateway city. We see needs, basic necessities for our students. My daughter's high school had a roof leak. It took the school council to advocate to get that fixed. So I think there's a whole host of needs, but I think that staffing and facilities are 2 critical steps that we need to work collectively on, because there's not really a clear path forward to address all of the needs at this time. Hey, Mass Building School Authority is doing great work. We've got great funding from the Student Opportunity Act, but we still have staffing shortages, and there's far more that we can do with regards to the buildings and facilities that our kids deserve.
With those, I teach about the history of cities, and the Chicago planner Daniel Burnham said, "Make no little plans. They have no ability to stir men and women's souls." So I guess I have a hard time distinguishing between short-term and long-term. We have to do short-term things, but as long as we are making steps towards the long-term improvements, that is absolutely essential. So as each step that we take, if we're going to fix something on Chapter 70 right now, something needed to deal with the disaster of this year, let's make sure it's connected to the longer term investments. I just think that's an important point. On public higher education, and again, I've spoken many times with Senator Comerford and Rep. Higgins about this, we have to make sure we get it right. But all the improvements in funding is great, but if we're not recognizing, if we're not tackling over the long term, the policy that gets it right, then we're not going to be doing it right. For instance, as I was saying about the debt free, if we just pour money in the existing buckets, we will come here 5 years from now and say, why is it that low income students from Springfield and Chicopee still are not, with the same scores, with the same grades, are still not getting to go and graduate from college at the rates that students in Amherst or in Longmeadow are doing. So I think it's really important that we do that. I do really want to thank you for lifting up the housing issue. I just want to note that Commissioner Riley, I think, said it very well. This is something that the MTA has really moved in the direction of, which is we recognize that unless we work on and are advocates for what happens outside of public schools, then forget about it achieving equality inside those schools. And that's why we've been part of winning, higher minimum wages, paid family medical leave, and housing is the next big thing. And just note that the people leaving this Commonwealth are mainly people who can't afford to live here anymore. The millionaires have not left, which is why we're generating upwards of $2 billion from the very wealthy. It's the people in the middle who cannot afford to live here. And that's what we do need to address that and see that as education policy as well.
I appreciate that and appreciate you talking about the Affordable Homes Act too, and building and providing more affordable housing. I was speaking to the Mass Association of, I think, regional schools a couple of years ago, and they lifted housing up as an issue for teachers because even if a school hired a teacher, they weren't able to find housing to be able to take the job. And we need those individuals in our communities for all the right reasons. Thank you.
Do I see other questions? I don't. I am mindful of your time. I will just say to MTA on your wage study, thank you. I would imagine, tell me, Brent and Max, I would imagine that part of the reason we have educator shortages, pre-K through higher ed, has to do with the wages that we are able to pay, right? That there is a direct correlation, right? So we want better training programs, we want better pipelines, we want better conditions in the schools, but wages for the workforce.
It remains there. That powerful gender gap remains. It is consistent, at least 20% pay gap between what a teacher gets paid in Massachusetts versus someone similarly educated in another profession. And that goes back to the long history. We remain 2/3 women as educators, and that has been a persistent problem. And part of our efforts around paraprofessional living wages which is even more dominated by women, is an important part of this effort.
Yeah. Brett Bloss, you asked for 3, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say that our collective efforts to address the mental health needs of our students is a critical next step. And I heard a lot from the secretary and a lot from the commissioner, but there's still a tremendous amount of need. So whatever we can do collectively to support those kids, our teachers are doing an exemplary job, but it's just over and above. And the pandemic's created such an issue for our kids in schools, which has created all of those 3 needs together. And we thank you.
Thank you
asking.
for raising that, right? That's the conditions in schools.
Yeah.
As well as wages, as well as building quality that is providing these really challenging environments. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Next up, friends, we have a virtual panel with very patient, although also very, very busy people from the University of Massachusetts. President Marty Meehan is here. Thank you, Mr. President. We have Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance, Lisa Calise, and we have Joseph Schreck, Director of Budget and Planning at the University of Massachusetts. For our colleagues, UMass is distributing materials right now. And for all of our colleagues, testimony is being emailed to you as we hear people testify. So this panel is virtual. So we are going to wait for them to talk with us.
Good to see you, Madam Chair.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your patience.
Well, thank you. I might add, thank you for allowing us to do this virtually. I met with the community college president. I'm up in Lowell today and have had meetings up here. And we have a very big event at the Tsongas Center where UMass Lowell is playing UMass Amherst, and I have to do everything I can to be as neutral as I possibly can in this hockey game. But we expect a big crowd, and Chancellor Reyes is going to be here along with Chancellor Julie Chen. So I appreciate the opportunity to go virtually, as does my team. And let me just thank Chairs Comerford and Vargas and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means for inviting us to testify. I also want to thank our friends at Greenfield Community College for hosting this hearing. I want to say that the House and the Senate have been great partners. And I think of the last 4 or 5 years and what the country has been through and what we've been through with COVID and everything else. And I'll tell you, the legislature has been a great partner with the university. Over the last 30 years or so, we borrowed about $3 billion to upkeep our buildings and also to build new buildings. And so we pay attention to what Moody's and other financial groups say, and they continually say we have strong management. They also say the legislature has consistently funded the University of Massachusetts, and that's one of the reasons why our ratings are so high. So I just want to say thank you for the partnership with the House and with the Senate, with the legislature. We're very, very appreciative. You mentioned our team that has joined us today. They're an excellent team. And I just want to say that I believe that the University of Massachusetts is critically important to our collective future as the Commonwealth and its communities and its employers face mounting talent challenges. We are a very important institution for developing, attracting, retaining, and launching talent across the state. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you have after we make our testimony. We'll try to do it within the time constraints, but again, appreciate the opportunity. I want to go and present some slides quickly. First and foremost is the point I made. We develop, retain, and attract and launch talent. Our goal is to have an affordable and accessible, high-quality education, and high quality is as important as affordable and accessible. We drive an $8.3 billion investment in economic activity, and that's a 9-to-1 return on the Commonwealth's investment. We continue to try to make data-driven decisions. We have unparalleled accountability. We submit to the legislature every year a report that's available online. It's good reading late at night, but I want to make the point that this report itself makes the University of Massachusetts the most transparent and accountable university, public or private, in the Commonwealth. So appreciate the strong partnership with all of you. I want to look at UMass by the numbers. We'll do it quickly. We're a $4.1 billion operation. We have nearly 74,000 students. We graduate 20,000 every year. One of the things we've focused in the time that I've been president is putting more money, university-generated money, into financial aid. That means whenever there's a tuition increase, and we try to keep them below the rate of inflation, we make sure that 20 to 30% goes into need-based financial aid so that we're accessible to everyone. We do $813 million in research and development. That research creates technologies, it creates companies. Our research at our medical school has solved some of the world's biggest problems. It's more expensive to be a research institution, but Massachusetts clearly needs a world-class public research university. We're the third largest employer in the state, and our payroll obviously is significant. We are a people business. In terms of our impact, we are considered #1 public university in New England by the World University rankings. All of our undergraduate campuses are nationally ranked. UMass Amherst is ranked 32nd among public universities in America. So, and we believe that Massachusetts needs a world-class public research university. So these rankings are important to us. Our medical school now ranks in the top 10 in primary care physician training. We're 37th in the country in NIH funding, and it's just a wonderful medical school. With that, that's a brief synopsis, and I'd like to ask Lisa Calisi, who's our vice president and treasurer of our institutions. I won't make the other points that are up here. Obviously, all of you know, we educate the people in Massachusetts. Our graduates stay in Massachusetts, and that makes us so important to the ecosystem and the economy of Massachusetts. 32% of our degrees are in STEM fields. But I want to introduce Lisa so we keep to our time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here with you today. So as the president just said, many of our graduates stay in Massachusetts and are from Massachusetts. And if we look at our enrollment, you can go to the next slide, Joe. If we look at our enrollment, our total enrollment, when you measure that by full-time equivalent students, is just under 65,000 students, with Amherst, the flagship, representing 46% of that student body. And when we look at them by residency, as we said a moment ago, 72% of our students are in-state students, and the majority of our students are undergraduate students at 73%. As the president said a few moments ago, UMass is committed to access and affordability. And so we are very proud of the $395 million that we invest in free financial aid to our students through the way in which we handle pricing and free aid strategy, which the president was speaking to. That's up 88% over the past decade. And 81% of that university-generated aid goes to those in-state students, which is well above the 72% share of the total enrollment, as I just showed you in the previous pie chart. Depending on the campus, we have anywhere from 24 to 50% of our in-state undergraduates being Pell eligible. So that financial need consistently remains large. Our cost of attendance, our net price, is just over $20,000, and that is just 2/3 of the average Massachusetts private institution. And our strategy of trying to remain affordable for our students has succeeded in holding the average student debt at graduation relatively flat for a decade at just under $30,000, which, if you adjust that for inflation, would be a real decline, but still a substantial debt burden for students. This next slide, and I'm just going to focus on the pie chart in the middle. This shows the total pool of free financial aid that our students are receiving. And as I said a moment ago, the university contributes $395 million, which is 69% of that pie chart. The total pie of free aid is about $570 million. And I just want to commend the state and thank you for the expansion of Mass Grant Plus. So what you see here is the state's contribution in free aid is now representing 9% of that pie, or just under $50 million. And you see that the federal free aid, which is largely Pell Grants, represents 15%. More needs to be done, and we certainly support more being done, but this actually shows progress. So I'm now going to turn it over to Joe Skurzik, who is our Assistant Vice President for Budget and Planning.
Thanks, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. Looking at the impact on the state economy, UMass generates $8.3 billion in economic activity each year, representing a 9-to-1 return on the state's investment. UMass is the third largest employer in the state, with nearly 16,500 non-student employees, 26,000 employees when including students, and overall UMass supports nearly 56,000 jobs in the state each year. Looking at our operating expenses, budgeted at $4.1 billion in the current fiscal year. On the left, we see how those expenses break down by category, with salaries and fringe making up the largest portion at 60% of the total. On the right, we see how our expenses break down by campus, with the flagship Amherst campus making up the largest portion at 40% of the total. Looking at the impact of research at the university, UMass conducts $813 million in research each year, making it the third largest research portfolio in the state, only behind Harvard and MIT. We're also showing here how UMass contributes to innovation in the state, including the launching of 51 startup companies and generating $328 million in licensing income. Turning to capital, the university currently has a deferred maintenance backlog of $4.8 billion, and that backlog is accumulated over 27.2 million gross square feet in over 500 buildings across our 5 campuses. The university has an extensive and complex real estate profile, which is costly to maintain and repair. The largest funding source for our capital plan is debt, and with some of our campuses approaching their debt caps, our ability to issue debt in support of our capital needs is limited. That underscores the need to partner with the Commonwealth on a funding solution in order to successfully address our deferred maintenance needs. And this dashboard is showing how the university's $2.1 billion approved capital plan breaks down by funding source. So nearly 3/4 of the plan, or 73%, is funded by university resources. That's indicated by the shades of blue in the pie chart. As I mentioned, the largest funding source is debt at 37% of the total, and funding from the state makes up 15% of the total plan, indicated by the red pie slice. And I'll turn it back over to Lisa now.
Thank you, Joe. For those of you that are following along with the handout, our testimony is much greater than the slides we've selected to show on the screen. The page numbers are consistent with your handout, so if you wanted to follow along with the handout. I'm going to now turn to a significant system-wide effort that we undertook 4 years ago, which is really part of our efficiency and effectiveness, where we consolidated our procurement functions, our accounts payable functions, and business and travel functions into one shared service entity. And I'm very proud to share with you that we've saved just over $112 million over those 4 years. And all of that savings allows for strategic reallocation of resources on our campuses. The other thing that you see here is us highlighting an increase in an investment with diverse suppliers, where in FY23, 9.9 or just under 10% of our spend went to diverse suppliers, which was up from 7% the prior year. So this is all happening as we are also saving all these funds. We're not done, and so we will continue, as we always have, to focus on ways to really benefit from the power of our size in our ability to save money so that those resources can be strategically reallocated.
Lisa, if I might just add, we are getting calls from other systems around the country asking us what we're doing, how do we do it, how we've improved the information we get. So we're becoming a national model. It's an example of using systemness to find a way to cut expenses. And Lisa and her team and our chancellors have all worked hard at that, and we're all pretty proud of it.
So now I have 2 more slides and then we will be done. I just wanted to go over in summary form our FY25 budget request. So our UMass's budget request for FY25 totals $791 million, which is a 5% increase over our FY24 adjusted appropriation. You'll notice that our initiatives focus on students first. We are requesting an increase in funding for expanded mental health services and emergency relief for our students, as well as student retention. And then we are also requesting a very small adjustment for inflation, just at 2%, which is nearly half of what inflation is in that request. Our request for 25 does not include any collective bargaining funds for successor contracts that would cover FY25. And on the next slide, I just summarize our fair share investment request. Again, we appreciate the support and partnership that we are receiving with an expansion of financial aid. And so consistent with what you've heard in prior testimony, we enthusiastically support the continuation of the expansion of public higher ed financial aid through Mass Grant. We also enthusiastically support the funds that are being provided for public higher ed capital. What you will see in the university's request is that we are hoping that the state would consider utilizing the appropriation for an annual debt service payment on a higher ed bond bill, which would certainly allow us to address more of our deferred maintenance backlog. And lastly, we are asking for the continuation of the endowment incentive match. And that concludes our testimony, and certainly we are happy to answer any questions and can follow up with any member of the committee that would like a more extensive briefing about UMass.
Thank you so much. And if you see us looking this way, we have a monitor where we can see you, so forgive our profiles. And Joe, forgive me, I did not do justice to your last name when I introduced you, but
No
I'm
worries.
grateful.
It's a tough one.
No, I can do better. And Mr. President, I love that you lifted up the tome of the report that you've now provided to the legislature these many times. And I will say I find it completely inspirational. You really are exemplary in the way that you're looking at your work and cracking it open so that we can understand the impact of public funds invested in the.
Yeah, we take this process seriously, and we find it. We use that information in marketing. We use it in communication with our trustees, as well as all of the members of the legislature. So it's something that we've kind of honed it down, and we love getting it out to all of you, but also we use it as a marketing tool too.
Oh, wonderful. I'm glad it has multiple uses. I believe we have a question from Rep. Lay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Meehan, first of all, go UMass Amherst. We know. I wish I could be there tonight and know that the strongest team will win. I'm going to ask a perennial question that I ask you every budget season. Just looking at deferred maintenance, I know that this has been a challenge for the UMass system. I appreciate the information here on the slides. I know the governor has a proposal in H2 to begin to address deferred maintenance, and I'd be really interested in your thoughts on that proposal and how it could benefit the UMass system.
We strongly support the governor's proposal. Deferred maintenance is a major issue. We've spent a lot of money studying all of our campuses, all of our buildings. They've been neglected in some instances for a long period of time. I did mention the fact that over 30 years, we've put $30 billion into it, but it hasn't been enough to maintain these buildings. What it means? It means we have an opportunity to renovate our labs in engineering and in nursing. We produce more nurses, more engineers than any other institution from Massachusetts than any other institution in the state. And we need to keep up with the labs. We need to keep up with all of it. So it's critically important. I don't think we can maintain our top tier national rankings unless we make this kind of an investment, because every 5 or 10 years, accreditors come in and they look at our facilities and they make judgments about us when they do that. So it's critically important. The other thing I would say is we are really focused on fixing the buildings we have. There are some instances where we need to build new buildings. One of them is a computer science building in Amherst. And that computer science program at UMass Amherst is a world-class, nationally known, internationally known program. We needed to build a new building there, but we're trying to fix it first. We're trying to do the right thing in terms of the facilities we have. And honestly, we can use whatever money we can get. We have a professional way of getting that out to the campuses in a fair way, depending upon the size of the campus and how much deferred maintenance they have on the campus. But it's really, really important to the future of UMass.
Thank you, President.
Thanks, Representative. Senator Miranda.
Good to see you, President Meehan. Sorry, I don't look as good as you, so I'm going to be off camera. I had a couple of questions, and they're related to diversity. I was looking over the slide where you were talking about procurement, and I think someone on your team was procurement and supplier diversity, and I saw this percentage. I think it's at 9.9%. I was just wondering, do you disaggregate that data? When oftentimes when I'm looking even at state spending and supplier diversity, when we do a catch-all phrase like diverse, it could mean spending with women businesses, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, veterans, disabled folks, and other protected classes. And so just wondering if you have that number disaggregated and if you're thinking of growing that, because that's a huge amount of spending that you're doing that could really make a difference. And I know at the state level, we're also trying to improve. I know the Healy administration has been thinking about the ways in which we can improve supplier diversity. And then the second question is around recruitment and retention of diverse students. We know that affirmative action policies and DEI policies have been abolished in some cases or demolished in other cases, and we want to make sure that Massachusetts is strong in this growth across the 5 campuses. How are we doing with students of color? I saw that there was a huge international growth number, but how are we doing with homegrown talent that is across the racial minority groups?
Great. I'll start first with the numbers that we provided. Let me say at the outset, and I'm going to ask Lisa Calisi to get into this first part of your question, and then I'll answer the second part. No, we're not in any way, shape, or manner satisfied with the number. We're satisfied that we have better data to evaluate. We're satisfied with the fact that we're moving in the right direction. But no, we want to get up to 12, 15%. Then we want to go to 20. So we're committed to doing this, and so we're not satisfied in any way, shape, or manner. In fact, I'm not satisfied with any of our diversity numbers. Even though we're doing much better than we've ever done, and we're in better shape than we ever done, any university leader who tells you they're satisfied with the numbers of diversity probably isn't a university leader that's focused on this issue. Lisa, if you could just get into the methodology on that, and then I'll get back to the retention question.
Sure, thank you, Marty. So Senator, we do track this data at a very low level of detail, and be happy to share with you some of that reporting. We actually, in order to do that, we actually partnered with a third party to get better data, and the data that I am reporting does include minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, small disadvantaged businesses, veteran-owned businesses, disabled veterans, LGBT. And so it does include all categories, and we're actually tracking it at a level that allows us to look at those categories. I think one of the things that we have found as we have tried to increase diverse supplier spend is that we weren't capturing subcontractors. And so we're now going to the process to make sure that we are capturing diverse spend with subcontractors. And I think you did ask whether or not we plan to expand this further, and that is our hope. The first step in our journey was to get better data and to do better outreach. And so we now have better data, and we actually are participating in outreach events. And we hope to expand that beyond the 10%.
Thank you.
On the second question, all of our campuses every year become more and more diverse, and we put extra emphasis on retention of those people of color who come to UMass. You mentioned the Supreme Court decision. One of the things that I did recently was we took a look at community college students. And while we need to comply with what the federal law is and need to comply with the ruling of the court was, even though we disagreed with it, because our community colleges are so diverse, we instituted a program where the top 10% of community colleges graduates, that is those who graduate in the top 10%, we are guaranteeing over 2 years $10,000 minimum of aid for those students. We're doing that in an effort to continue to make our campuses more diverse, and as a way to bring in students to UMass and be more competitive in terms of attracting those students, many of them who are diverse students. If you look at the data of each of our campuses, each one is more diverse than it's been, and retention is going up on our campuses. But that's another thing where I will tell you, I'm not satisfied with our retention. We need to get better. We need to get more diverse, not just with our students, but with our faculty, our administrators, really across the board. I'm proud of the fact that our chancellors that I've appointed have been very diverse chancellors across the board. First Hispanic in the history of UMass Boston. I appointed the first African American at UMass Dartmouth. I appointed the first woman at Lowell and the first Asian American woman at Lowell after she left, and the first Hispanic to ever lead our flagship campus since 1863 out at UMass Amherst. But this is something that, again, we got to keep working on, and we look at the data all of the time, and the test of our society, this generation, will be whether or not we're able to reach out into urban areas and reach people of color and get them into the higher education system. I got a chance to go to college that I wouldn't have had because of the University of Massachusetts at Lowell, and we need to make sure that opportunity is available for everyone. The last thing I would say, we're investing very strongly in early college, particularly early college in urban areas. Early college is an opportunity for somebody to take courses, college-level courses, the content of which students would not get the opportunity to. And we work with high school teachers and our faculty, and we're hoping that we can get students to get 30 credits of college credit at UMass, which is 1 year, and it will cost less. Students will save thousands of dollars. I don't want to go on too long, but that's another thing that we're doing where we're reaching people of color, cutting the cost of a UMass education, and by giving them college credits and giving them the confidence that they can go to college.
And I want to thank you. This is super important. So you're not going on too long, because I want a statewide college system that reflects the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I was a dual enrollment student at the O'Brien, and I knew I could do college after that program. So I'm happy to hear about that. And I'm also happy that you talked about the high level leadership. I've also been very concerned about provosts and deans and chancellors across the system. I don't have UMass Boston in my district, but UMass Boston, obviously I represent the city of Boston. I've seen a decline on students seeking to go to UMass Boston from the urban community, as they're sort of bypassing the UMass Boston campus to apply to other schools, which is exciting for the other state schools. But the fact that they're bypassing the institution that's right in their backyard has been a little alarming for me. So thank you for answering those questions. And I'd love to look at that data with you too. I know as an active member in the Black and Latino Caucus and on the executive board, we care a lot that the 5 campuses is a place and a gateway to not only get a great education, but remain in the Commonwealth.
Well, I appreciate that, Senator. And I'd be glad to sit down with you and go over some of the numbers. The other point I want to make on UMass Boston, because in the Mayor Wu's State of the City address, she specifically called out a program that we have with the city of Boston and UMass Boston. We're going to create a hub school for students who are in Boston public schools and create a pathway for them to get to the University of Massachusetts Boston, as well as early college programs with UMass Boston and Boston Public Schools. I would love the opportunity to talk to you and bring in our chancellor there, Marcelo Suarez Orozco, and bring him in and have a discussion about it, because I think you'll like the direction that we're headed with there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator Miranda. Other questions? Okay, I have one. Mr. President, you just want to say you talked about the community college to UMass pipeline that you have created. I think that's beautiful. I love your embrace of early college. It's the kind of sort of ecosystem of a 4-year institution that the continuum from high school to 2-year to 4-year that I love that UMass is embracing. I wanted to talk about enrollment trends. Could you just unpack a little bit of the 5-year enrollment trends over your campuses and what that's making you think about predicting the future enrollment trends for UMass?
Yes. Well, Madam Chair, the first thing I would say is I do it every year, putting together a State of the University address. And we send it to all the legislators, and I want to bring that to your attention the next week or two. We'll be sending it out, and I spend most of it talking about early college, partnerships with community college. So you'll see in that address that we really focus on exactly what you just mentioned. Enrollment is the biggest challenge that really most universities in Massachusetts, in New England, and in the northeastern part of the country faces. It's one of the reasons why you're seeing many of the non-elite private institutions that are either merging, in some instances closing. We feel the same pressure with public universities because of the declining number of students that are graduating from high schools in the northeastern part of the country and in New England. So the competition is getting tougher and tougher. It's one of the reasons why we focus on making sure that all of our experts tell us that we need to be nationally ranked, we need to be perceived as a high quality institution if we're going to maintain enrollment. We've been able to maintain enrollment solid. We've made some improvements at UMass Dartmouth where enrollment was declining, but now it's coming back. Chancellor Fuller has been working hard on the latest techniques to increase enrollment, and Dartmouth is doing much better on enrollment. This is a system-wide issue, as you know, because you follow all of this. If you look at the last decade, community colleges are down in terms of enrollment, although I think the latest project has them up in most community colleges, state universities. This has been a challenge and will be a challenge for everyone. We bring in experts to help us figure out what's the best way to be able to maintain enrollment. As you know, the way the financing works, if enrollment goes down, then our revenue goes down, and we have to think about where we're going to cut. So we're doing cutting edge things in terms of looking at strategies. Sometimes it's marketing. Sometimes it's one of the reasons why we do the State of the University address. We feel good about it. In Moody's and independent rating services, they feel pretty good about where we are right now. But I can tell you, we're focused on it like a laser beam. And we are. I'll give you a quick example. So as you know, UMass Amherst gets a lot of applications for a few seats. What we've tried to do is, if somebody isn't going to get into UMass Amherst, we're trying to get that data to UMass Lowell and to UMass Dartmouth. And I just looked at numbers today, and Dartmouth has already accepted 70 students who didn't get into UMass Amherst. Lowell is in the process of accepting a similar number. All of these strategies we're doing because we know we've got to keep enrollment level. So it's something I'd love to continue to talk about. I think it's probably the major one issue that higher education, both public and private, are going to face over the next 7 to 10 years. It's a big deal, and we're focused on it.
Thank you. I know you're focused on it. Thank you so much. We look forward to reading that address and the state of the university. I don't see any more questions. With this, I will thank you all so much for your work and service, and thanks for testifying today.
Thank you, and you all have been great partners, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President
Thank
and
you.
team.
Thank you.
All right, friends, up next, we are delighted to welcome a panel on community colleges. We have Dr. Shute, who's coming to testify, Nate McKinnon, and Michael Hannigan.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Michelle Shute, and I have the pleasure of serving as the 11th president of Greenfield Community College. On behalf of the 15 community colleges across the Commonwealth, we are grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today, as well as your ongoing support for our incredible work that our colleges do in the Commonwealth and its residents. I'd like to speak to a few of our priorities and what they will mean to our students. First, we support the governor's recommendation to fund Mass Reconnect at $24 million. In its first year, Mass Reconnect, which gives students 25 years of age and older access to free community college, added an additional 8,400 new degree-seeking students to our colleges.
Yeah, there's a lot of clapping for people who are watching this remotely.
Our spring enrollment numbers indicate that that number will only continue to rise, and we fully support the additional line item supports for this measure. Additionally, we have spent the last 6 months researching, developing, and benchmarking a proposal that delivers on the core mission of our institutions: open, accessible, equitable higher education for all, not just those who can afford it or those who are willing to go into debt to get it, but free college for all Massachusetts residents. We believe this proposal puts forth a sustainable model that removes the burden of cost from our students and shifts it to the Commonwealth, a necessary step in closing massive gaps in equity amongst low-income students and students of color in the state. This investment in our community college students is an investment in our communities, one which will have lasting impacts on the Commonwealth for generations to come. Within the framework of making community college more financially attainable for our students, so too we must ensure that they are able to succeed in their studies. The Community College Success Program, short for Supporting Urgent Community College Equity Through Student Services, will be critically important as we move forward to support the new students coming to campuses with wraparound supports. There is more good news from Success than I can relay to you today in my short time, but we are confident that it's effective positive change and are hoping to see an $18 million investment to continue building on the hard work to date. Finally, if the Commonwealth believes in investing in our community college students, we must begin by investing in our community college educators. Our faculty are paid, on average, 33% less than their counterparts at the four-year institutions in Massachusetts. Without our faculty and staff, we cannot execute any of the exciting initiatives that are underway and on the horizon, and the student experience will be significantly lessened. Increasing access to community colleges to boost the workforce only works if our colleges can sustain our own workers. On behalf of all community college presidents, I thank you for the opportunity to share some of our priorities with you today, and we are so excited for what lies ahead for our students, our institutions, and our Commonwealth. We look forward to partnering with you and your colleagues in the legislature to make that happen.
Thank you, President.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Nate McKinnon, and I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Association of Community Colleges. I want to echo President Schuet's gratitude and appreciation for your support of our colleges and go a little deeper into some of our additional priorities. To expand upon President Schuet's comments regarding the Success Program, we are asking for an appropriation of $18 million. That is necessary to remain our fully staffed and also to expand Success to support the influx of students that Mass Reconnect and Free Community College will bring in. While these programs bring in new students, it is the wraparound supports that the Success Program provides that retain those students and help them to succeed all the way through to degree. To scale up the aid programs without doing the same for the Success Program would be detrimental to our students, our staff, and the Commonwealth. In addition, I want to mention the critical role that community colleges play in supporting workforce training needs. In 2021, the legislature provided our colleges with a one-time appropriation of $15 million to create the Community College Education and Training Fund, which we call ETF, to support workforce training programs in high-demand fields like healthcare, IT, and education. Thus far, the fund has trained 3,200 students, none of whom would have been eligible for aid without this fund because the programs do not qualify for federal financial aid because they are not long enough in length. We are asking for the ETF to be added as a separate line item and funded at $12 million annually, which will allow us to train an additional 2,100 students per year in these high-demand occupations at no cost to them. Another important line item for us is the STEM Starter Academies, which recruit, ready, and graduate students from diverse backgrounds to work in high-demand STEM fields. We believe in the success of this work and ask that this line be level funded at the FY24 amount of $4.75 million. Finally, the governor has recommended $3.7 million for the community college funding formula, which is a drastic reduction from the FY24 amount heading into this formula. This performance funding formula funds our campuses based on enrollment and performance and incorporates equity with the goal of incentivizing completion rates at each individual college. Past practice has been the formula has been funded at 3% of the total community college operating appropriations, and we are therefore asking for that to continue with an appropriation of $11.6 million in that account this year. These are just a few of the priorities we want to bring to your attention, but to be respectful of your time, we'd invite you to reference the whole list, which we will include with our written testimony that we will send to the committee. We thank you again for your time and attention and look forward to the continued collaboration.
Thank you.
And with that,
Please.
I'd like to introduce GCC student and student trustee Michael Hannigan, who is also a recipient of Mass Reconnect.
Thank you, President Schuet, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about Mass Reconnect. And I'd like to thank the committee for being on campus today. It's really great to have you guys here. And my name is Michael Hannigan. I'm a food and farm systems student here at GCC. I returned to school last semester at the age of 42, largely influenced by the Mass Reconnect program. Initially, I began as a part-time student while still maintaining my job at UMass Amherst, where I had dedicated 20 years of service in various manual labor roles. However, the profound impact of re-engaging with my education led me to make a significant decision. I quit my job to immerse myself fully in my studies as a full-time student. I had aspirations to return to school before, but personal setbacks forced me to drop out mid-semester, leaving me with debt that took years to pay off. Mass Reconnect offered me a chance to re-enter higher education without the debilitating fear of accruing more debt. This time around, I found that the community college environment not only offered me a second chance at education, but also provided me an invaluable connection to the community, which I had missed while working my 9-to-5 job. In my first class, permaculture, a gardening principle that emphasizes our relationship with the natural world in our communities, we managed to revive the permaculture club. Through this club, we organize free farmers markets, distributing thousands of pounds of organic produce in collaboration with the food pantry on campus. These markets highlighted the stark realities of food insecurity and logistical challenges of delivering fresh produce to those in need. This experience ignited a newfound passion for service work within me. Driven by this passion, I ran for and was elected student trustee. My internships at Stone Soup Cafe in Greenfield and Rachel's Table of Springfield placed me at the forefront of the battle against food insecurity. And in this summer, I will be advancing my practical experience as a research intern at UMass's Cold Springs Orchard, where I once worked as a custodian. As I continue my educational journey, my ambitions grow, and I look forward to transferring to a 4-year institution, exploring further educational opportunities. Mass Reconnect has been pivotal in my life. It has given me more than just an education. It's given me a mission and a community, and I'm certain that many other students share my sentiments. And thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Michael, for sharing your personal story and your journey. And clearly it's inspiration to all of us listening. Thank you. Questions from, please, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Michael, for your testimony. Obviously very powerful and moving to hear a real experience with Mass Reconnect. So thank you. Nate, I wanted to follow up on the Workforce Education and Training Fund. Can you just explain a little bit further as to why the state or federal financial aid cannot just be used to fund these programs?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the problem with our short-term workforce training that occurs at all 15 community colleges, that even if it leads to high demand occupations, if the program length is not reach a certain threshold of clock hours in total, then it is ineligible for Title IV federal financial aid, which is the backbone of higher education. It's what the FAFSA leads to, and it's also the backbone of ultimately the Massachusetts state financial aid. So our aid programs, both at a federal and state level, are only for qualified Title IV programs. Short-term credentials, whether for credit or not for credit, doesn't matter, do not meet that threshold. We are working right now very actively this week, in fact, with Congress to try and get the House of Representatives to move forward the Workforce Pell Act, which would lower that threshold, making many of, if not most of these programs eligible for financial aid. But until that happens, we have a problem, which is if you come to us at a community college and say, I think I want to go into healthcare, and we say, great, what do you want to start with? And you say, I think I want to start as a CNA so I can just start making money. And then I want to ramp up to an RN from there. We say, well, if you want to be a CNA, you have to pay for all of that out of pocket without ETF. And you pay for it 100% on your own. There's no state subsidy for it. There's no financial aid for it. But if you want to be an RN, you can complete the FAFSA and we'll get you federal financial aid and state financial aid, and you can do that program. So we have a real disconnect with programs that are short-term that lead to high demand, high wage jobs. And so the idea of ETF is to bridge that gap. It's to close it and say, if it is a career that is aligned with a regional workforce blueprint, high demand job, then it ought to be eligible and provided to the student at no cost. And it's been pivotal in doing so. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Representative.
I just want to follow up on that now. And obviously, do LPNs still fall in that too, or do they not?
LPN, I'll yield to President Shute on that.
LPN are eligible for federal financial aid and state aid.
So the LPNs and the RNs, just not the CNAs, which there's also a great shortage in as well. Yes,
It's
right.
because of the speed of the program.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Another example would be a medical assistant program. Medical assistant does not meet the threshold of being eligible for financial aid.
I want to go back to ETF. I'll ask a question. So could you help us track from the Workforce Skills Cabinet to the regional priority boards, to the community colleges, and then out into the workforce? Can you help us understand all the decisions and how that would affect, maybe Madam President, you want to do that in partnership with Nate, how that affects an institution like GCC in terms of what courses you might offer because you've gotten a signal? And I just would love to understand with much greater texture.
Sure. I'm not an expert on the development of the regional workforce blueprints, but for each of the Mass Hire regions, a workforce blueprint was developed, and I understand from the administration they're in the process of updating those right now.
Right, that's my understanding.
So when those are updated, and we're using the current ones, but when they're updated, we'll use those. Ultimately, each college has an ETF program manager who looks at those, looks at employers in the regions, figures out what training programs they'd be able to offer, develops them if they're not already developed at that college, and then ultimately connects to get students into those programs and then an employer to take the positions afterwards. So whether that's in IT and IT certification, whether that's the CNA program, EMT, educational paraprofessional is another one that you can't get financial aid for that is in great demand across every K through 12 school district. And so these are the programs that this money that you provided to us, we've been able to use in that way. So that's how it trickles down from the state. President Shute, you must speak.
At Greenfield, we've used those dollars for CNA, for machining, working with a local employer in Athol, where we took a trainer right to the field, did some intensive training, and those folks got skilled up, and they were able to then land some higher wages. And additionally, as we talked about, the paraprofessional program, which has been highly acclaimed by local principals and superintendents as being monumental in shifts to get those folks prepared to be in the classroom and all the challenges therein. But we need those funds to make those programs happen.
Helpful. I don't see any other questions, so we extend our thanks to
Madam
you.
Chair, I'm so sorry. I see.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Rep.
Yeah.
Holmes. Thank you. Representative.
Thank you.
Forgive
I
me.
don't have many,
for
no problem.
moving
Don't
on.
have many questions. The average amount, I got 20 grand for UMass. Is the average amount for my community colleges still about what it used to be? About the price of the Pell Grant, 7,300 or so? Is that what the average amount is for community colleges still is?
Yes, thank you, Representative. The current max Pell Grant is $73.95 a year for a full-time student with a 0 EFC, and the average tuition at our community colleges right now is about $6,700 full-time. So if you have a full Pell, it more than covers you at any one of our colleges at this point. So that's we try and track closely to that. The boards of trustees at each of the colleges set the overall student charges for the fees, and have worked hard to try and make sure that stays aligned best they can within the resources we have.
Excellent. So that still is the case. So if I am 25 and older, and I would have qualified for a Pell Grant at 0 EFC, do I still go back to the feds and get my money, or how does that work?
Thank you. It's a great question. To the student, someone like Michael, we don't send them around left to right to try and find their money. We do that at each individual institution. So the financial aid office here at GCC for Michael, and at every other college for our other students at the other 14 institutions, one of the requirements of Mass Reconnect is that you fill out a FAFSA. And the purpose of that is to leverage federal financial aid. Our community colleges have historically had lower FAFSA completion rates than we would like. So there's a lot of federal money sitting out there that we could have for our students coming into our state that we were missing. So what we've done is made sure that that is prioritized through FAFSA completion, work, and Mass Reconnect has catapulted that across the state because it is a requirement. So if you apply for admission to Greenfield Community College or any other institution, you complete the FAFSA. Obviously, we're open access, so every student gets in. And then once you're enrolled in the program, behind the scenes, the financial aid office takes care of figuring out where the money comes from. And they piecemeal it together in what's called packaging. And that occurs from first we start with federal dollars and any federal dollars that are available for that student. If there's then money left over, we look at other state financial aid programs such as Mass Grant Plus Expansion, Mass Grant Plus, Mass Cash Grant, tuition waivers. And after that, if there's then still a bill left over, that's the point we apply the Mass Reconnect funding to ensure that the student doesn't receive a bill in the mail or in their email. The other thing Mass Reconnect provides is a stipend for books and supplies of up to $1,200 a year. And so that's provided to the student as a refund to offset the costs of their purchasing books and supplies. It's prorated based on how many credits you have. So $1,200 would be if you took a full-time course load. If you only took a half-time course load, it would be $600 a year. Does that answer your question, Representative?
No, and not only the answer, those are great answers. We get as much as we can from the feds, and we're also making sure these kids are still taken care of, because if you have an EFC of 0, go talk to the feds first, and then we're gonna get them their books. My final question is around diversity. I know on average, nationally, my understanding is 50% of all Hispanic students that are in some type of degree program are in community colleges. I think that number is about 40% for Black students. Is that the case here in Massachusetts? I know the former commissioner used to say that was about the case when he would meet the Black and Latino caucus, that about half of our students, Black and Latino, go to community colleges. Is that what it still is here in Massachusetts? And then follow up, addition to that, just want to make sure when it comes to our Latino and Black men in every category, whether they're going to a state college, a private college, community college, they are just not participating. Are we doing something? I shouldn't say they're not participating. That's not the actual word. They are the lowest participants. Are we doing something to encourage Latino men and Black men to go back and get educated?
On the question of the enrollment and its relationship to the diversity of our students. First of all, consistently, the community colleges are more likely to have students of color out of all of the segments of higher education in Massachusetts, and also more likely to have students who are low income than our four-year counterparts. That's true not only in Massachusetts, but in nearly every state. That's who community colleges serve, is we're here to serve a very diverse population, including a lot of individuals who are low income. I'm just looking quickly here, but the most recent term across the entire segment, I don't have the percentages, but we served about 11,000 African American students this past fall, and about 17,000 Latino students out of a total of about 67,000 unduplicated. That's just for fall semester. So keep in mind at our institutions, some students only show up for spring versus fall, et cetera. So I have to do some quick math there, but I hope that answers the question. Happy to follow up with you with that data, but it's directly from the State Department of Higher Education's annual fall data collection.
That's good. You can follow back up. The question was about, of those 28,000, is that half of the Black and brown students in our programs across the state? So that was what I was trying to get to. But no problem. I got your number, so it'd be good just to.
I don't have that right now.
No problem.
Do you speak to the males of color?
Sure. When we want to answer your question around supports for specifically, you called out males of color. I think that's where our success funding comes in and the necessity therein. Every campus has distinct populations. GCC, for example, has about 27% students of color. And I know Holyoke is vastly different in their demographics. But what's great about the success funds is that we can cater those funds to the populations that we have on our campuses and provide those supports. And so I know that the HCC was running programs both for Latinx and for Black students and using success dollars. And that's significant when we think about how we support all populations that have been historically marginalized and minimized in our demographics. So I think it just speaks to the relevancy of those funds and the need for greater support there, particularly in light of Mass Reconnect and who we know are our populations that don't have degrees and that will be coming back to us.
I guess I just would just follow up that I think you should put some focus around Latino men and Black men. We need to re-engage them. Obviously, our women are just outperforming us everywhere, which is no problem, but we need to get them back and educated. So I understand we're going to try to do it across the board, but they are way, way down, like literally comparing to women, white men. It is such a small number in comparison. So it should be some focus on Latino men and Black men. That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate that. And thank you to the panel for your service.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have a very patient President Keenan representing the state universities, and we're so you're your whole panel, and you are remarkable.
Statement can be the whole panel.
Here comes your placard. Thank you, Jared. President Keenan, we're so grateful that you're here.
Yep.
Your colleagues were in the State House yesterday, making us aware of the significant opportunities and some of the challenges that the universities face. And we're really, really grateful you're here to offer your perspective.
Yes, so Chair Comerford, Chair Vargas, thank you for having me here today. I apologize I could not join you yesterday. We're actually in Salem celebrating and naming our most prominent residence hall after our first Black graduate, Charlotte Fortin, graduated 1856, went on to become a teacher down in the South. And that was an initiative put forward by one of our students who graduated the year before, coming forward and said, we don't have a building named after any Black graduate. And so civic engagement is another thing that we're really proud of at Salem State. So first and foremost, let me say, as a former colleague, thank you to all of you. There is nobody left on this panel that I served with. That's kind of scary. Representative Holmes is still here, who I did serve with. So again, thank you for coming out into the districts and getting out across the Commonwealth to hear from your constituents, and that being state higher ed. Chair Vargas, I will say, my son is now 25. He's the one who got me up at 4 o'clock every morning, and I still do that to this day. He's 25, so be careful.
Okay.
You're going to create a habit you're not going to be able to get out of. But congratulations to you on that as well. That's my favorite job of all.
Yes.
So thank you for being here today and for hearing from the state universities regarding the FY25 budget. With quality, accessibility, and affordability at the forefront of our mission, your Massachusetts state universities continue to offer a best value proposition for Massachusetts residents to earn a bachelor's or master's degree. Our institutions are mission-driven to provide access to higher education opportunities for traditionally underserved populations that are laser-focused on workforce needs of our regions. I just pause there for a second to give you the demographics of my university. So my university is 64% female, as Representative Holmes just suggested. Almost 50% identify as students of color, and I will proudly become the first public four-year HSI in the Commonwealth. So there are some HSI who are community colleges, North Shore Community College, Northern Essex Community College, and we are the first institution in the Commonwealth to partner with the DREAM, which is providing 10 full scholarships to undocumented students on our campus. And proudly, in 2006, as a state representative, I voted for that bill. Some 18 years later, it finally came to fruition. So Salem State is proud to lead in that regard. We educate close to 42,000 students annually, about 92% of our students coming from Massachusetts high school, and over 85% of our students choosing to live, work, and raise their families in the Commonwealth. They might even go on to become a lieutenant governor. Your state universities are truly Massachusetts institutions. At over $11,000 per year, state universities continue to offer the most affordable options to Massachusetts residents of an undergraduate degree in New England. We are committed to preparing students for professional careers, lifelong learning, civic engagement by providing a strong grounding in the liberal arts, a rigorous academic curriculum, and transformative opportunities, including undergraduate research, international study, internships, community engaged learning opportunities, and many more.
Regarding the budget, while last year we all celebrated the historic investments in our public higher education system, we understand that the state is now facing $1 billion tax revenue shortfall for FY24. With the release of with the administration's H2 spending, the governor announced there is a need for some belt tightening. Recognizing that the administration was forced to make tough strategic choices in their budget recommendations, and I know you will as well, my colleagues and I greatly appreciate that the governor funded our campus line items with the base appropriation that annualized most of our FY24 campus funding. This annualized funding included salary obligations contained within our employee labor contracts. Since contractual salary obligations covered by either the state or the student through fees, full funding of these contracts goes a long way to ensuring the affordability of our campuses and is consistent with how the state funds all of their state employee salaries. We ask for the legislature's support for H2 campus line item recommendations. We are also grateful that public higher education has a dedicated revenue source from the fair share surtax revenue. As you know, the FY25 consensus revenue agreement includes about $1.3 billion in surtax supported spending. By some estimates, that's probably conservative, but let's go with that. The governor is recommending $229 million of fair share funding for public higher education initiatives. This is a lesser percentage than was invested in higher education last year. While we thank the governor for this investment and view these recommended spending levels as a starting point to outline our priorities for the use of fair share funding to support our work at the state universities. In addition to the priorities included in H2 with the fair share surtax, the Council of Presidents asked the legislature to consider continuing their investment by making public higher education more accessible in Massachusetts by increasing affordability further up the income ladder to lower and middle income families. We wholeheartedly support the Department of Higher Education system-wide approach to Mass Grant expansion, which includes extending Mass Reconnect program to all public institutions in the Commonwealth. We must build a system that offers choice to Massachusetts socially economically challenged students. To do that, we encourage an increased investment in the Mass Grant Plus program by an additional $75 million. Currently, Mass Grant Plus offers all public higher education students whose family earn under $72,000 free college at any of our public higher education institutions. Adding another $75 million to this program would make college free for students attending any 2 or 4-year public higher education institution whose family income is $110,000 annually. Again, moving up that economic ladder and providing opportunity. Making this investment is consistent with the accessibility goals of the DHE Strategic Plan for Racial Equity and addresses the affordability in an efficient way. To that point, the Council of Presidents also requests the legislature extend Mass Reconnect and Success program to 4-year institutions. You just heard from the community colleges some of the things that are happening with Success. You heard from Commissioner Ortega as well. We would like to see that extended to the 4-year state universities also. And to provide individuals 25 and over with the choice to matriculate in either a 2 or 4-year institution. The state universities serve the same students as our community colleges, and extending the Success and Mass Reconnect programs to the state's public 4-year institutions will go a long way in helping us fulfill our mission of offering affordable, high-quality degree pathways while also addressing the workforce demands of the Commonwealth. We also respectfully request the legislature to continue their support of state universities' performance funding line item. The governor recommended a reduction, as was mentioned with the community colleges as well. In this important line item funding, we respectfully request the legislature recapitalize this fund at a level of $11.3 million. Additionally, we ask that you support the continued investments in the state university's internship. That's part of the experiential learning that I talked about that's so important for our students to get jobs, funding for comprehensive student behavioral and mental health programs, support of early college and innovative pathway programs. I would be remiss if it did not strongly address the critical need for release of a higher education bond bill. We've heard a lot about this discussion here today, and there's $125 million in the governor's budget, right? I would tell you at Salem State, my science building, SSU Bold, is about $110 million project itself. On my campus alone, I have almost $500 million worth of deferred maintenance. If you went all across the state university system, much like UMass, the number would probably approach about $5 billion. Senator earlier talked about Mass College of Art and Design. The State University College of Presidents attended a meeting there Wednesday, and there is scaffolding around that building, the tower, because a 1,000-pound piece of concrete fell off of it. It's one of the last buildings from the Ward Commission. So we are asking that $125 million that $125 million allocation be put towards a special obligation bond, which would then enable us and UMass and the community colleges to spend a lot more money. Quite frankly, $125 million does not make a dent in the problem. Again, just for because I know the math on my own campus, the Horace Mann building that we're renovating right now is costing us about $1,000 a square foot. $1,000 a square foot. The next two buildings that I have to renovate on my campus, my oldest, Sullivan and Meyer Hall, are respectively 80,000 and 160,000 square feet. That's 240,000 square feet. Even I can do that math at $1,000 a square foot, right? That's almost $250 million in my next two buildings alone. So we really do have to go large on this. 2008, I think, when I was in the legislature as well, 2008 is when we did the last higher ed bond bill. It is needed again. And I think any of the schools that you represent, the community colleges, the state universities, the UMass system will certainly agree to that. So if we had a number one priority here today, and if there's a message you take from me today, it is we need to use that $125 million to provide a lot more funding for our state universities, our community colleges, and the UMass system. As we strive to make higher education more accessible and affordable to all, we need to consider the impact these projects have on all of our students. So as we talk, I guess I'll finish with this. As we talk about making higher ed more affordable and opening the door for more students, when they go to open that door, it shouldn't fall off the hinges, right? We should make an investment in those campuses to make sure that they are able to get a quality education in a quality space. So we're extremely grateful for the recent investments in public higher education. Many of our students are paying their own way through college to obtain the dream of earning a bachelor's or master's degrees. Most of our students work 1, 2, and 3 jobs to get through college. More investment in our students and our employees for infrastructure is needed, not only for the individual growth of those who earn a degree in our campuses, but for the continued economic vitality of the Commonwealth. So thank you for providing me this opportunity to spend some time with you out here in Greenfield. It did take me a few hours. We should have commuted today, Rep. Cairns. It'll take me a few hours to get back to, but I will tell you again, first time, apparently we're not in the Berkshires, right? Did you say that?
Not yet.
I corrected my remarks because I was going to say it's good to be back in the Berkshires. So when I was a state rep,
Another
right,
another hour.
I'm a blue collar kid, right? I grew up in Salem. When I was growing up, Vincent, right? I thought Worcester was Western Mass. My first time to the Berkshires was on the tourism, the inaugural Tourism, Arts, and Cultural Development Committee. On that committee, we're out the Norman Rockwell Museum. So I do appreciate what you do and the opportunity to get around this great state and actually hear from everybody, especially as you do the most difficult job of trying to build a budget for this year. With that, again, I welcome any questions, and I certainly invite and welcome any of you to my campus when you're ever in the region, or if you want to come out. Representative Lewis, now Senator Lewis, also I served. I was just saying there's a few people here, and Rep. Durant was here, and I was going to stay on the far right and the far left. I served to both of you guys. I'll leave it at that, right? It's not a political comment. It's just a physical. Any questions? Any questions you have? Again, right? Capital funding, number one.
Capital funding, number one. President Keenan.
Yes.
That was amazing. And I
Good to
think
be.
it's good to laugh with you as a colleague and as a leader, higher ed leader. And your campus, I had the privilege of visiting your campus, and it is just really inspirational what's happening there. And your commitment to your students and your faculty and the wider community is exemplary, as as your colleagues also do on their campuses. Questions, please.
President Keenan, can you talk a little bit about the investments that are needed in the capital projects and how, if we're not making the commitment as the state legislature to keep up with those deferred maintenance needs, where are the campuses going to get the funds?
Perfect question, Representative, and thank you. And we talk about this on our campus all the time. There's really only a couple funding sources that I have. Yes, I do have fees, right? But fees are my students. And as I mentioned, demographically, we have a very similar demographic to the community colleges. Almost 50% of my students are Pell eligible, household incomes $40,000 or less. I serve more gateway communities than any other campus. Most of our state universities, as you know, in Fitchburg and Westfield and Salem, we serve gateway communities. So yes, you're absolutely right. If we're not able to fund it through a capital bond bill, it has to go back to our students in terms of fees. upwards of $3,000 or so. If you're talking about $11,000 in tuition and fees, a big chunk of that is actually going to capital projects. My SSU Bold, which is renovation of one building and building 7 new state-of-the-art wet labs in the other, so we can expand our nursing program, is about a $110 million project. We're expected to come up with almost 60% of that. In the past, that was never the case. Public universities didn't have to spend 50%, $60 million. I will tell you, and it will be the one project I'm able to do because of some reserves that we've built up. The next president at Salem State would not be able to do that because they will not have those reserves to do it again. So yes, thank you for the question. If there's a way that we can increase that investment in our public higher education system, and I understand there are lots of priorities pulling at you, especially in capital projects, certainly the T and everything else, but we need to make the investment so that we do continue to have world-class facilities for these students to get a world-class education. But it's either the state or it's the students.
Your students have been incredible advocates telling the story about what it's costing in their education.
Right.
I've never seen public higher ed students so excited to talk about building capital needs. So good job.
Yeah, and again, and that's pretty consistent across the 9 state universities, right? We all have significant deferred maintenance needs, for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Other questions?
Okay.
Please, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Keenan, great to see you again.
Senator, nice to
Thanks
see you
so
as
much
well.
for all
I've
you-
aged a lot more than you have. I had a full head of hair.
That's
when I left the
debatable.
legislature.
I want to just knit together one of the themes we've been hearing throughout today, which are workforce challenges. And one of the wonderful things about the university that you lead is you're one of our top schools for teacher preparation programs, right? I assume also for early educators. I don't know that for a fact, but I certainly know for K through 12 educators, you're one of the most important programs in Massachusetts. So one of our challenges, there's an overall challenge, which is, not having difficulty finding educators in particular areas, special education, STEM, a few other areas in particular, high school. And then there's also a very significant challenge we've been trying to address in terms of having a more diverse educator workforce, more teachers and administrators of color, because not because it's just of the right thing to do, but because there's such strong evidence that for a student of color, having even one teacher of color in his or her education has significant long-term academic and life benefits. And white students benefit as well from having more diverse educated workforce. So I know that's been something, Salem State has been trying to address. And I'm just curious if you could share any thoughts with us around the broader workforce challenge and your role in that, and specifically in helping to graduate and a more diverse educator workforce.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I'll touch upon it in 2 ways. Of course, most of the state universities started as normal schools, right? When I talked about Charlotte Fort in 1856, we were normal school then, really the great promise, right? That we were going to provide education to more people. So we needed more teachers. So we're absolutely proud of one of our signature programs, and that is the education program. I'll also take the moment to brag a little bit more. We were able at Salem State to get the biggest gift in state university history, a $10 million gift from Bill and Joyce Cummings. Anybody that knows the Cummings are just the loveliest people you'd ever meet. They gave us $10 million to use to create and fulfill, to diversify the educator pipeline. And so those proceeds are being used right now. Dean Joe Cambone of the newly named McEwen School of Education are partnering with Chelsea and Revere to provide scholarships and partnerships with those systems, working with the superintendent, working with the principals in those schools to recruit and bring those students both through early college or just by recruiting them to come to Salem State to become an educator, and then they go back to Chelsea and Revere. And then to continue the professional development of them, also come back to Salem State to learn how to become a principal and to move up in professional degrees. So that has gotten out there, and now we've had the superintendent of Lynn, the superintendent of Salem actually come to us as well and want to get creative and find ways to do this. I would tell you also the Eastern Bank Foundation has supported some of this work for us at Salem State, and being a very attractive private philanthropy project for a lot of folks. So we do believe that's going to make a difference. As I said, we serve more gateway communities than any other state university, and we'll continue those partnerships. And I would reiterate the great success of the early college and Promise Year. So Promise Year is essentially a post-grad year, if you will, for high school kids. So they have enough credits to graduate from high school, but they don't. We had a program with Lynn Classical this year, and they basically identified 25 students who they thought might not be interested or be able to go on to college. 17 of those students matriculated at Salem State after they did that year program. And as was talked about, right, they already come with 30 or more credits. So they're saving money in that regard as well, but really motivating and making sure that people understand that Salem State is an opportunity for them. But we're really proud of the work that we're doing. Like President Meehan had suggested, we can all do better in creating the percentage of faculty we have on our campus that don't look like our students right now. We continue to work at that. We work with the New England Board of Higher Education and a North Star program that helps our faculty of color sort of collaborate and share challenges with each other and share problems with each other. So we'll continue to make those investments. But again, we're really proud about what our School of Education is doing. And I think certainly on the North Shore, you'll see the educator pipeline being filled with students of color. It truly is I guess the one last thing I would leave you with as we look about the changing demographics and the question regarding enrollment, right, that you asked of President Meehan. Again, at Salem State, we're proud to really lean into, and we were talking earlier, it's not that we're trying to become an HSI. We are organically becoming an HSI, as we should, right? The state universities are supposed to support and serve the students in that region over a period of time. We've changed, we've diversified. I'm a proud Salem public school kid. There was not a lot of diversity at Salem High when I graduated, and now over 50% of our students are students of color, and primarily from the Dominican Republic. So we're really proud and leaning into becoming an HSI. We hope we will attract students from all over the Commonwealth, quite frankly, to come to Salem State because we serve those students best at Salem State. And I think that's really going to be the stabilizing factor for the state universities and certainly the community colleges as we go forward to make sure that we can go into Lawrence, that we can go in to the schools that don't have the high attainment rate for, as Representative Holmes had suggested, our men of color especially, to make sure that they're able to see that they can come to Salem State, see themselves on our campus and be successful. So I'm very confident we're going to be able to do that and excited about it. And I guess the last thing I'll say, thank you to all of you, because in my role as a president, I also get to travel to other states in accrediting through NECHI. I was in Connecticut. I've been in Vermont. Other states are cutting their budgets for higher education. So we are so fortunate to be here with all of you and the support we get from the legislature and the administration to see that we're here talking about spending more money rather than here fighting over cutting money. So I thank you for that. And again, thank you for your commitment and your service. I loved my decade in the House. I really did.
Well, thank you for your continued service, and your institutions are incredibly worthy of investment.
Right.
I have a question. You kept answering all the questions that I had in my head. Talk just for really briefly about advanced degrees. I know that there's an interest on the part of the state universities to extend your work into some advanced degrees. I know we've kept you for a while.
Yeah, no.
Talk about the potential benefit of that. I'm particularly interested in that.
Yeah, so clinical doctorates, not PhDs, right? That's really the role of the R1, the UMass, right? They're able to do that, and they should do that. Well, we're really talking more about, again, workforce oriented. I'll give an example of occupational therapy in Worcester State, wanting to be able to provide that at a practical level, right? A doctoral clinical degree. There is no public campus right now in the Commonwealth that does that. So we're going to have a conversation with UMass in a couple of weeks to see, so to make sure that this is a win-win, right? We don't want to have duplication of programs, but if there's an area that is not providing that right now at a public institution, we ought to be able to do that. And we're not looking to do the research. We're really looking to apply the knowledge that's already out there to make sure whether it's OT, whether it's nursing, whether it's social work, those are the types of areas that we believe the state universities can really fill that gap, if you will, in our educational spectrum here in the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
So again, we think it can be a win for everybody.
And when you have those win numbers, it would be great to hear them.
Absolutely.
Like what it could potentially do to the state universities for your budgets and for the students. And your faculty. Great. Thank you so much. I don't see any more.
Sure, if we could just-
Actually, do we have Rep.
I
Holmes?
don't know if Rep. Holmes,
Thank you for reminding
your
me.
hand is up, Rep. Holmes. Okay,
It
maybe
moved in
I
previous.
real quick, President Keenan, thank you very much for your remarks and for being an HSI institution and being so civic engagement focused. When I think Salem State, I think civic engagement first. Like that's the first thing that comes to mind. So I appreciate all the work you've done to develop that brand. It's fantastic. I just had a quick question about the 2008 higher ed bond bill. For those of us, I was a sophomore at Haverhill High at the time in 2008.
Oh, come
What was
on.
the size of that bond bill? If you
Oh, we
remember?
got Vincent right behind me here too. He was third reading. Yeah, about $1 billion.
$1 billion.
About
Okay.
$1 billion.
Thank you.
And I will tell you, so the challenge with that, right? I mentioned Mass College of Art and Design with the concrete falling off. My very first call from President Meserve as a state representative that our library was condemned. And it was also a ward commission building, had to tear that down. So the money that in the 2008 bond bill that was supposed to build my new science labs had to go to build a new library that we appropriately named after Senator Berry. So the money disappeared for us that we were supposed to use to build new science labs. But
Right.
that was $1 billion 2008 is at least $2 billion today, right?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
it.
Thank you,
Good.
President.
Nice to see you all.
Appreciate your time.
Yep. Of course. Thank you.
Okay, we are moving to K-12 with some incredibly patient, good humans. Dr. Bonner is coming up. Mildred. Mildred. Mildred, could you pronounce your last name for me? Lefebvre. Very good. Welcome now to Dr. Portia Bonner, Superintendent of Northampton Public Schools, Mildred Lefebvre, President, Massachusetts Association of School Committees. Welcome. And we have via Teams, we have Mary Bork, Co-Executive Director of Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents. We know you're all exceedingly busy, and we are very grateful that you have made the time to testify here today. You should decide however, yep. All right, Dr. Bonner.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Comerford, and recognizing the chair, Chair Vargas, and the rest of the committee thank you for the privilege to testify before you today. My name is Portia Bonner, and I currently serve as Superintendent of Schools in Northampton, Massachusetts. Northampton is a community of just over 29,000 people. Nicknamed Paradise City, it has a rich legacy of famous individuals that have contributed not only to the city, but on the state and national levels. The community prides itself in being a desirable place to live and an educational system that supports the values of the community. Currently, the public school system serves 2,573 students. As I paint a picture of Northampton, like so many similar small and rural districts that are declining in enrollment, we are in a financial crisis. We can paint this crisis dire and bleak as we have to make hard decisions of cutting and reducing positions in our schools to meet a budget in which the city can fiscally handle and sustain in future years. Like so many small districts and rural districts in the Commonwealth, Northampton has seen a decline in enrollment over the last 5 years. This has affected our Chapter 70 amounts and limited us to minimum aid support. We received this aid in 2019 and the following consecutive years. It has been a critical resource in funding our schools at an appropriate level to meet our children's needs. Continuing to paint the picture, speaking metaphorically, my easel and canvas frames the problem. The community, school leadership and staff, and school committee are pressured to deal with a challenging fiscal 2025 budget now and are concerned for the future years. The school department requested $40,778,585. This request represents an increase of $3,012,838, or a 7.97% increase. While this appears to be a significant increase, there are 24 positions that are recommended to be cut or reduced in this budget. The main driver is the salary increase comprised of both cost of living adjustment and step increases for our contractual employees, which comprises 83.4% of the operating budget. Last year, there was a budget deficit. This year, that deficit is compounded. My paints. Northampton's colors, the diversity of our students' needs continue to increase even though the enrollment is declining. Northampton's special education population is 24%, which is above the state average. We ask that you fully fund the circuit breaker. Regular education has taken the brunt of cumulative reductions of programs and staff that has made the district less competitive to private and charter schools. I want to thank the representative who spoke highly about our competition with charter schools earlier today. Our resources are strapped. Like Northampton, many districts suffer from the loss of funding siphoned to charter schools. Northampton is projected to lose approximately $3 million this fiscal year to charter school tuition. Please consider how charter schools are funded. Back to my metaphor, my brushstrokes. Northampton wants to make its mark by providing rich and robust educational programming for all of its children. We were one of 124 districts to receive minimum aid increase of $60 last fiscal year. This year, we are projected to be one in 212 districts receiving minimum aid due to the level of inflation and declining enrollment that is being experienced across the Commonwealth in small and rural districts. We join MASS and MMA and MASC in requesting that the minimum aid be funded at $100 per student. Minimum aid provisions help districts most impacted by declining enrollment and increased expenses. This is incredibly important for districts in the western part of the state. The ratio between low enrollment and staffing is still a considerable cost to districts. Overall, school costs are increasing faster than cities and towns can keep up with, while state funding stagnates. Northampton residents, like its neighbor Amherst, likes to protest and freely speak their mind. Northampton strongly rallied to support the Student Opportunity Act, recognizing the important goal to increase the amount of aid to districts serving the highest need students. However, Northampton nor our neighbor Amherst have realized any funding from SOA. I ask that you consider the financial needs of all districts within the Commonwealth to ensure the quality of education does not decline. Likewise, there was a strong voter support of the Fair Share Amendment under the guise that it would benefit local public schools and transportation. The only benefit Northampton schools has experienced thus far is the Universal Free Lunch Program. And thank you, by the way. Please apply more of this tax to increase funding for Chapter 70. Hopefully, I have painted a picture not only for Northampton, but like districts that are impacted by declining enrollment and in need of fiscal relief now and moving forward. Thank you for your time and consideration of addressing the needs of the children of Northampton and all children who attend public K through 12 schools in the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Comerford and Representative Vargas and distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Mildred Lefebvre. I am a member of the Holyoke School Committee and currently serve as the president of the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. I am also the chair of the National School Boards Association National Hispanic Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the fiscal year 2025 budget for public education. My brief remarks today will be supplemented by a longer written statement. My primary focus today relates to Chapter 70 allocations and the link to the foundation budget. We continue to urge the legislature to fulfill the commitments of the Student Opportunity Act to fund in full regional transportation and to support small and rural schools. In addition, we thank the governor for her stated intent to fully fund the special education circuit breaker again this year. Nevertheless, our overarching concern is the need for two key legislative revisions that would support additional foundation budget dollars. First, we propose a rethinking of the inflation factor this year, 1.35%. That is the basis for the fiscal year 25 foundation budget calculation. This factor, technically known as the implicit price deflator, is a measure of inflation specific to state and local governments. It is mandated by Mass law as the percentage that is used to calculate growth of the foundation budget. This factor does not reflect what the public generally understands as the cost of living increase that they see at a retail outlet, nor does it take into account all the actual expenses school districts confront for transportation, utilities, salaries, and operations. For the past several years, school districts have been sustained by pandemic-related stimulus dollars. The Student Opportunity Act did not anticipate either COVID or the inflation that followed the federal stimulus programs. During this time, foundation budget rates were adjusted at the legislative maximum of 4.5%, even though inflation hovered at 7 to 8%. Now, as inflation has abated to about 3%, the inflation adjustment under the letter of the law is what has resulted in the 1.35% increase for fiscal year 25. This leaves many districts desperately short of real cost increases, including negotiated personnel costs. The spirit of the Student Opportunity Act was to help us keep pace with inflation. The letter of the law, the 1.35% mandated inflation calculation, fails us for fiscal year 2025. Accordingly, we ask that you adjust the inflation factor to maintain allegiance to the spirit of the law. My colleagues today will provide you with the specific consensus recommendations and rationale developed by several of our organizations. Second, we call your attention to another implication of the end of the federal stimulus. During the pandemic, thousands of students living in economic distress benefited from newly expanded eligibility for Mass Health. For the record, students covered by Mass Health are automatically considered low income for the purpose of calculating a school district's foundation budget. We are now reverting to pre-pandemic eligibility standards, and the low income count has dropped by over 6,700 students. That also means that these same children, most of whom are classified as high needs, are also ineligible to be counted as low income students in the foundation budget. This has the effect of reducing a district's foundation budget allocation. However, these children remain in the districts attending classes and receiving services. Districts will no longer have the higher foundation budget to work with or the higher state reimbursement that the foundation budget would have generated. This impacts not only urban districts like mine, Holyoke, but many suburban and rural communities as well. It is a trend that is likely to continue for at least 2 years. We respectfully ask that the legislature adjust the inflation factor and hold harmless the low income count to protect those districts that are losing foundation budget allocations in the upcoming budget cycle. In conclusion, I commend to you our longer prepared statement with more details as to our fiscal legislative agenda this year. And again, I thank you for this opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, President. We have Executive Director Bork with us virtually.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to present to you this afternoon. It is an honor to be before you. I am here on behalf of all public school superintendents. I begin with gratitude for the legislature's continued fiscal support for our pre-K and K-12 schools. Each year, you have listened to the field and made efforts to address the unmet educational needs of our communities. Your work is seen and it is deeply appreciated. We thank the governor for prioritizing education in the fiscal 25 House 2 budget, with a proposed increase of education spending by 3%, implementation of the 4th year of the 6-year phase-in of the Student Opportunity Act, thereby keeping it on track for a full implementation in fiscal 27, and dedicated $210 million of income surtax revenue toward K-12 education to support universal school meals, early college, and innovation pathways, a new early literacy and mental health supports for students. We want to support the administration's funding of the special education circuit breaker at 492 million, which combined with the 75 million in additional funding from FY23 closeout constitutes fully funding of the account for the new fiscal year. We ask the House in their FY25 deliberations to support the aforementioned governor's proposals. While we are grateful for the above, it is sadly not sufficient to sustain and promote our work with students in fiscal 25. There is one urgent concern we are hearing from our superintendents that we want to bring to your attention as you deliberate the FY25 budget. And we have heard this concern over and over again, and you have heard it over and over again today. We are hearing widespread reports that our districts are describing a cliff effect in the decline of budget revenue, largely due to inflation rates calculated over the past 3 years, which will result in significant reductions in programs and services for our students this year. The costs of operating schools and school districts increased dramatically over the last few years as our nation's inflation rate grew. The costs of special education, school transportation, building maintenance and contracted services, curriculum, technology costs, health insurance rates, and salaries wages have all stayed at crippling high levels as our school district revenue streams have declined at a rapid pace. Because of the cap on inflation adjustments, when inflation was 7% in fiscal 23 and 8% in fiscal 24, the foundation budget was increased by only 4.5% in those years. The way that Chapter 70 originally worked, the value lost to inflation in those years would have been made up in future years. But because of a glitch that was an unintended consequence of a change in the formula, value lost to the cap in 1 year is no longer made up in future years. And this is having serious consequences in our schools. We need to fix this. Therefore, MASS, MASC, MTA, and AFT are united behind the following ask. We ask for your immediate attention to fixing a flaw in how the Chapter 70 formula treatment of inflation that is causing a steep funding cliff in our school districts, resulting in programmatic and staffing reductions, is fixed. Our suggestion is to add an additional 2.58% of the inflation in fiscal 25 to make up for the value lost in fiscal 23, and to fix the law so that the value lost in fiscal 24 will be made up in future years. In addition, on other areas, we also ask that you fully fund regional homeless transportation and McKinney-Vento, that you increase the minimum student aid to $100 per student, that you continue to financially support school districts receiving immigrant students, including the $104 per day per student. Recognize that school district budgets must devote higher percentages of their budgets to cover the increasingly escalating costs of both in-district and out-of-district special education services. Fiscal relief is needed, and we need to address this for a sustainable future. And finally, fully fund the $60 million rural school aid per the filed bill and act to provide a sustainable future for rural schools legislation. The current new draft, which is HB 4425, is woefully inadequate in addressing the needs of our rural schools and provides no money to achieve a sustainable future, as is indicated in the title. Our rural schools deserve better from us. I thank you for this time this afternoon, and we look forward to more conversations.
Thank you so much for your testimony to all of you on the panel. Senator Lewis for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank the panelists for your very helpful testimony today. I think you raising some important questions and issues around the state's Chapter 70 formula. Many of these are issues we have, been struggling with for a long time. I would point out that the Student Opportunity Act did look at the inflation rate or factor that's used in the formula and in fact adjusted it for healthcare costs, right? Because we clearly recognized that was not reflecting accurately the increase that we'd seen in healthcare costs. So that is, but I think it was Ms. Lefebvre made the point around the inflation factor, not even though is based on state and local government costs. You were making the argument that that doesn't reflect the costs increases seen by schools. So what I would say is I'm happy to work with you on this, and I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues in Ways and Means, but I think it's going to be helpful if you send us more specific data and kind of your argument around that to help bolster that. But again, happy to work with you on that. On the issue of how we count low-income students, that was also something we spent a lot of time on trying to improve that in the Student Opportunity Act. And I understand some students, or more precisely their families, may no longer be eligible for Mass Health because of the redetermination. But that doesn't necessarily imply those students wouldn't be counted as low income, right? It depends on other programs that family might qualify for, such as SNAP, for example. Districts, as you probably know, also have the opportunity to manually count students that are low income through, and that was a process, again, that was put in place through the Student Opportunity Act. So there's some automatic matching, and then there is an opportunity for districts to do that matching on their own. So again, I think we would need to understand better exactly where the problem is here, and to look more closely at how we can, if we need to, how we need to address it. So I don't know if you want to say anything further, but those were some of my reactions to your testimony.
No, and as I mentioned, you will be getting a more detailed in regards to the Mass Health during the pandemic time. Yes, many children, I'll even say even my last one, was eligible, obviously no longer eligible. So that would be a student that would not. Plus financially, I wouldn't meet the qualification, not even for SNAP, not for Mass Health, and not for family reimbursement either. So that will change for a lot of families, because I, as well, in my nursing field, my coworkers as well have lost that coverage for their own children.
But again, are you suggesting if that they lost it because the family income is above the threshold?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying they should still be counted as a low-income student, even if their family's income is actually above the threshold defined for low-income students? Because I don't know.
So what we're saying is that now that families have lost that, when they were considered as Mass Health, when they had Mass Health coverage, automatically the student was identified as low income.
But that's based on the family's income level. That's why they were, because they qualified.
It was based on the fact, because what you had to provide was a Mass Health number. Yeah, I'm not providing you my income. And during the pandemic, automatically children were covered, even if it was secondary, because I had an initial insurance for my own child, but it was covered as a secondary. He had Mass Health up until the end of the pandemic emergency. But I do have my colleague here, Tracy Novick, which I'm sure you all know, and she probably has more of that information. If you wouldn't mind her.
Yeah, I'm planning to follow up with Tracy. Yes.
All right. So what we would note, and this is actually drawing in part from what the department has shared with us, is that there's been significant concern, which I'm sure many of you are already familiar with, that part of the recertification, much like we have experienced through really any of the other state programs, is that because all of those individuals need to be individually rechecked again, all of the usual things that get in the way of any of those happening, language differences, homelessness, people moving, means that there are people who are being jettisoned from the roles who actually are still qualified. So while certainly, not to dispute your point, there are people who legitimately are no longer low income, I am certain. I would note for you all that the state has actually not experienced a drop in low income count since prior to, I believe, 2017, when you actually moved to direct certification. And over 6,000 students have fallen off the low income count in 1 year. That argues to me that is not that we actually have that many fewer students who are low income, but that something has gone wrong with the count.
But again, my question, Tracy, is
Yes.
why can't the districts manually certify their students? They know who they are. If they are indeed still below 85% federal poverty or.
So I was having a,
Could be certified that way
sorry,
as low income.
not to interrupt you.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we probably need to table this, but.
No.
I mean, I will say that, I will say that something that districts have long found, and I suspect that we probably are seeing even more of an effect of now, is that, and this I think crosses over some of the other concerns that you've raised, which is the question as to whether or not families are willing to actually put forward any kind of information in order to get themselves certified. So, and I will say that without going too far into this, I will say that every time we see the national scene shift, that tends to put additional pressures on those kinds of questions. So I don't know that that isn't the case. I will say, for example, though, that the most extreme example that I know of is the city of Pittsfield, which had, I believe, 2 students drop. They dropped an entire low income group as a result of that, and it's $1 million impact in their foundation budget. There's a list of 49 districts that have actually dropped a low income group, which, as you all know, who know how the foundation budget goes together, it means that you not only lose the number of students in the calculation, but you also lose a substantial amount of dollars in the calculation, somewhere between 145 and 450, I believe, per student.
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, there's groups because we have to differentiate between,
Yep.
How intense and concentrated poverty is. There are going to always be communities that are right on the verge of being in one group or the other, right? I looked at Pittsfield. You're right. It was just a couple students and they moved from group 11 to group 10. The formula is working as intended there. They are just happen to be a community that's right on the edge there, and they could easily move back into group 11. That's going to fluctuate. And I don't know how else you change that.
Do you mind if I jump in? Okay,
Please.
so, so for the Joint Ways and Means Committee, so that you know, I am also the former superintendent in the Chelsea Public Schools, and so I've worked very deeply on the low income issue and worked with DESE and Senator Lewis, you know this, in terms of the manual methodology of identifying students that are eligible. And yet there are still weaknesses, right? We do our best, but then we have to come back and do better is the way we look at it. Tracy is correct. In general, students come into, can become Mass Health Limited eligible. Mass Health Limited, automatically they are put into the Health and Human Services database. That makes them eligible as low income in our state. That's the proxy system. And so they are eligible for 90 days. After 90 days, the family actually has to apply for permanent eligibility under Mass Health. Many families do not reapply. Now, the family will stay on Mass Health Limited or the low income, the SIMS data for 4 collection cycles, 4 to 5, I forget now, but they will stay on that and they'll be carried as low income for 4 to 5 collection cycles of the SIMS data. But at that 5th time, they will drop off, and this is where you have the cliff. So what we're seeing is the impact of the cliff from COVID, because COVID, when the governor came in, and all for good reason, absolutely, but he said, you know what, everyone's just going to be eligible. We're not going to worry about this. And so it's not going to be a 90-day. You're not going to have to reapply for eligibility. You're just going to stay on. Well, you stayed on for 2 years, but now post the 2 years past the emergency end, now it's been the 5 collection cycles that have gone through, and we're seeing the cliff, which is hitting this fiscal year, and it will actually hit more even next year, on the next fiscal year, unless we get families to go through and districts to do the manual process. However, Tracy's absolutely right. In Chelsea, we worked on the manual process. I had to hire a dedicated position. It's labor intensive. a dedicated position to reach out to families, bring them in, and then the families do not want to disclose the information and they don't apply. So the families, even though we explain it, don't understand the fiscal impact on Chapter 70 when they don't apply and allow the district to claim them as low income. So I hope that helped, but again, it is a very complex issue.
I appreciate that. And okay, we should probably end this, but I mean, is the solution you're recommending to just somehow hold harmless so that students would continue and then going forward, they would, someone, if they're calculated as low income, would stay as a low income student?
I think this is one you have had a number, Senator, of issues presented to you today that are interrelated. I think, for example, of the housing presentation that was made earlier, right? That has to do with teaching and so forth. I would say, and I don't want to speak for MASs, but I think that I would say that this is one where you have more than one issue, right? Which is that if in fact you have families who are qualified for Mass Health who are actually not subscribing, the school committee association would also want those children to have health care. So it isn't simply only a Chapter 70 issue from our perspective, and join in here if I'm wrong or if steering us incorrectly. But it also is a question of whether or not those children actually have access to healthcare. And I would think that the legislature would actually want to solve that problem as well as the question as to how it impacts our state aid. For this year, I think that perhaps something that you should look at is I would say respectfully, Senator, that we have not seen a drop of 6,000 students. That is catastrophic, maybe too far, but when I put it on a bar chart, you can really tell. And that concerns me even just as a resident, but certainly from a Chapter 70 perspective, it is a huge impact, but I also wonder about the health of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to following up with you on this.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis. We have a question from Representative Vargas.
Just a quick question. Has anyone calculated what the dollar amount increase in Chapter 70 would be if we changed the inflation factor to the request that you're making here?
I can speak to that. So Roger Hatch is our financial analyst, and you do know Roger is highly regarded in terms of his abilities, where we do admit it's somewhere around 400 million.
400 million.
All right. Well, thank you so much to the panel. Before you leave, I just wanted to go back very, very quickly to something that Dr. Bonner said about special education numbers. And just because you said, Dr. Bonner, that Northampton's exceeded the statewide average, it's really important for me to tell my colleagues that every single district I represent, 25 cities and towns, every school district exceeds the assumed state percentage, the threshold. So that's currently in statute as the assumed threshold, or where we're going to pay up until. And that means, of course, that every municipality then absorbs those costs for special education. So thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. Okay. We are up, friends, in this beautiful day focused on education and local aid. We are going now to a panel of business leaders. Please welcome JD Chesloff and Ed Lambert, who are here. Thank you so much for your patience and your willingness to talk to us today about the connection between local aid and education and your really important work.
Great. No, thank you. We're happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. Having grown up out here in Berkshires, it's great to be back in Western Mass. Actually, I have a friend who lives in high school friend who lives in Greenfield, who I'm meeting for a drink afterwards, which I think is now going to be dinner, which is great. So thank you all for having us. Yes, come join us.
Natalie's coming with you.
Thank you. So I'm JD Chesloff, the president and CEO of the Massachusetts Business Roundtable. We're a group of about 95 CEOs, senior executives from large employers across the state working on state public policy in pursuit of the mission of making this a better place to do business. And we focus a lot on the recruitment, retention, development, and diversity of the state's talent pool. It really is our number one chief competitive advantage. I thought what I would do is start by putting into context why this hearing is so important from an economic perspective. And we know education is the great equalizer. It provides economic mobility, it provides economic opportunity. Beyond that, Massachusetts really is currently experiencing a talent shortage that is a threat to our short and long-term competitiveness. While we are home to the most educated talent pool in the country, employers that we talk to all the time are finding it really hard to find workers to fill open jobs. For an economy that has historically been based on the access to the best talent in the world, that is a direct threat to our competitiveness. And that's why we're here and we care so much about these issues. So at the roundtable, we are working on solutions to address this, and basically in 3 categories. First, just to recruit and retain people here, right? And so that's all this other work you folks are doing around the cost of housing, improving transportation, broadband out here in Western Mass, childcare, all these issues that recruit and retain people to the state. Second category is around tapping into untapped talent sources that are already here, but are not connected to the workforce. So for example, we did a report that found that there are 106,000 immigrants, foreign educated immigrants with a bachelor's degree from another country that are just underemployed or unemployed here. That is a rich talent pool that we need to figure out how to get connected to the workforce. And then third, and most relevant to today, is really growing our own talent pipeline through investments, improving education and workforce development initiatives. So with that, just a couple of highlights from the roundtable of things that we support. First, around early childhood, I just, Rep. Vargas and others have been such great champions, Senator Lewis, on this issue. And the investments that the legislature has made in early childhood over the past couple of years has been nothing short of remarkable. I want to make sure we acknowledge that. Thank you for that commitment. We strongly support the early childhood recommendations included in House 2, anchored by the full funding of the C3 grant program, which you heard about earlier, as well as the proposals to increase the child care financial assistance reimbursement rate and make progress toward universal pre-K in gateway cities. In the K-12 space, I'm going to leave most of this to Ed because MBAU leads a lot of that work. We do support the roundtable recommendations in House 2 for dual enrollment, early college, and innovation pathways. We really believe these are proven strategies, as I referenced earlier, to both grow and diversify the state's workforce pipeline and strengthen the educational and economic outcomes for young people. Similarly, we support level funding to increase access to career and technical education, school to career connecting activities, STEM pipeline funds, STEM starter academies. In the higher ed space, we joined you in supporting Mass Reconnect last year. From all indications, that program has been successful. We continue to support it. We do look forward to monitoring some of the outcome data we've talked about before to see, are the students graduating? Are they being connected to employment opportunities? Are they helping to address the talent challenges that I've referenced earlier? I've been really pleased to work with you, Senator Comerford, on this proposal to look at free community college. The group that we're working with to see what that program might look like, how it might be designed. We're going to be releasing some stuff in the spring on that. I do want to say one other thing, another higher ed item. A critical connection between the higher ed system and our goals to expand and diversify the workforce system through the state's minority serving institutions. You heard President Keenan talk about him as an HSI. There's a broader category of these MSIs, minority serving institutions, about 12 or 14 of them here, as you probably know. We did a report recently with the Mass Taxpayers Foundation on how to better leverage this asset. And we're starting to do some work to increase the connections between graduates of those institutions and employers. But there's also other ways I think we can address that in the budget, not this year, then in the future. And we're happy to talk to your folks, your staff, about some of the recommendations in that report. And just to conclude, we are really at the roundtable laser focused on increasing opportunities to strengthen that connection between education, workforce, and economic development. There are few better investments to do that than the stuff that is before you folks today as part of this budget. And the areas that we outlined above. So we are really happy and excited to work with you on this stuff. It's super important for our competitors. It's super important for the students and their families and for the long-term competitors in the Commonwealth. So thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to working with you all on this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Chair Vargas, members of the committee, my good friend Representative Karens, who I did serve in the House with back in the day. Thank you all for your persistence here this afternoon and for your leadership and for the privilege to be before you here today. And it's a pleasure to share this panel with my friend and colleague JD and the Mass Business Roundtable. We're very supportive of their advocacy on these issues, particularly their leadership in the early childhood space. JD's already done a great job at identifying some of the talent pipeline issues facing businesses today, which we know can impact the state's economic competitiveness and thus the overall quality of life for our citizens. But I also want to emphasize that our members are very focused on the equity of opportunity for our state students, with the knowledge that having an equitable Commonwealth benefits us all. We also think that nowhere in these policy and budgetary discussions is there a greater convergence of these dual imperatives of equity of opportunity and the strength and diversity of the talent pipeline than in the idea of urgently and significantly scaling up student access to college and career readiness pathways. Both the legislature and the administration deserve credit for the efforts that have been made over the last several years in creating and growing the programming and infrastructure to support student pathways programs. We also want to recognize the efforts made by our state's educators every day on behalf of our students. And yet there are still far too many students who graduate high school in Massachusetts without any awareness of career opportunities in growing sectors and without the knowledge, the skills, experiences, and credentials that are necessary to pursue those careers. This is especially true of our students from historically marginalized communities who are underrepresented in college and leading industries. I thought Commissioner O'Reilly spoke very eloquently earlier today about what happens as students go through that K-12 system and they get to high school and they find in many instances, not all, but in many, that there's a lack of meaningful engagement that gives them a sense of where they might go in the future. And we've heard Secretary Tutwiler speak to the same need to kind of redesign our high schools. Over 70% of our state students are not in a college or career-related pathway in high school. And so there is more to do. And that's why we endorse continued support of several pathways-related line items in the budget, including level funding for both of the early college line items, the Innovation Pathways line item, the After Dark program, the Connecting Activities line item, and the Advanced Placement line item. And we think that level funding these accounts is important to keeping up and the momentum and support of growing pathways. Where we are asking, though, for a greater investment is in the general pathways line item 1596-2413. We believe that we need to move aggressively to scale these programs up. But in addition to supporting individual programs, this line item, funded for the first time by the legislature last year at $5 million, is necessary to help move pathways from just a set of individual programs in their lanes to a way of changing the culture of that high school experience, to make it more meaningful for students, to make the necessary shift to college and career readiness for all students, and to pay for planning, coordination, and pathways elements that are common to all pathway programs. And so we recommend an increase to $25 million in this line item to give the administration the flexibility that can allow for greater coordination and a universal approach to pathways. We would propose including in the line item a $3 million pilot program to incentivize the awarding of industry-recognized credentials in all of the state's high schools, and to allow for a range of additional spending for support for existing pathways programs, coordination between programs, planning and implementation in support of goal setting with regard to pathways expansion of MyCap and career counseling, expanding VocEd CTE to academic comprehensive high schools, as was mentioned earlier here today, investment in capital and equipment, and for grants to support high school redesign. We believe that support for individual programs is important, but that a substantial scale-up requires this central funding support to make it all happen. On other educator-related line items, we want to voice support for two of the governor's initiatives. On the first, we support the $30 million early literacy initiative to assist school districts in transitioning to science-based literacy curricula. And in fact, we actually believe that all districts and schools should be required to adopt high-quality curricula. We would offer a suggestion that in supporting this funding, though, the legislature consider adding language that allows the funds to be used to hire literacy coaches in the highest need schools. States who have made the most progress on early literacy have coupled the transition to evidence-based curricula with on-site literacy coaches, and we hope that that will be part of the solution in Massachusetts. We also think the expansion of universal access for 4-year-olds in gateway cities is long overdue as a significant tool for advancing student achievement and closing gaps, and we are very supportive of the investments proposed in House 2 to do that. We wish to also offer support for the administration's proposals to continue expanded access to higher ed through Mass Grants Plus and by growing the successful Mass Reconnect program. We look forward to the results of the commission that has been working and want to be part of that process as well and advocating for continued access to the extent that we can. We also support continued level funding of the Higher Ed Student Success Fund at $14 million to help support student degree completion. The last thing I want to mention is my thanks to you for your continued commitment to funding the Student Opportunity Act. MBA strongly supported the SOA, and we worked hard with you to support the increased funding while including language that ensured the money was spent wisely to close achievement gaps. And so we continue to support it, but we ask that you might consider including language in this year's budget to require the department to report back to the legislature on the goals that were included in the legislation, including the setting of targets for closing gaps, requiring districts to spend the funds on evidence-based practices, requiring districts to demonstrate that the additional funds were spent on the highest need students, and to measure progress on closing gaps. We've submitted more detailed written testimony. We look forward to working with you in the future. We thank you for the opportunity, not only to be here today, but to be part of a process collaboratively in which we all seek to make the greatest investments in the most important task we can all do, investing in our human capital in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that eloquent testimony, both of you, for the late hour and your goodwill. And I actually want to say also thank you because I know we are unique as a state to have such business partners who care so deeply about social spending like that on education. And it makes us so much better because of your leadership and because of your members' willingness to partner with the legislature and support things that are sometimes difficult, I know, to support because they are stretches, they are risks. And I appreciate you calling us to also look at the outcomes, the data that tell us that these risks are a good bet and we want to go further with your support. So thank you. We are very lucky to have you both and your members.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions?
You said there was 106 illegal immigrants that have.
They're not illegal.
Oh,
Illegal. They're here. They
have
have work
visas,
authorization.
but they're in Massachusetts.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you were talking. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. The number is actually bigger if you add other degrees. It's 106,000 with a bachelor degree. And if you look at some of the data, I can get you the report. It actually is pretty fascinating. Folks who have a business degree, for example, and you look at the top 10 industries they're actually working in.
They're here on a visa.
They're all work authorized visas, but
okay.
they're working as taxi drivers. And by the way, no judgment on those jobs there, but these are folks with bachelor's degrees that could be filling some of these jobs that we're hearing are available.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have to note that Ed Lambert, a true Ways and Means member, you're the only person today who gave an actual line item, which is how we did it back in the day. So glad that you're still at it. You mentioned, and I thank you for the information and your work. So you mentioned the pathways, and there is a conversation and some tension up in my neck of the woods around expanding access to vocational education while not kind of what in light of we have a voc school. My town has more seats than it probably deserves to get, but kids go there for all kinds of reasons, not necessarily for the wonderful program, though it is extraordinary. I think if I'd visited the Essex Tech, I wouldn't have wanted to go to Danvers High School either. It's animals and labs, and it's a wonderful, wonderful program. But your thoughts as from where you sit and trying to grow this workforce and so forth, what are some insights you can give us just quick on fortifying pathways, maybe short of expansion of vocational education, which you could argue that we need, but the budget implications are pretty staggering.
It's, as you've heard today, an incredibly complex issue. And voc schools have done an awesome job at creating some real significant opportunities for the students that go there. But a lot of kids who used to get into those schools cannot get in. It's hard to imagine a situation where we're saying, well, who should get in and who shouldn't. We need to try to expand opportunities. We know that folks are going to have to continue to wrestle with the admissions policies. But in addition to the equity issue with regard to admissions, we're hearing increasingly from business leaders who used to see the Voc schools as talent pipelines for themselves for regional and local employment, where a lot of students are attending the Voc school, going off to great careers, often going off to college, but not necessarily coming out in the field that they were the career pathway that they were participating in the school. So that's created some challenges as well. I think the answers are many, including, as we said, trying to expand more of these opportunities in every high school. So we have legislation, for instance, that would give $1,000 credit incentive to each high school who awards an industry recognized credential in a high demand, high wage field, not just any field, but the state would determine the top 20% of those and award such a financial incentive to those high schools to do that, expanding as the administration is trying to do these innovation career pathways programs, getting more work-based learning, and actually quite honestly having employers step up to provide paid internships and work-based learning for students in traditional high schools and academic high schools, not just the Voc schools. Those kinds of things speak to what the secretary said about having some meaning, right? So ultimately, you can do that in a way where the Voc schools continue to specialize on those things that they have the equipment for that you can't replicate in every school setting, and yet you still have career theming. In fact, with early college, the data show that the best early college programs, the best outcomes in early college are those that are career themed early college programs. So early college students should have access to credentials. Vocational students should have access to college credit. Ultimately, this is why we're arguing for that larger single pathways line item, because there's so much blurring that we think is in the future of making sure that students have access to all of these things, regardless of where they go to school or the program that they're in. Hope that's helpful.
Great, as always. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
both
you.
Great.
so much for your time.
Yeah.
Enjoy your supper.
Open Olive, if you want to meet us.
Open olive. All right.
I didn't get an invitation, but I'll enjoy my drive.
Natalie asked, just so we're really clear. Up next, we have 3 executive directors leading early education and care. And we're so grateful that you're here. We have Executive Director of Community Action Pioneer Valley, Claire Higgins, Executive Director of Strategies for Children, Amy O'Leary, and Executive Director of Massachusetts Association of Early Education and Care, Bill Eddy. And I just want to note that Commissioner Kershaw is still here. We appreciate, yep, I see you, Commissioner. So we really appreciate you sticking around and all of the work that you're doing today. Okay, friends, thank you for a long day. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Vargas, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is, as the chair said, William Eddy. I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Association of Early Education and Care, sometimes known as MACA. And our membership from North Adams to Boston represents, is center-based programs that have family child care providers, family child care systems, and our membership collectively provides the majority of subsidy early education and care purchased by the Department of Early Education and Care. And so on their behalf and our 80,000 early educators, I'm here today to talk to you about the FY25 budget. As we look at the FY25 budget, we'd ask you to consider looking at 2 principles. One, building off the efforts of this legislature on the Commission report, Early Education Commission report in March of 22. And the second is to prioritize our low-income children and the families that are in our programs. I think it's important to take a step back and look at what you've accomplished in the last 2 years, the 2 budget cycles since the Commission report came out, because I think it's easy to lose sight of the progress that we're making. In 2 budgets, you've put out tremendous amounts of rate dollars, record rate increases in 2 years to collect straight. That money 2 years ago, our Western Mass early education center-based program lead teachers with the bachelor degrees were making $35,000, $37,000. Today, they're all in the 40s. Our folks in Central Mass are in the high 40s. In Eastern Mass, we've now got lead teachers with bachelor degrees making 50. Is it where we want to be? No, but we are making tremendous progress. And you folks have taken the lead on ensuring that the subsidy system in Massachusetts can work and can thrive and provide quality care. And that is a big step forward. In 2 years, you've created a workforce personal child care program. Hundreds of our early educators are accessing care because of your efforts. You've created new access. I'm sure Commissioner Kershaw talked earlier today about how proud we are that we're at 58,000 children in our subsidy system. That happens because of the increases that you've put forward since the commission report. And finally, you're one of the very small handful of states that have fully funded the stabilization programs the federal government put out through our C3 grants. And that is something, again, you should be very proud of as you've worked to create a system that works. As you move forward in FY25 and you begin to look, especially with revenues being what they are, we urge you strongly to prioritize funding, particularly for our low-income and at-risk children and the programs that serve them. And the way to do that is through the rate reserve. It's important to note that the rate reserve is a vehicle. It's a vehicle for you to increase the rate, but then the rate annualizes for every subsidy children that's in care. And that's where the rate increase really matters years moving forward. And so as you look to how you can help our programs, our salaries are paid through that rate. Our 80% of every public dollar that our subsidy programs get comes from the rate reserve. The other 20% now is coming mostly from C3 grants. The rate reserve is what keeps our doors open, is what pays our salaries. And if there's a first dollar in a prioritization, we urge you to look at putting it there. Second, we ask you to put a permanent home. We'd like to put it in the income eligible line item for our workforce personal child care program. It's kind of bounced around for 2 years, and it needs a place to be put in the budget. It's such an important program. It can serve as a recruitment and retention issue for programs who can then turn to their educators. Maybe we can't pay them and match what our public schools pay, but we can offer them childcare services for their children. It's such an important program that you folks created, and we hope you'll build on it. Also, just want to touch base on access. We are so thrilled that you folks have continued to invest in access. And let me say a couple quick things about access, because you'll see in our written testimony that we asked you to put it in the 1596-2411 line item that you used last year as you put $30 million of access. We are very aware that that is fair share funding, and we are very appreciative that you have shared our belief that fair share funding should be used in early education for public subsidy children. It is absolutely public education. Those who are advocating that you not do that, we really question it. We question their thought process on this, and we appreciate that you've been willing to keep that money in there. We ask you to invest in it. We ask you to invest in it as you have in the past. And I know this is, a little bit, we're not where the governor is on this. We are a statewide system of care. Our children come in at 6 weeks. They leave our after-school programs at age 12, whether they're in a rural community, whether they're in a suburban community, whether they're in a small or large city or in the city of Boston. Low-income children and at-risk children, they all matter the same. We'd ask that you continue to fund subsidy care in a statewide manner in all age prototypes, our infants, our toddlers, our preschoolers. We simply just don't agree with prioritization of certain communities. And finally, we ask you to support the C3 grants once again, and we ask you to fully use the remaining money in the affordable, the high quality affordability stabilization fund that you put aside. On behalf of our members, I do want to thank you for all that you do for our field, all that you've done to create a subsidy system. It's a system that you should be very proud of. It's an envy of many states, and we thank you for your efforts. We thank you for, I know Chairman Lewis has left and Chairwoman Garlick is here. The work of the Education Committee has been tremendous in working with the Ways and Means Committee, and we thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We join you in being appreciative of our chairs, our education chairs. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you for this opportunity. Bill and I talked about maybe next year we'll write a bedtime story for our testimony that we can share. But we really appreciate the engagement.
Right.
conversation that we've had. The questions have been so great. I've had the opportunity to be in front of this committee and just appreciate that. And want to acknowledge that the conversation we're having today is different than we've seen in the past few years. You've heard from the commissioner, many states, if the federal funding stopped, the state stopped. And we did not see that story in Massachusetts. And our budget request was developed with that in mind, and also acknowledging that we have to continue to make progress. So we will send our written testimony and budget request with line items. It has a follow-up for your review. But your commitment and dedication to better understand, to listen and learn from educators and providers, ask questions, visit programs, and work in partnership with us and your colleagues in the legislature has made a difference. So hearing these real day-to-day experiences matter. We also know that we have to think about the balance of keeping the urgent, because we're not done with early ed. We have heard that refrain from some folks, not in the legislature necessarily, but just that we have benefited from the incredible support over the past fiscal years. But we also know that we're filling holes that are decades in the making. Our budget requests really stem from the recommendations from the Economic Review Commission, which I also had the opportunity to serve on. And I have the benefit from hearing from people who work every day with children and families, from the daily 9:30 call to the 9:30 call at night, to our newly launched 9:30 call in Spanish, our advocacy network, and the early childhood agenda. And as Bill said, the C3 funding, you've heard it, why it matters. So I'm going to kind of skip to the part of when we think about moving forward in this budget, we know that there's room for program adjustment. So the grant formula, data collection, the fund use requirements, and eligibility requirements. We know these changes will have substantial impacts on the sector. So we would hope and recommend that you work with us and the folks that are doing the work to come up with those solutions. Bill also talked about the rates, and we've seen incredible progress in this. And I just want to highlight too, when looking across the state, as I'm sure you'll hear from my colleague, Claire Higgins, that to focus on the places that really needed it the most was incredible. And the entire field from the 413 to the 508 and the Cape really supported that, which I think is also a shift. Early ed often comes from a scarcity mentality, but this was really about thinking about equity and how do we think about looking at the system as a whole. So we know that the rates and C3 grants are work together to really support programs. We also know that family access and affordability matters, and you've heard the statistics from the commissioner about reaching our pre-pandemic levels. But we also want to think about the workforce, which you've heard of. We have heard from directors who can't accept children into their programs because they don't have educators. The program that you created for educators for their own childcare has been incredible. And we've also watched our colleagues at the resource and referral agencies be able to get kids in and right into programs at incredible rates, which I think also shows the collaboration and communication that's happening in the field. Earlier this week, we had Sarah Venover on the 9:30 call and learned about Kentucky's strategy, and they have a categorical eligibility for anybody that works in a child care program. So the bus driver, the cook, an educator, the aide, that you are eligible because you work in this industry and not because of your income. They used federal dollars to support this in the beginning, and we heard an update about how they're using state dollars now. We're happy to make a connection, share follow-up information. And finally, I really want to focus on pre-K. One thing I've learned over the past 20 years is that the letters UPK bring on a strong mental model that can mean many different things to different people. And while this announcement was exciting, it raises anxiety for the folks in our fields, because we know these models are based on a history where maybe one part of the system was prioritized over the other. The history around preschool expansion in Massachusetts is long and complex. We have always chosen the route here that prioritizes the mixed delivery system, parent choice, and support for programs to be high quality, all in the name of outcomes for children. These are the core values that we would hope to see as we move forward. We have worked with many communities as they have come together, had the hard conversations, did the landscape review, understand where the children are in their community, and most importantly, what they need. So we hope through this collaborative approach, the communities are able to work together and build on their existing childcare system. And by these local partnerships and collaboration, we can create this seamless system that we all know that we want. The investments to ensure a comprehensive approach to financial stability, addressing the operational needs of childcare providers and the affordability and concern of families, ultimately creates a robust and sustainable childcare market. So thank you for this opportunity today, and I'll turn things over to former Mayor Claire Higgins.
Claire tries to hide from being a former mayor. She's like in recovery.
Yeah, I'm in recovery from being
The
a
OG
former mayor.
childcare, yes.
I am Claire Higgins, and I'm the Executive Director of Community Action Pioneer Valley. We have been a provider of early care and education for many years. We were an original grantee for Head Start back in the 60s. We started providing early care and education when that became the old Title 20 programs and all that in the 70s, and I started working in the 70s as a childcare teacher. I took advantage of community college and UWW to finally get a degree 35 years later. So the things that you've been talking about today have been my life, right? But what I want to talk to you today about is how the more things changed over the years, we've layered on things and put things together in different ways. We're still not ahead of the curve of what children need, right? Like what children need is for us to stop differentiating between care and education. Teachers care about kids. Educators care about kids. Teachers in public schools care about kids. And if they don't, they're not good teachers. Okay? The care that kids get is what makes them, creates a safe environment for them to learn. And that's true from infants through college. You heard from our college friends about the kinds of programs that they put together that are supportive for their students. That's true from birth on. So if we could stop this false dichotomy between education and care, we would have an entirely different conversation. And we would see the professionals that work with young children as equals to the professionals that work at the elementary, secondary, and college years. I've said before to you, the size of the check correlates directly with the size of the child. I would like to change that. I would like us no longer to have short people get the short money, right? We have to think differently about that. And you know why we have to think differently about that? Because the most brain development happens in those first 5 years of life. If you were building a house, you'd spend more time thinking about the foundation than the wallpaper, wouldn't you? We spend the least amount of time thinking about the foundation, and we spend a lot of time thinking about the wallpaper. So I'm suggesting to you that continuing that investment in birth to 5 makes a difference. I agree with my colleague that we have to think about how to do it in a mixed delivery system, because what works in Springfield may not work in Gill. Right? Like different areas need different things. Parents of babies don't want to have their child 20 miles away if the child gets sick. They might want their child in a center that's close to where they work. In Western Mass, the distances are big. So they might, I had a parent years ago who would drive in from Huntington to Amherst with her baby because she worked at UMass. Right? So that made sense to her. I do want to note that that you're sitting in Greenfield right now as well. I know Joe and the senator and the rep. Now you're doing it. Know what that means. This is the only designated rural county in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. There are no gateway cities in Hampshire or Franklin County. Only Northampton has entitlement CDBG to allow to do additional things. There's no home money in Hampshire or Franklin County. Berkshire County has some. There's Pittsfield's a entitlement community. It's the only one in those our 3 more rural counties. Western Mass counties make 4 of the bottom 6 counties rated by the percentage of the population with incomes under 150% of poverty. Public transportation is a challenge. Didn't we just get weekend transportation?
And
evening train. We just got that. Yeah, okay. When did the T get that? That's a rhetorical question. So I want us to start, I hope the Commonwealth could start moving. The Gateway Cities idea was a really important idea. And now it's time to start thinking about other kinds of ideas, to think about where need is and where opportunity is, right? Both of those things. In Western Mass, we're losing population in the schools. We're losing population in the schools because people can't buy houses. People can't find childcare. And the cost of housing plus transportation out here is almost as high as it is in Boston. So as you think about these public policy questions, Western Mass is a place of growth for the Commonwealth if we think about the investment in a sensible way. And none of that is written down. So I guess I'll have to figure out how to get your written testimony. But I am going to say, because I have a line item, I support Bill's line items. And I support the Mass Head Start's request to increase the state supplemental grant line item 3,000, 5,000. Couldn't be bested by Ed Lambert. Which would move the Head Start state supplemental grant up by 2.5 million. I want to point out that the state supplemental grant for Head Start is helping us with salaries and the other challenges that we have, and it's a particular challenge for transportation. Our rural schools are having trouble finding bus drivers, and we are having trouble finding bus drivers, and so we need to have some more investment in order to get those children to care. I heard the senator talk about, do we need to reform, what do we need to do to change the formulas? I think you need to crack open Chapter 70, and I think you also have to have a birth through 20, or whatever you want to call it, birth through adulthood approach to thinking about education in a different way than we currently do. Those are the things that I would hope to see. And I'm going to be home, watching you guys legislate when I'm an old retiree, and I'll throw things at the TV.
Yes.
But I finally have to say that I'm really, really grateful after many years in this field to see the progress that we've made in just the last couple of years. And that's because of the leadership of the governor, the leadership of the legislature, and I especially want to thank the Commissioner Kershaw, because what she did was say, let's actually see how much it costs. Right now, fortunately, the federal government finally said, oh, you could probably take that approach. Revolutionary, right? So with that idea of how much does it actually cost, we found out it's not that much cheaper in Western Mass to provide high quality early care and education. So thank you again for your service, for your willingness to sit in this room for, I don't know, you got here yesterday, right? And for your willingness to take on these complex problems with no right answers that will inevitably piss somebody off. And you're still going to struggle through to find the end. So I appreciate that very, very much.
Thank you so
You're
much to this really inspiring panel for your work and leadership and service. I don't see questions. I think I just see an abundance of gratitude.
Thank you.
We're really grateful that you took the time to come and make us smarter. And we have our last panel, intrepid panel on local aid. And we're grateful to Mass Municipal and, of course, to a town manager who has returned from some time away to be able to join us. And Sean, when you said, should I come? And I said, yes, you should come. You're a town manager. This is local aid hearing. I didn't think I'd keep you until 5:05. So I'm really grateful. And I know you started your day super early.
Madam Chair, Senator, I'm pleased to tell you I came earlier today. I was still using a walker after my hip replacement. Now I'm progressed to a cane in just one day.
In one day.
Yeah. So long. If we keep going, I'll walk out of here free.
Well, you are the bring it on home moment for us, and we're really grateful both to the MMA, of course, and to you, Sean, and all the town managers you represent through STAM.
Thank you.
So it's your show.
Right. I will kick it off. So Senator Comerford, Rep. Vargas, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and speak with you today. My name is Adam Chapdelaine, and I serve as the Executive Director and CEO of the Massachusetts Municipal Association, or the MMA. I want to start by expressing our sincere gratitude on behalf of cities and towns across the entire Commonwealth for your commitment as a legislature to a strong state and local partnership. Time and again, the legislature has maintained that commitment by building on important investments to aid municipalities in their funding of essential services. In recent fiscal years, the legislature has led the way on doubling the percentage for unrestricted general government aid, or UGA, as I'll call it for the rest of this testimony, doubling Chapter 70's minimum aid per student to $60 per student, making major investments in payment in lieu of taxes or pilot for state-owned land, and bringing school transportation accounts to full funding or closer to full funding. And these efforts are greatly appreciated by local officials. Over the last 2 fiscal years, the legislature made a critically important decision to increase UGA above the percentage increase in forecasted state revenue growth. In fact, the last 2 years increased by double the consensus revenue figure, which was an essential investment by the Commonwealth that directly supports each and every community in Massachusetts. This funding helped to make steady progress back from the devastating funding cuts during the Great Recession, funding that is still not recovered. For every city and town across the Commonwealth, this means that municipal budgets rely even more heavily on the local property tax, which we know is capped under Proposition 2.5. So even with the governor's very much appreciated proposal of a 3% increase to UGA for fiscal year 2025, the UGA account still remains below the pre-Great Recession levels without adjusting for inflation. So being mindful of the state's cautious fiscal outlook for 2025, we respectfully ask for your consideration of an UGA increase of at least 3%. As we discuss the need for a strong state and local fiscal partnership, the conversation also involves the largest revenue source that the state uses to fund local aid, the Massachusetts State Lottery. More than 50 years ago, the lottery was established for the primary purpose of supporting cities and towns. According to the State Lottery Commission, in the most recently completed fiscal year, the lottery generated $1.193 billion in net proceeds to the state, which represented approximately 97% of the funding provided by the Commonwealth for UGA that year. In House 2, the governor has included an outside section that would provide for the creation of an online lottery platform, or an iLottery. We understand the interest in this, but we feel it's imperative that any new platform for the lottery continue to support the original mission of providing support to cities and towns through the funding of local aid. Dedicating all proceeds from an iLottery platform to cities and towns will provide a needed source of funding for the Commonwealth as it seeks to maintain and build on its commitment to stable revenue sharing through UGA. Allowing iLottery revenues to be diverted elsewhere could threaten existing revenue options for UGA should traditional lottery proceeds suffer or take any hit from general state revenues. As the graph in our written testimony will show, the difficult decisions during the Great Recession are still making an impact today at the local level. This is one way to prevent or mitigate such a scenario. Moving off UGA, further, we support funding for critical Chapter 70 school aid that matches the promise of the Student Opportunity Act. We applaud the legislature in maintaining its commitment to funding the SOA, and we support funding year 4 of 6, increasing the Chapter 70 account by $263 million. However, 211 of 318 operating districts, or 66% of districts, would remain minimum aid districts and would receive only new aid of $30 per student. School districts, I know as you've heard a lot today, rely on Chapter 70 school aid for existing and annual operating expenses. As such, we respectfully request that minimum aid be set so that all districts receive an increase of at least $100 per student in fiscal 25. Higher minimum aid will be necessary to ensure that no school district or student falls behind. There are 228 districts receiving new aid of less than $100 per student in House 2, with only 90 districts seeing an increase of higher than $100 per student. Bringing all districts up to the $100 per student threshold would require an additional investment of $35.4 million, but would make a lasting positive impact in the lives of students in Massachusetts. Another aspect of Chapter 70 that calls for attention is the very high increase in the mandated local contribution in the foundation budget formula. In cities and towns all across Massachusetts, the increase in local contribution required by Chapter 70 is far above the growth in municipal revenues. The result puts a major strain on municipal budgets, regardless of whether they are large beneficiaries of the new SOA rates or minimum aid districts. Without addressing this aspect of the SOA funding challenge, districts with required increases in local contributions that exceed the growth in their own local revenues could be forced to cut funding for essential municipal services. One potential solution would be to limit the growth in required contributions to a community's municipal revenue growth rate, or to consider providing pothole funding to prevent painful cuts in essential non-school programs. Further, we are grateful for the proposal in House 2 to establish a state disaster relief fund aimed at making sure municipalities have the resources they desperately need when extreme weather events occur. I want to offer special thanks to Senator Comerford and Rep. Blais for leading on this very important issue. In the interest of time, our written testimony will cover other key accounts for local aid, including special education circuit breaker, rural school aid, school transportation accounts, and payment in lieu of taxes. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to John McLaughlin, Waltham City Council President and President of the MMA, to highlight the importance of leveraging a portion of the surtax revenue to support municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator Comerford, Representative Vargas, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for having us here today. As Adam mentioned, our local officials are bracing for a difficult budget season in FY25, where the constraints on municipal finance are clashing with rising costs across the board and generally flat sources of revenue. Thank you for all of your support and consideration of these important budget priorities for our cities and our towns. In my role as president of the Mass Municipal Association, I am hearing from our members across the Commonwealth, from big cities to small towns, that the fiscal challenges this year will be daunting, making our state-local partnership even more critical. As an example, last year you provided $100 million from surtax revenue for desperately needed investments in supplemental funding to local support to support of local roads and bridges. We want to thank you for making local transportation infrastructure a priority for surtax revenue, and we hope you will continue to build on that this year. There are more than 30,000 miles of roads under municipal control, including 300 lane miles in Waltham. And those 30,000 miles are nearly 90% of all road miles statewide. This funding is put to use immediately by cities and towns to repair crumbling local roads, advance critically needed projects, and improve safety on our neighborhood roadways. It also complements the important funding provided each year through the Chapter 90 road program. House 2 proposes a continuation of this investment, recommending $124 million for local roads and bridges, with $24 million dedicated solely to rural communities. However, based on MMA's survey, cities and towns still need approximately $715 million for fiscal 24 alone to ensure that local roads and bridges are maintained in a state of good repair. Given the loss of purchasing power of existing sources of funding and other local budget pressures, we respectfully request at least $150 million total of surtax funding for this incredibly important program for fiscal 25. This provides fundamental support for core municipal infrastructure and will benefit every municipality in the Commonwealth. Thank you for your consideration and for all of your collective work to support the municipalities of the Commonwealth.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
And
Small town administrators of Massachusetts in the House.
by golly, you folks have put in quite a day. So thank you. We appreciate the fact that you're here. You're out here in Western Mass today, and you're listening to all the panels today. And we were upstairs listening along with you through the closed circuit feed or through the internet. And so much attention is paid on education, and rightly so. And I guess what I want to talk about is when we look at the investments the Commonwealth has made, and I mean this in genuine sincerity, the Student Opportunity Act, Rep. Vargas, Senator Comerford, Rep, has been a great help, especially to districts such as Athol, where we're a community of less means, not very affluent. It's really allowed our school system to begin to create more supports for students that really need to have equal access to education. So I'm not here to talk about education, right? Right, Adam? But the fact is, it costs money to educate our kids. So thank you for all you're doing on that. Where this plays into the local aid discussion is what does cities and towns fund? The number one budget, 351 cities and towns, the largest chunk of the budget goes to schools and education, local money. We, in our district, we rely on the state to assist. Then it's typically police, fire, DPW, and then it's whatever's left for everybody else in the municipal function. And what's happening is after the supports that came through the COVID period of time, whether it was federal money, there was some relief on our health insurance rates. During COVID, you wouldn't think they'd flatten out, but they did, just because everything else got put on hold, all the elected surgeries. So premiums held flat for a few years. But now everything's back with a vengeance. We're looking at 8.5% hike in health insurance premiums. In a small town like ours, $1.6 million budget. Well, that's almost that's another $140,000 we got to find out of our meager new revenues just in health insurance. Retirement assessment up over 11%. We're in the Worcester regional system. And inflation, just like it hits everybody at home, just like you're seeing, impacting the state budget, it impacts city and town, price of goods, price of service. So you put all this together and it's really a challenging year. So, I'm sure every panel here is here to say, please continue to help us. We recognize that you have helped. You're doing your best. Last year, the increase to UGA was welcome. It's needed. And as we think about the lottery, I went along just assuming, well, the lottery, even on the Keno boards, it says all the money goes back to, our cities and towns. That's part of the promotion. So every time there's a new attempt at lottery to create more revenue or to make up for flattening sales, I'm assuming, well, that's still going to go to local aid. And then now we're talking about iLottery, right? Well, could that divert money? If people start going online and using the lottery, does it take away from the other sales that the lottery has and take away from local aid? So that is a concern. And I'll close with the other piece that I heard, and maybe I heard it this morning, Senator, and Rep, you put in long days from this morning till now, and was the fair share revenue. I feel like it's been spent 10 times over whatever the revenue is. If you listen to everybody, well, we're going to, we'll take $1 billion here and $500 million there. And next thing you know, we're spending $5 billion of $1 billion. The fair share revenue, as I recall, had a focus on transportation, had a focus on education. And what I want to say is both of those are needs. We heard the counselor talk about that as well, the transportation piece. We heard Mr. Chapdelaine talk about local aid, and it's real. I'm telling you from somebody in the trenches, we appreciate the help and we appreciate your time today. So thank you.
We appreciate you, you all, and thank you so much. I really think Mass Municipal and STAM are unbelievably necessary as we understand the way forward and your advocacy. So for folks who don't know, there was a Mass Municipal meeting earlier this morning out here for the Western delegation. And I said it then, I'll say it again, people power is what makes the State House work. All of our colleagues know that, and we can't do the work unless people with expertise tell us how to do it better. And that is just true. So it is a great honor to hear from you today. Representative Pease.
Yes, I thank you. And again, it's all about schools and roads for most municipalities, right? I mean, that's what I campaigned on. I said if the state would provide those two things, everybody would be a lot happier. But anyway, I just want to clarify something. For one, I'm very impressed that they did take the fair share and they do spend $500 million on transportation, $500 million on education up to this point in time, and that's good to see that they're using that money. I mean, of course, the T gets a portion of that, which if you're out west here, you don't care about the T so much. But now you did mention that if you raise the rate to $100 per student, that would only increase the budget by $35.4 million, and that's across every municipality, every every student in the state? Because I thought we had somebody that said to raise it 100, it was going to be 400 million. So I want to clarify that. You're saying if we raise it from 60, and you're saying there's a lot of state municipalities or school systems that are at 30 still, because they're that if you raised everybody to 100, it's going to only increase it to 35.4. Are we sure about that?
Yeah, excuse me. May I?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is our calculation. So if you're already at 100, there's no additional request, or if you're beyond 100. So it would be getting any of those districts that are between that 30 as proposed in House 2 up to 100 would cost that combined total of 35.4.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Representative, Mr. Chair, and then Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today and for waiting the whole day to be here before us. Just a quick question on UGA. We haven't updated the UGA formula for decades, right? And we think about like Chapter 70 and the way we had a commission for that to really think about what that new formula could look like. Do you think it's time for us to maybe take a look at having a commission to look at particularly how lottery revenues are used? In my case in particular, I have a district that buys a ton of lottery tickets. People, suffer from gambling addiction, but there's sort of a fraction of that comes back via local aid. And so there's been, and then conversely, of course, there are cities and towns that don't sell lottery tickets, but do need local aid as well, right? And so I'd be curious to get your thoughts around, should there be sort of a commission to look at, figuring out a new formula for unrestricted local aid at some point?
So I would say that I think the needs that Sean laid out at the local level are very real and very present. And before coming to work at the MMA, I spent a decade as a town manager in Arlington as well. So I can relate to what Sean shared about the real present budgetary needs every year, whether they be from health insurance, pensions, cost of living increases, whatever they might be. So that's a roundabout way of saying, I think we are open to a discussion about reasonable, responsible updates to formulas, but I don't think any such discussion can or should obviate the real need for these resources to be provided to local governments on a year out basis. So I think, in summary, yeah, open to it, but still really need these resources, in the near term future.
Sure. Gotcha. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really glad Representative Vargas brought this up because that's the same topic I wanted to talk about. And I'm actually going to go even a little further than the representative. I thought for a long time that the way we allocate unrestricted local aid makes no sense at all. There's no rhyme or reason to it, right? There's no formula. You can't call it a formula. It's just basically whatever the amount was last year, and then we give you some increase. In the Governor Baker years, it was the same as the growth in the state budget, but it had no bearing whatsoever on any local factors. It had no connection to a community's need, a community's expenses for its non-school expenses, the demographics of that community. It bears no relationship to that, right? Now, once upon a time, we had some way of calculating the lottery money that went back to each community. We had some way, this was before my time, of calculating additional assistance, right? And it had some bearing based on, I had many conversations, Adam, and by the way, welcome to your new role. It's wonderful to have you in this role. But I had many conversations with your predecessor, Jeff Beckwith, who did a tremendous job around this. And, the Gateway Cities Caucus has also long felt that this is something we should be working on. I've always been impressed with the work that the Boston Fed has done to look at how we could reform, the way we calculate unrestricted local aid. Again, not costing anybody any aid. There's ways to do this so nobody's worse off. But over time, we increase unrestricted local aid more for communities that have a demonstrated need. So it becomes more of a need-based formula. I guess. I'd go even further. A commission might be the first step to kind of get there, but why wouldn't we want to have a way of allocating unrestricted local aid where there is, like we do with Chapter 70, albeit it's imperfect, where it does reflect what the needs are for each community to deliver non-school municipal services?
So I guess I'd say a few things. So I spent that time working in Arlington. As I mentioned before that, I worked for the city of Fall River. And in each of those roles, we felt like the additional assistance and then eventually the UGA formula should be changed based on the needs of those communities. And it probably would have had to have been changed in a different way to benefit Fall River in a way that it wouldn't have benefited Arlington or vice versa. I think the challenge for us, well, I stand by my answer to Representative Vargas that we are open to the discussion. The challenge for us is a shift would likely create winners and losers, not in the base, as you suggested, that we could, figure out some type of hold harmless, but then there would be some rollout of winners and losers and who is getting more new revenue. And as an association that represents 351 cities and towns, that's a challenging conversation for us. It's not one we're unwilling to engage in, but I think that's the challenge or the hesitation you would sense from the MMA or communities that might have a sense of where they would come out in that equation after something is analyzed. But I think I would say, I take heart from you stating that any such study should have a hold harmless provision so that we're not putting pain or burden on communities to have to try to make up revenues that have been shared by the state. And we do remain open to a conversation.
Good. Well, thank you. I look forward to further conversation on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. We have Representative Holmes with a question.
Thank you. My question goes back to Rep. Pease, because as I'm paying attention, I'm just trying to make sure I'm paying attention correctly. So the 400 million, but if we were to break off and try to figure out chapter 70, is that not what the 400 million was?
Right, yeah.
I know I'm not in the room.
From one of the previous panels, that was the estimate provided to fix the inflationary factor for chapter 70.
Okay.
Oh, is that what? 70, all right. Totally separate than the question or than what Rep. Pease just asked about, which was the 35.4 million. And so he's on a line there that I'm trying to figure out. I thought there were about just under 900,000 students in the Commonwealth, and that being the case, if I did that math, 900,000 times 40, that's about 35 million. So I'm a little, there are definitely people who are getting more than 100 or also getting more than 100. So that's not 900,000 times 40, which would be obviously 36 million. So where does the 35 million come from? I guess what I'm asking is, I've heard multiple times during the day, I think it was 121 systems that are at the minimum. How many students are they serving? I guess that's the question I'm trying to get to the root of.
I'm going to ask Jackie Lavender Burr, Deputy Legislative Director, to
Please, yeah. Thank you, Representative. We're getting the answer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. It's a great question, Representative. Thank you. And I appreciate the clarity that Chair Vargas just mentioned on the $400 million price tag being about the inflation rate conversation that was being had earlier. So this is going on the assumption that that number would be based on top of what the governor's proposal included, which was $30 per student. So that's the starting point that's already baked into the $263 million increase for FY25. And then this calculation included looking at the 211 districts that are at $30 per student, bringing them up to 100, as well as the 17 additional districts that were at $35 or $40, $60 and so forth per student, bringing them up to $100. So I believe last year that amount to double minimum aid was about 18 million, but now we have that many more students that are in these minimum aid districts this year for the 211 communities, but happy to follow up with you on any other questions that you might have.
All right, so you clarified the number. The number is 211 communities, as what you're saying.
School, yes.
And then 211 school districts. And then a good clarification, and when you send it back to me would be how many folks, how many children are those 211 serving? And then that will give me a very good sense. And not that I've heard this number bounced around all day. I'm just trying to figure out how many are they serving would be an important answer for me.
Absolutely. I can follow up with that information for sure. We have that information. I just don't unfortunately have it with me at the moment,
No,
but
I understand.
And we got that from Desi's complete formula spreadsheet that they put out every year when the governor's budget is released. So happy to get that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. Do I see any more questions? I don't, but I am.
Well, wait.
Oh, do you have a question for yourself, Sean?
We can look at the formula and increase, I'll go, right? That's when you do it, when you have a rising tide, right?
Are you speaking to Senator Lewis?
I'm speaking to anybody who will listen, but just as town manager in Athol, not for
Right.
anybody
No,
else.
I appreciate that. I'm glad you weighed in. I think that's really, really important. And what I heard was a an interest in a conversation. And then I heard a baseline, as Representative Vargas is saying, and then I heard really looking at need. And I would imagine need happens in diverse ways across the Commonwealth, right? We have need in gateway cities. We have need in rural communities. And I think we'd have to recognize that equally or equitably, shall we say. Thank you to this intrepid panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know, but we'll give you an applause for being here. And thank you, friends. So I want to really just celebrate and love my colleague, Chair Vargas, who convened this with me today, and all of our Ways and Means colleagues who have been here all day with us. I want to recognize that President Schutt has remained vigilant this entire day, as her team. And we're really grateful. Court officers and public safety folks, we are grateful to you. Chair Garlick has remained for the entirety of the day. The Legislative Information Services have kept us going all day. Dining Services has been here. So this is a total team effort today, talking about two really consequential things. So I'm very, very grateful. Chair, do you want to say
Have a wonderful weekend.
Have a wonderful weekend.
And thank you to our esteemed chair, Comerford, for leading us through a long day. So thank you very much.
We're very grateful. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.